Hey, what's up, Kalpa? What's up, One Smart? Hey, what's up, guys? What's up? What's up? What's up? Now you'll know the pain of the people you trampled over, Fiend. Holy shit. Wow, some Eldritch Horror shit. How's everybody doing? What's up, everybody doing? How's everybody feeling? How's everybody doing today? Alright. Alright. Well, that's enough of that. How's everybody doing? They glazed Ichigo hella in the new death battle. Their speed scaling was ass. They were very generous this time around. I never actually checked out the new death battle. You guys want me to check that out live? I could do that. Have you played One Piece? What's OPBR? One Piece Burning Red? I thought it was Unlimited World Red. Oh, One Piece Bounty Rush? No, I have not. I don't play mobile games like that. I don't like mobile games like that. I think they're not that interesting. Uh we got some stuff we got to do today. I started work on the script. They put Ichigo at low multi 5D MFTL plus. Wow. That's a whole lot of words that you just used. They just took Bleach Scalar's interpretation at face value. Yes. Yeah, I got a couple of pages in for the script. The parts with red are the script. Besides that, we're probably just gonna get straight to it. After I check out this death battle, I'll probably put it like 1.5 times speed just to like get through it as quickly as possible. I'm not gonna try to like give my opinion too much on like what death battle really says to it. Obviously, as I mentioned before, I take their opinions with the biggest grain of salt just because I don't agree with their scaling metrics in general, but I think it'll be at least entertaining. I did get spoiled over it. I did get spoiled by this a while back, like earlier this weekend. I saw somebody just say, "So Death Battle's just gonna let Ichigo win, huh?" And I was like, "Oh, well, I guess I know what that answer was." Yeah, that was interesting. Also, I went back to reading Fairy Tail 100 Year War, and I'm so mixed, bored, frustrated, and horny. It'd be like that, Aster. It really do be like that. How do I put it? Recently, I had a bit of a long weekend. I had to sort of shut my brain off. Hey, what's up? Hey, Jake, how you doing, man? I had to turn my I had sort of to like turn my brain off from scaling this weekend. My girlfriend saw that I was like super fucking stressed about this video. Um I'm like I'm in a weird place with all of this, man. I am in a weird place with all of this. I just things are happening around me that I just did not know about necessarily, so man, I want to get this video done by the end of this month. I really do. I really do, but I'd have to like start the editing process like right now, if anything, just to get the next couple of weeks. Back to the mines, yeah. I don't want to like put this video out by like April or some shit. That's the fucking issue. But it's like, there's a lot of questions here that I'm constantly asking myself for this, and I don't know. As far as the death battle goes, yeah, every death battle video is egregious. I agree. I agree. But hey, listen, it'd be like that. That's what scaling is about, man. It's about interpretation. You can interpret characters to be anything. I'm sure you can make an argument for Yusuke. I'm sure you can make an argument for Ichigo. It really doesn't matter. They really said Ichigo's a versatile fighter. Ichigo is more versatile than Yusuke. I mean, does Yusuke have more than just one attack? Because Ichigo has 3 attacks. He has Getsuga Tensho. He has Getsuga Jujisho, which is Getsuga Tensho times 2. And he has Granrei Sero Getsuga Tensho, which is a Getsuga Tensho, but with a second Getsuga Tensho. But it's not Getsuga Tensho times 2, it's Getsuga Tensho with like times 2 with like a little bit of extra negative energy. You know what I mean? That's so if Yusuke doesn't have like three attacks like Ichigo, if he only has like, I've only seen Yusuke do the Spirit Gun. You know what I mean? So yeah. Has an actual interesting and varied moveset. Before you say that, let me actually just look up Yusuke Urameshi. Let me just look up the Yusuke Urameshi from the Yu Yu Hakusho site. Alright, I don't care about any of this crap. Alright, let's go to powers and abilities. I just want to see what attacks Yusuke has. He has, oh, okay, he has all the super powered shit. Okay, so Yusuke has Spirit Gun, and he has Spirit Gun Mega, and he has Demon Gun, which is Spirit Gun, but with like the demon energy version, and he has Demon Gun Mega, which is the Spirit Gun Mega, but with demon energy version. And then he has the Spirit Shotgun, and the Spirit Punch, and the Spirit Kick, and the Spirit Gun Barrage, which is the Spirit Gun, but a lot of them. He has the Spirit Wave, which is the Spirit Gun, but shot in a wide angle. But it's not the Spirit Shotgun either, because the Spirit Shotgun's that in a wide angle, but it's also like in the form of a circle, not a wave, right? And then there's the Spirit Cuffs, and I don't know what. Oh, guys, we're changing things up. He has an attack called Organ Murder. Anyway, I'm over this. Let's check out what the fuck Ichigo's got. Sorry, Yusuke's got. Let's see how Death Battle glazes Bleach. Stuck everything together and run it as digital form. The chapter was named Woman vs. Woman. Really?
And it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle.
Word. BOS Sakura was already plowing through Sasori's. Oh. What's BOS Sakura? Post time skip, I guess. Death battle will make Dofi versus Sasori sound close.
Tell me, Boomstick, what happens when we die?
Endless, nothing new.
Didn't they already make one with Asta in it and he won?
Our souls are ferried by Shinigami, gods of death, in an eternal cycle of death and
Alright, let's see what these guys got.
And when a soul goes astray, warped by evil and
I'm glad you're streaming. I'm not glad we're watching Death Battle though. I'm just gonna check it out really quickly. I don't care. Okay, there we go. Candidate to replace the Soul King likes chocolate, Shakespeare, and Orihime. What a weird thing. Who the fuck just randomly likes... Yeah, it was Asta versus Deku. Who the fuck actually likes Shakespeare? Like, not because I think that Shakespeare's a bad writer or anything. He won, but they misinterpreted his... I mean... 6, it's fine. They still gave Asta the win. It's fine. They at least gave him the win. Like, I get it. They didn't give him the multiversal scaling, and they didn't give him the immeasurable speed. It also came out like before the Yuno stuff with the Promised Neverland or whatever the fuck it's called. Shakespeare's awesome. I don't know, man. I've tried to read Shakespeare in the past. I've tried to read Shakespeare in the past, especially like in school and shit. That shit is boring as fuck. But then again, it's just the disconnect between like the language that they use and all that stuff. Anyway, back to this. I just got my grade back from my law exam. I passed with a 2, American B. Hey, that's lovely. Whoa, guys, can we get some W's from Memento here? They passed their law exam with a B. That's fantastic, dude. Law is not easy. Law is not an easy thing to learn. I'm really proud of you, dude. Dude, how long was the exam? How long were you guys studying it for? I mean, I don't care how high they put him in. You know, just I misinterpreted a feat to scale him, and I know they won't put him that high. Oh, that's fair. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, like, if somebody, like, downplays a character, interprets him in a different way, you just gotta just say, like, hey, fuck it, right? That's the way other people scale. Nothing crazy. WW School's hard, man. Best feeling was when it was over. I agree.
One made of spiritual matter called Reishi. He can wield vast amounts of spiritual energy called Ryoku and exert it offensively in the form of spiritual pressure.
I can't believe they didn't give him immeasurable. I never saw the series. True.
His spirit aura is so strong, he can stun lock foes.
They are not intangible and can be touched by human people. Thank fucking God. At least they said that, dude. God damn. Oh, Bleach characters are they just go right through them. They can't even see them, bruh. Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. Listen. All I'm saying is for the people that like legitimately wank Bleach because it's their favorite series of all time, or they just think the characters are the strongest, or if you're gonna have to bring up like the big three or whatever for it, all I'm saying is if Bleach genuinely was like as powerful of a series, if Bleach was genuinely as powerful of a series, right, as people that glaze it to all hell seem to believe it is, why do you have to like always go into like stipulations of like, well, they can't be seen, they can't be touched, blah 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 blah, they can't be XYZ, blah 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 blah. Like, bro, just let the characters fight and then just make the arguments afterwards, man. I don't know, started learning late, so about a month of prep. The exam took 2 hours, give or take. I was finished before most. Nice.
Under his own power, even fatally.
He controls spirit matter in and around.
Imagine if you actually gave it extra time to study.
Off of invisible footholds in the air. Paired with speed boosting skills like Shunpo, he can virtually fly.
Say goodbye to the kid who beat up bullies for their lunch money. And hello to the town's new superhero with fellow Ghostbusters, Orihime, Chad, and Uryu. Plus Rukia. It was the Shinigami's job.
Plus Rukia. Why are they calling these guys heroes? Oh, by the way, can anybody tell me?
Ghostbusters, Orihime, Chad, and Uryu.
Somebody be honest with me right now, right? Chad doing this. Like, imagine you're chilling in your building. Imagine you're chilling. Ichigo's so overrated power-wise. I agree, Hidden Heart. Who is a better villain, Dofi or Pain? I think it just depends on what you define as better, right? Do you like a villain that became a villain because of the circumstances that created them to be that villain? Or do you like a villain who is just inherently evil? I can't even imagine Chad losing. Can you imagine just chilling at your crib? You know, you get home from a hard day's of work or whatever. You just pulled like a double shift or some shit. You're heading up to like your, I don't know, 32nd floor apartment or some shit. And then all of a sudden, mind you, all I'm saying here,
Uryu. Plus Rukia. It was the Shinigami's job to tear hollows and
imagine, by the way, where did all of the fucking windows to this shit go? Is the quality just ass? Can I just not see it? Oh wait, I see some windows here. The windows would be completely busted through. Why are there still windows shaped? This texturing here makes no sense. But anyway, imagine chilling and all of a sudden you get a fucking giant calavera at the outside of your window. That shit is so dumb. Why the fuck did they do this? Why the fuck did the animators just throw this in? I guess they just really like Chad.
While balancing responsibilities at school, of course. GPA comes first.
Killing civilians in a large building, that's what I'm saying. They have a tendency to go with high-end scaling for the weakest and low, and for the strongest when they fight either one-sided. Makito versus Shigaraki, or Ruby versus the girl from Soul Eater, I guess.
Which isn't confusing at all.
just call him Old Man Zangetsu and Hollow Zangetsu. Anyway, the double ghost sword gives Ichigo lots of new moves, including his trademark.
That's what I'm saying. The lights were on before impact. That's what I'm saying. Like, imagine you're just chilling there, and all of a sudden, like, all the building got off. You're getting on your Xbox, your PlayStation, your PS5. You know, all the like good game consoles. You're sitting down, you're getting into that shit. You're just trying to open up a cold one with the boys. You're trying to like just get on your night of gaming, or you're just trying to cuddle in bed with your girlfriend or significant other or your boyfriend, etc. And you're just like, ah, shit, dude. The lights went out in the entire building. There's no more water because some fucking dickhead decided to punch a goddamn hollow into the side of your building. Dude, this shit is crazy. It was worth the ore, especially after not winning for 3 arcs, I guess.
Getsuga Tensho is incredibly powerful.
No, it's not.
Multiple variants. He can fight
Multiple variants! You guys just lied to yourselves. You're saying 3 is multiple? I guess, sure. Sure, when there's no differentiation between the attacks and literally one of them is just the attack plus 2? That's like calling the Rasengan Barrage a fucking variation of the Rasengan. All you did was make a Rasengan on your other hand, bruh. What the fuck are we talking about? Ruined my head. I had to skip another exam. I had to do it next semester. Everything else. 8 goddamn exams next semester. I'm cooked. Yeah, best of luck, Memento.
Giant shockwaves and parry spiritual light beams from a Menos Grande. And these aren't fake, slower than light lasers. Guidebooks confirm they're real light, and the novels say so too.
Plus, early on, Uryu moves so.
These aren't fake, slower than light lasers. Guidebooks confirm they're real
A powerful spiritual light. Spiritual, not real light.
light, and the novels say so.
The blinding light swallowed up, it would still be spiritual. The novels do not contradict the fact that they're spiritual light. Fusing a Sero in all directions, regardless of that, it had been diffused. Okay? Ha! Spiritual pressure? Yeah, okay.
Plus, early on, Uryu moves so fast that he left his own shadow behind. But as he
Ah, but they don't want to go with the anime version, right? Because the anime version doesn't bring up the objective fact that it literally was no shadow there. But sure, whatever. Often FTL feats include Aroniero dodging sunlight, Lieutenant dodging Negacion beams, Nanao evading Lily Barrow's Light of Judgment. When the fuck did Nanao do that? Alright, I guess, sure. The Lil Toto dodging Yuhabaha's Osvalin. Why is Osvalin supposed to be light speed? What makes Osvalin light speed?
Ichigo became more involved with the Soul Society, he quickly found that he wasn't good enough.
This Byakuya guy's so fast.
Life of some NPC over Aura. That's what I'm saying. Under Aura, yeah.
Until now, Zangetsu had operated only in its base state, Shikai. So Ichigo learned to release its inner power, a 10 times boost that takes most Shinigami a decade to master. Bon.
Why does everybody always say 5 to 10 times? Like, for Bleach, it's always like the highest interpretation possible. Did Nanao ever actually dodge an attack from Lily Barrow? Did Nanao ever dodge... Oh, wait, I'm going to One Piece. I'm so not used to going to Bleach. Alright, let's go down and talk. Let's see this bitch. Alright, where the fuck is Nanao? Guys, are we just gonna debunk Death Battle right here on stream? I'm not doing that. I'm not debunking Death Battle. That just sounds like a pain in the ass. When the fuck does Lily... Yeah. Underwater, where's the cool panel where he does the thing? Yeah. And then... Sure, alright. Let's see. Okay, what do we have here? Is this... Oh, she popped right out of him. She pops right out of him. What do you mean? Yeah. And then she pulls out her blade. She pulls out the... It shines with vulgar thing. Yeah. She goes into him and then just pushes him back. Oh no, I'm going to get hit. Oh no. Why the fuck am I missing a page? Hold on. How the fuck am I missing a page? What was it? Where's Blech? What chapter is this? 653? Jesus. Still like 30-something chapters left. 653. Why the fuck am I missing page 7? Oh, that's why I'm missing page 7. When the fuck does she dodge this, dude? She never dodged this, dude! What the fuck? They just lied! Death Battle actually just lied! Death Battle, like, actually just lied! Eon is gay? That's crazy. Don't call me gay, please. It's fine. I don't really care. That's fine. She just deflected the attack back. She just held her sword. She just held the thing up. All she did was hold it up. What the fuck are we talking about? Yo. All I know is the top tier AP is uni and mid tiers are like multi-continental. I don't believe in the uni scaling, but whatever. Yo, Death Battle, I just checked the manga to double check. I double checked the manga. You guys lied about Nanao dodging Lily Barrow. And if you used the anime adaptation, why didn't you also use it for Uryu dodging... Oh, what the fuck? Uryu dodging his own shadow, because in the anime, he doesn't blitz his own shadow. He doesn't blitz his own shadow. It disappears with him. Eon ain't gay, he's legume. Oh, right, now that is actually getting... That's actually putting you on a timeout. That's actually putting you on a timeout. Kyoraku dodged base Lily Barrow's attacks, but not Nano. I know Death Battle was some ad when they made the Gojo outsmart Makima. Nah, Gojo can outsmart Makima. I have no reason to believe Makima's that smart. Also, the Bankai statement just means that the Bankai power is 5 to 10 times stronger overall. Not that the Shinigami has is 10 times stronger. Okay, so it just means that the power of the okay. What do you say to those who deny Kizaru being made of real light because he can add mass to it? It's fiction, and fiction can do whatever the fuck it wants, and you can choose to be objectively wrong. That's what it is. Does a Japanese citizen beat Makima? What if Gojo doesn't consider himself a Japanese citizen? What if Gojo is like Kazuya Mishima and just completely denies the fact that he's even remotely Japanese? Yeah, Gojo's a genius too. He's literally considered a genius, bro. Gojo's a genius. Should have splattered him? Nah. That was probably their most accurate death battle of all time. And I agree with it because the guy I wanted to won. That's why. The video was so wrong, as so many of Makima's chains hit Gojo, he would have been dead. Nah, they were right about it. As a matter of fact, death battle had like the only objectively correct interpretation when it came to that fight specifically. Every other death battle, it's always asked, but because Gojo won that fight, it's completely true. It's completely fair and fine and true.
His speed skyrocketed, letting him turn the tables on
Gojo's considered a genius because I called him a genius there. Bang should have splattered him. Nah, Bang is too low AP. Bang is only like building level at best, and Gojo tanks those hits easy. He was tanking Malevolent Shrine. That video was so wrong, and so Maki was yeah. Chainsaw Man is actually strong once you look past the city block characters. Yeah, Makima's one of the city block characters. I'm fucking with you guys. I don't give a shit. I only like the battle because that bitch lost. Oh, come on. He beat a bunch of guys that had trained for centuries. Those motherfuckers are all weak as goddamn shit, bro. I could beat those guys. I don't have any type of formal sword training and no Reiatsu or any of that crap. I would go in there and beat Yamamoto's fraud-ass lieutenant. That dude was ass, man. Average Naruto fan debate skills. Type shit. Type shit.
That was all he needed to smash that kitty.
You mean Grimjow, right?
Yeah, but even with that main character energy, Ichigo couldn't match.
Directly Cowler's Gojo and Scales hired him? Nah, I disagree because Death Battle said so. Not gonna lie, I'm starting to believe Star Devil Denji. Nah, I disagree because Death Battle said so.
Still, Ichigo needed his help and conjured a hollow mask to expand his power. But this meant the hollow within.
Isn't it so stupid that we just never see the mask again? Like, oh, but like Ichigo's Shinigami powers are a combination of his hollow powers and his Shinigami power. I don't give a fuck! I don't give a fuck what the reasoning is! I just want Ichigo to put on the cool-ass mask. Are you seriously gonna sit here and tell me that him putting his hand over his face and then a cool-ass mask with an awesome pattern coming out isn't badass? Come on, man.
And only grew stronger.
Masked up, he can fire lasers, bypass super senses, and heal lost limbs. But piss him off enough, and he'll go full hollow. And you really don't want that.
Hollowification exceeds even Bankai, and was enough to crush Ukiura in a battle that shook all of Hueco Mundo, the world.
Not only did the tremendous power shake the vast land away, but it also reached the beings lurking in the depths. Okay, what the fuck does that mean? What the fuck does that mean?
Ichigo could even tear through all 3 layers of hell.
But with help from his secret Shinigami father, Ichigo continued to train for months in the
building level hell, by the way. Building level hell. Hell is building level, and I'm just gonna stick to that. I'm gonna be so genuinely disingenuous about Bleach, dude.
Bangai, a corridor between dimensions, until he was finally ready to challenge Aizen.
Challenge is an understatement. He manhandled Aizen, shattered mountains with sheer aura, and
had evolved to threaten the Soul King, a deity whose power stabilizes the 3 realms.
so hard he smashed out the black coffin, which crushes space like a mini black hole.
And yet, it still wasn't enough. So by becoming Getsuga itself, Ichigo unleashed his ultimate attack, Mugetsu, defeating Aizen at the cost of all his power.
Yeah, and then he gets it back in an arc later, bro. Come on now. Literally, what was it, like 15, 30 chapters later, he starts to get his powers back? Come on, dude.
He might have saved everyone, but now it was back.
If they go with Hellverse, he's actually infinite speed. Nah, he runs at like 20 miles an hour. You guys just think that thing looks fast because Bleach characters are super weak.
Normieville.
Ichigo never truly realized until then just how much being a Shinigami meant to him. The power to protect others, his drive, his pride in himself was gone.
You need Bleach, by the way, where the universe can get ripped apart by Aizen having diarrhea. Yeah.
give anything to get it back.
Technically, Coyote Stark. You know what's crazy? Technically, Coyote Stark could be a universal threat by Bleach logic, because the dude was so powerful that he would instantly eradicate hollows just by them being near him when he was back at full power. There is no way I'm going to sit here and believe that these dudes are actually fucking universal, dude. Give me a second, guys. Give me 1 second, actually. I need to go grab a napkin. Yeah. Give me 1 second. Oh, wait, there's one right here. I forget I sometimes have napkins in my room. When he was proud of his Soul Reaper powers? Oh, shut the fuck up, Ichigo. Oh, I was so proud of my Soul Reaper power. Bro, all you did was run around and kill some fuck-ass hollows every now and then, and they were only ever showing up around people that you gave a shit about. So I'm saying he was proud of his powers. You basically spent like a majority of your time literally just running around doing calisthenic exercises and fighting some random dudes over the span of like a day or so. If we're really talking about it, you had your powers longer while you were training than you actually did when you had to utilize them to fight anybody. When I was proud of my Soul Reaper powers, I wouldn't even be fucking proud of my Soul Reaper powers. I'd just be like, damn, I can't fly anymore. I can't swing around a cool ass fucking sword anymore. I'd be more upset at that than like, oh man, oh I can't help protect anyone anymore. Alright.
And he did, thanks to a surprise assist from Rukia.
I know what kind of a man you are. Dude, I'm like one of those people that like legitimately all the time I just have mucus buildup in my nose. I don't know why. I don't know if it's like allergies or some shit. Like ever since I was a kid, like even if it's like a place that like doesn't like, you know, it's not like dirty or like dusty or whatever, like I just need napkins all the time because like I'm constantly blowing my nose.
Just in time for a 1,000-year blood war with a final endgame boss, Yhwach.
Who planned to end everything. And while other Shinigami tried
Yeah, for no fucking reason, by the way, as far as manga goes.
only Ichigo was special enough to pull it off.
His father was a Shinigami. His mother was a member of the ancient Quincy's and possessed by a hollow. Hence, his two Sanbakuto spirits, one Quincy, the other Hollow and Shinigami, made Ichigo a perfect union to break Yhwach's plan. Finally, Ichigo understood
Why is it a perfect union to break Yhwach's plan? What exactly about that? Alright, whatever.
himself, fully unifying with both Sanbakuto
It wasn't just losing his powers, it was losing the ability to protect his friends and losing his identity.
spirits within. With that came a new Shikai.
Dude, I can promise you anyone, and I mean anyone. Listen, if you woke up today and had a power, whatever fucking power you had, if you woke up today and had a power and you had that power for like 6 fucking months, and then you wake up like literally the next day or you have to give up your powers, yeah, a year and you'd be like, fuck bro, I kind of miss having my powers. Destroyed a galaxy, yeah, he destroyed a galaxy. He destroyed the concept of space itself.
Guy and two new Zanpakuto.
True Shikai. If you thought
That's what I'm saying. Listen. Eternal Dreamer, that's exactly what I'm saying. Ichigo breaks out of a fucking dimension in order to crack Aizen from behind the neck just for that shit to have a spell behind him, yet nothing else breaks for whatever reason. Hollows are able to just tear holes in fucking space, even weaker ones like fucking Gillian-ass Meno Grandes. Some dude with a hack's ability to send Kenpachi into space just tosses him in there. He shatters it right through. A guy that's able to make a fucking space box for his that comes from his video game console makes a space. So Ichigo shatters it. Dimensional tearing in Bleach, in my opinion, is not impressive in the slightest bit. If every single time space just gets shattered for no fucking reason, that shit is so ass. Bleach, the actual like space-time of Bleach has the actual durability of a fucking wet paper towel.
Ichigo was strong before.
No, that wouldn't upskill the verse if everything is just shattering all at once, especially when the characters are being downright building level attacks.
Boy, he's the strongest Shinigami alive. Or dead.
Ichiruki versus Ichihime? Who the fuck are those? I don't know who the fuck those people are.
Undead. Yeah.
Stronger than Kenpachi, who could split
Yeah, Kenpachi is...
Stronger than Senjumaru, who shook heaven and earth across the realms, and strong enough to match Yhwach even after he absorbed the Soul King.
Juiced up with Soul King power, Yhwach could nuke all 3 realms, the human world, Soul Society, and Hueco Mundo, plus the Dangai and Garganta in between, which have a bunch of pocket dimensions sprinkled in. Hell, just the Soul King's corpse sent a shockwave across all the realms.
And it's not a matter of disrupting the flow of souls. Yhwach was going to end everything through
I don't know who
sheer power
Ichiruki
alone.
is.
But Ichigo-
Oh! Ichiruki, Ichihime. First of all, I hate those names. Second of all, Orihime, right? Why not? Orihime. Sure, Ichigo and Orihime. I like Orihime more as a character. I don't like Rukia that much, to be honest. I really do not care for that character that much. She feels like she just gets wins. Like, there is probably one win you can say she kind of, sort of deserves, and that's the one against the Fear guy, and you have to sort of just believe. Just from the bottom of your fucking heart. You have to just believe that if Rukia didn't fight anybody else who could just ignore her ability to freeze things down to what is it, absolute zero, she just straight up doesn't get curb stomped into the ground. If it was a better writer, Ichihime would have been better, but Rukia had more chemistry. But they have more chemistry because a boy and a girl who both have essentially a decent back and forth with another. A decent back and forth that isn't playful, but it does kind of show signs of like some level of camaraderie, but to the point where like there might be a sign of like romantic interest between them. Yeah. There's the chemistry's right there, right?
Done powering up,
Entering a new half-hollow form and merging his Getsuga Tensho with a mighty hollow attack, the Grand Ray Sero.
making a giant crescent slash that rips through space itself.
All that power culminating in his true Bankai. A power so great, even Yhwach was scared of it.
Her brother had to save her in that fight too. When did he save her? When did Byakuya save her in that fight?
Remains a Shinigami, having found the courage to stand on the edge of life and death, conquer his fears, and walk onward.
That was so ass.
Most teenagers have
All
no
right.
idea what they want to do with their life. However, that was hardly a problem for juvenile delinquent Yusuke Urameshi, because he only ever wanted to do one thing.
Row hands. It don't matter who the ops are.
He's
They
5'8".
or
This dude is
maybe
tall.
Yusuke lived to fight. It's what gave life meaning. Who cares about stupid things like friends?
Yo, Yusuke Urameshi, that looks really short in like his art style, but he would unironically be taller than KCM2 Naruto.
Family.
Which is
Yeah,
why
they can have chemistry and just be friends. I agree with that,
Have
100%.
a speeding car to save a child, bringing that reckless life to a screeching halt.
The dude died to a fucking car. Dude got isekai. That's... Dude's the original isekai.
Truck-kun claims another victim.
But this is chapter 1 of a battle shonen, so death is hardly the end.
Surprisingly, though, it wasn't as...
Why did he try to fucking punch the paramedic? What kind of an asshole is that? Is it even tall? That's what I'm saying. Naruto's like 5'6", dude. In Shippuden, he's like 5'6", 5'7". That's what I'm saying.
Claim Yusuke's soul. It was a fluke.
Yo, it's so crazy to me that that death battle literally had to put the fucking car level guy against the fucking building level guy. No wonder Ichigo won. It is fear more potent through visuals. Byakuya had to break her out of his fear. That's right, he did have to do that. Damn, that bitch really can't win a fight on her own. Unless her opponent either completely throws the fight by putting their head slightly too close to their blade, by literally inching their head right next to the tip of her blade just so she can like slam it right through their head. Yeah, like unless they do that or her brother's there to save her ass, that bitch can't do shit, bro. I hate Rukia.
Blue-haired anime girl.
As a matter of fact, the more I talk about Rukia, the more I dislike her. Yeah, Aizen, these guys are supposed to be multiversal, universal, all that crap. Yet Aizen's out here literally shoving his own throat down his own phallic member. Even harder than he ever did before, just to say, you see my power, it's so great, I can split apart mountains. Ha 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 ha.
On a broomstick.
This was Botan, whose job was to ferry Yusuke's newly deceased spirit off
Who
to
the fuck is this chick?
Unfortunately,
I've never seen this show past like a couple of episodes when I was a kid in Spanish.
His selfless death coming and didn't have any space prepared for him. Imagine being such a menace to society that the second you do something nice, hell itself gets caught with its pants down.
So the underworld surrogate king, Koenma, offered Yusuke an alternative. He could return to life as an agent of the afterlife, a spirit detective, solving supernatural crimes and fighting off demonic threats to humanity.
That is so weird.
Did what anyone would do in that situation. Then told Satan Jr. to stuff it. I mean, he was never really good for anything, and no one was gonna miss him. So what's the point of coming back to life? It's not like his mom would be sad, or his childhood sweetheart Keiko would be heartbroken, or even his rival Kuwabara would shed manly tears. Oh man.
At the sight of loved ones who cared far more than he ever expected, Yusuke had a change of heart and accepted Koenma's offer, returning to life with a new purpose and a new job.
And a newfound ass-kicking ability. In his quest to beat the dog shit out of demonkind, Yusuke learned to harness Reiki, or spirit energy. He's ridiculous.
Reiki, that's the name of my power
Durable,
system.
Heals from wounds quickly and can see spirits invisible to mortal men.
Even early on, Yusuke could parry Suzaku's lightning arrows, which are formed from real lightning called down from the sky. And with the help of legendary warrior Genkai, he mastered a signature move that could blast anyone to smithereens.
My favorite shonen move ever, the Spirit Gun. At first, Yusuke had a limited number of shots, but eventually he turned it into his personal WMD. Stronger than any weapon on Earth, he could go finger blasting around as much as he wants.
The spirit gun is more versatile than it appears. Yusuke can bounce it off surfaces for sneak attacks, propel himself around like a rocket in flight, and produce massive explosions with each shot.
He can twist it up for a Spirit Shotgun, a mighty AoE blast, or a Spirit Punch, where he keeps the energy stored in his fists and clobbers the hell out of you. And the Spirit Wave, a Kamehameha from before we uncultured Americans knew what a Kamehameha was.
Yusuke may be a punk, but he's deceptively skilled and cunning in battle.
He's not afraid to fight dirty, throw in his shoes, using sleight of hand to place cigarettes on his foe to track them in the dark.
Personally, I'd call that smart, and his hand-to-hand is A+. He's matched experts like
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know a single fucking thing about Yu Yu Hakusho, but putting a lit cigarette on your opponent's waistband is already much more interesting than anything I have ever seen Ichigo fucking do. Don't get me wrong, I don't think this is like some 500 IQ type shit either. I think this is some like, I don't know, slightly above room temperature IQ type shit, but damn. Is that not already a lot more interesting than anything I've ever fucking seen?
Cabano, who's said to have mastered all forms of martial combat.
But his best secret
They always say this shit. Oh, this guy mastered all forms of martial arts. This Unohana mastered all forms of sword combat, and yet you only see the bitch ever swing her sword violently, and you only ever see the dudes go throw a barrage of punches, bro. This is why people say that Naruto characters are just automatically like top tier and godlike when it comes to hand-to-hand combat, and everyone's always trying to say, oh, X character versus Naruto, no powers, just straight hands. It's because Naruto characters actually show some level of actual martial arts, practice and capabilities. Like seeing Kakashi versus Obito and actually show like hands where like they're blocking each other's attacks. They're using like kicks. They're parrying with their knees and shit like that. Naruto's using Wing Chun. Like people see that shit and then see like, let's say Yusuke Urameshi throw. Let me go back real quick.
Smart, and his hand-to-hand is A+. He's matched experts like Cabano,
Let's see.
who's said to have mastered all forms of martial combat.
But his best secret is how quickly his hand dirty and knew what a Kamehameha was.
Let me see.
Maybe a punk, but
Yeah, you see shit like this and you're like, well, Yusuke's just a brawler. You could see this in almost any fucking like random Reddit forum, Facebook, YouTube comment section where people be like, oh, Yusuke's like the best, one of the better martial artists experts on hand, or Baki, or etc. But all you ever see them do is do some shit like this.
he's deceptively skilled and cunning in battle.
Just throw a barrage of punches and that's really it. It's why also people think that like Goku would lose in a martial arts fight to like Naruto, because like when you see like Kakashi versus Obito, or you see like Naruto versus Momoshiki, you're like, wait, they're using actual martial arts. They're not just throwing a barrage of punches. And like, don't get me wrong, at the end of the day, if the character is stated to know all forms of martial arts, I'm not saying that Baki can't throw hands. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, when you see like characters do type of shit like this, where like they're just throwing a barrage of punches, or like Goku versus Cell or whatever, where like you see them like constantly like just in the air, like almost like balled up into a ball, just like throwing hands with each other, like fighting, like just throwing kicks and hands at each other. People are just gonna say like, yeah, that's not like real martial arts. They're just throwing hands no matter what. You see that all the time in Dragon Ball, especially throughout like the Tournament of Power and shit like that. Like Vegeta versus, that's also ignoring that 99% of martial arts are useless. Yeah, 90% of martial arts are useless, but you still want to see some cool shit. You still want to see characters actually do some cool shit. When you see Naruto do some stuff like that, it was like, bro was just spinning against Sasuke. That is also true. He was just spinning against Sasuke. Yeah.
Cigarettes on his phone to track them in the dark.
Personally, I'd call that
Is how quickly he improves. All it takes is a round of training or someone threatening his friends, and Yusuke's power will spike to match stronger enemies, even if it means literally burning through his own life force for a power-up.
all known demons and demon fighters are individually ranked on a scale of power from E to S.
A and D class demons are nothing special. We're talking local threats at best. C and B are getting a bit dicey, and a destroyer
Because he's stronger than Unohana's. If it takes skill to beat someone when you can already ignore his attacks by being stronger, yeah. This is something I've always said. This is something that I've always fucking said. Skill in a fight only really matters if it really matters within the context of the story. What I mean is martial arts skill only ever really matters if like it's legitimately brought up as an actual like narrative plot point or an actual example. Like for example, in Dragon Ball, martial arts skill does tend to matter to an extent, because you could see it with like Goku versus K-Fla or Goku versus other martial artists, right? Especially like in early Dragon Ball. Actual hand-to-hand combat skills do matter depending on the series, right? In Baki, obviously it matters. In One Piece, somewhat give or take. Mostly it matters in terms of like how strong you are, right? Bleach is also the same. It doesn't matter. Like you could maybe say, yeah, but like Ichigo beat a bunch of bullies when he was a kid. Yeah, but those bullies are also fucking bullies. They're not superpowered beings. They don't have anything crazy. Ichigo's out here beating guys with thousands of years of quote unquote experience, and yet he's out here just overpowering them. Unohana literally has over 1,000 years worth of quote-unquote, again, experience, plus the fact that she's also mastered every single martial art style ever, and yet Kenpachi Zaraki unironically unga bungas his way through the fight. Kempo matters? Kinda. Like, there are martial arts experts in One Piece. You have the New Way Kama Kempo. You have, I don't know, the weird spaghetti shit. You have, like, the six powers and stuff like that. But I wouldn't say that, like, those things are, like, defining factors for fights, right? I wouldn't exactly say that. Remember, Frieza never trained and still unlocked his golden form. Yeah, until unlocking his golden form. That's what I'm saying. It's like, yeah, Fishman Karate is a thing at the end of the day, but it's also, like, Luffy doesn't necessarily have, like... I mean, Luffy does have, like, his own a power style that only he can replicate, but at the end of the day, I don't know, man. It's like... Nami doesn't really have, like, that much training. She's just been a thief for a couple of years, and she's been on the Grand Line for, like, what, 6 months, and then she just starts dropping lightning bolts on motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Like, that's a give and take. Chopper does have, like, his own technical, like, fighting style between switching with his forms, but it's usually just hope he gets to arm point, land Roseo Coronado, or whatever the fuck it's called, and then hopefully he doesn't have to go into, like, monster point. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying, though. It's like... made it so that the gap was so big it didn't matter. That's what I mean, Roseo Mattel. But anyway, all I'm getting is that, like, unless, like, a series specifically goes out of its way for it to, like, be an actual determining factor, like Goku versus Kefla, or, sorry, Khalifa, where Khalifa was, like, in a better position than Goku in Super Saiyan 2, and he was in base, but he was just outright, like, beating her through raw skill, and Whis even brings it up. That's a narrative difference, right? But then you have, like, I don't know, like, Bleach, where it's, like, Kenpachi Zaraki and his, I don't know how many hundreds of years old this fucker is, just swings his blade and doesn't, and the only thing about Kendo he knows is hold the sword with 2 hands, swing once. Hold sword, 2 hands, swing once, and the guy does it once and never does it again. Like, it doesn't matter in Bleach. Kefla, technically.
Hey, well, hold on to your ass. We're talking into the world.
As Yusuke forged bonds with new allies, like demons Hiei and Kurama, as well as his old pal Kuwabara, he found himself facing opponents he couldn't beat, such as the monstrous Toguro, who could vaporize weaker demons and crush their souls with sheer aura.
But Yusuke needed to survive and protect his loved ones. So
Getsuga Shitsho? Yeah.
Even if it meant absorbing the power of a small star.
Shitsuga Martial arts skills in One Piece is usually only brought up as relevant in swordplay. Yeah. Dragon Ball at the beginning has some great displays of hands. I agree. Oh, you're streaming today? Yeah. My mom's back. My mom's gonna be back for like the month, so she decides to take care of some of like the housework and stuff like that, so I can just get through this. Chad survived steel beams falling on Michio, already had a degree of spiritual power, so it's not impressive skill-wise that he beat random dudes. That's also what I'm saying, right? Like, Ichigo's already stronger than the average kid just by the sheer fact that he had spiritual fucking pressure, dude. Don't confuse the chopped cheese with my glorious cipher Pole Queen Khalifa. That's crazy. Martial arts, from what I've learned, was about technique and discipline. The lesson of a real fight was taught to simply fight dirty, yeah. Yeah.
Has an average luminosity of
Have you read the recent chapter of Kagurabachi? I skimmed through it. I still haven't read that shit.
Output about 1/10,000th of that. So this spirit orb's energy per second would equal about 9 million megatons of TNT.
Cool.
Send Toguro to the grave.
Even after pushing past his own limits, Yusuke would still need more power to face S-class threats like Sensui, a past spirit detective gone bad. And there's
Yo, this is why I don't take Yu Yu Hakusho. Listen, this is just like, listen, okay. I'm sorry, but this is one of the reasons why I just don't give Yu Yu Hakusho. I just can't take it seriously. Like, you say that, like, people say that One Piece character designs are weird and quirky and stuff like that, but this is just a guy. This is just a guy. He's wearing a sweatshirt, jeans, and his hair is slicked back with a single strand down, and this dude has, like, the longest neck I've ever fucking seen. Yo, this is so funny. And also, they do like this weird 90s thing where they give the guys like crazy ass traps. Like, yo, dude is already fucking jacked, but then his arms are so fucking skinny. All this dude did was do chest, abs, back, and then this dude and maybe shoulders, and this dude never once even remotely did a fucking arm curl. Yo, I'm crying. How can you have a 20+ man team and still mess up the easiest thing? Yo, I'm crying. Polygonal character as his eye. That's what I'm saying, bro.
Sensui was so yoked, he couldn't even use all his power in the human world.
He was so yoked. What the fuck is this supposed to be? Are they trying to do like a quick muscle growth type of thing with this dude? They're trying to say like, oh, as he grows in power, he gets slightly bigger? Dude, this dude isn't getting any bigger. He's just slightly moving up his arms. Became evil after seeing the evil tape, by the way. That was showing all of the evils of humankind. Alright, based on Sensui and Genkai's words, they're likely referring to complete planetary destruction and not just raising the surface. You know, it's decided you were sick of this world, you wanted to obliterate it, yeah.
And even A-class threats like King Enma have shaken both the demon and human worlds.
Wow. Bro never did leg day, that's what I'm saying. Bro never did arm day! What do you mean? Who the fuck is that?
But Yusuke's power surpassed both of them to the point where he overloaded Yakumo with his own energy. And do keep in mind, Yusuke was still only A-class at the time, a far cry from S-classes like Sensui, whose sacred energy was 10 times his superior.
But not for long, sucker, because turns out Yusuke was a demon himself.
Literally, Yusuke is the descendant of an ancient and incredibly powerful being, one of the strongest in existence, Raizen, the Demon King.
With his Bazoku mark, Yusuke can channel Raizen's spirit for a huge power boost and a massive thirst for murder boost. This was his first taste of a dangerous new type of spirit energy, Yoki.
A form of energy used by demons. Like normal Reiki, it can be amplified by intense emotions. Unlike normal Reiki, its use creates a pleasurable feeling, feeding into the user's rage and bloodlust, the feral animal within.
So Yusuke upgraded his spirit gun to a demon gun. It's the same thing, but red. Oh, and it's strong enough to blast Sensui past the horizon, putting Yusuke's power firmly in S-class.
And making him a prime candidate to rule the demon world. But as he was thrust into a tournament vying for that...
Let me see. Where does vaporizing a continent scale? I don't fucking know. I don't go by vaporization. Did it blow up a continent? Also, it's at least continental, right? If you vaporize a continent, you're at least continental. Whatever above that you want to call it. That's the thing, Jake. I don't go by like yeah, you might need to calc it. You might need to calc it. I don't go by calcs. Like, all I'm saying is that it's at the very least continental. I can't tell you how much greater it is. I'm just gonna tell you it is at the very least continental. You're not gonna know that. It depends on how big the continent was. That's right. If it's like a massive fucking continent, I'm talking like the size of all of Asia and all of like Asia, Europe, etc. Yeah, sure, I would say it's multi-continental. Why the fuck not? Right? It looks like he was going for the OP character physique, but didn't have the balls to go through with it. That's what I'm saying, bruh. Like, if you're gonna go through like an overpowered character physique type shit, just go through with it. Don't actually like just sit back. Bro is the type to hog the butterfly machine in the gym, back day all day, every day. That's what I'm saying. Can't talk through my back if it's fucking yoked. Can't talk about my back if I can't see you, bruh. Some shit.
Self-reflection? From I'll kick your ass, Yusuke Urameshi? Nah, we can worry about that later. There's a tournament to win. Which one of you girls?
That's funny.
might be your
That's a
grandparents
funny ass song.
first?
Even then, as Yusuke took on the demon
Oh, yeah.
King in an epic final battle, he was still growing. He had become far stronger than before, even achieving a unique version of the Mozoku form separate from Raizen's influence.
And a brand spanking new form of power. Kinda like Sensui's secret energy, but even better. It's so unprecedented, it doesn't even have a name, but it's golden glowy.
Strong enough to clash with you, creating
Yo, older mangaka, I'm sorry, we're not that creative in my opinion. You're telling me that the dude's greatest ultimate power was for him? What is it with fucking mangaka and like, especially like 80s, 70s, 90s mangaka and like the final true power of my ultimate character is instead of like the cool tattoos or markings or whatever, you just decided, oh, I'm just gonna give them golden aura. It's always fucking golden aura. I'm gonna make their hair turn blonde. I'm gonna make their aura go all the way fucking gold. Oh, there's no name for this form. It's just too powerful. It's the most powerful form of them all. And what does it make it powerful? It's yellow. He gets yellow aura. Not even like yellow markings or some shit. Aura but goldens. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, bro. Toriyama really just left it for these guys. But look at, just think about it. You have Saint Seiya, they're all gold. I'm pretty sure at some point in Sailor Moon they went gold. Dragon Ball, they did the whole gold thing first. Then you have Yu Yu Hakusho with these motherfuckers going gold, bro. God damn it, dude.
that split the heavens above and decimated the Okunin tree below.
It's not that bad. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it's funny as fuck. Right? It's funny as fuck to see like these old ass shows and to see like what the awesome final power up the series is gonna get, the main protagonist is gonna get, just for them to be like, this is my true power. My aura went from blue to red to gold, making Goku turn white. Now listen here, children. Everybody knows that the best way to interpret one's power being the pinnacle of its capabilities is for it to be white or gold, depending on which one of these motherfuckers want to do something like that. Sorry, I've been watching a lot of Boondocks lately. Been doing like Uncle Ruckus's accent. It's so funny to me. Naruto and KCM becomes gold or yellow, I guess. I'd say more like orangey gold. What's your take on Maharaga versus Higuruma's domain? I mean, what Maharaga gets, I guess you could technically say it could get killed. I mean, okay, Higuruma's domain could probably find Maharaga to be like guilty of I guess it depends, right? Because like, is the effect of the domains technically still applying right now? Can Maharaga adapt to like the rule of no damage being done, or like no one can like harm anybody within there? Would Maharaga get, I guess Maharaga could be seen as guilty for killing so many people in a virtue of killing Sukuna, unless you think that Sukuna is the only one who killed people and Maharaga was just targeting him specifically. I don't know. I guess It depends, because like the Higuruma's domain doesn't necessarily like attack you. It, in a way, I guess, like just lets him get the Executioner sword, but I don't know, man. It's kind of crazy.
To his absolute.
Mahoraga adapts and it becomes a it becomes a lawyer on the same level as Phoenix Wright. That's crazy. At least on Dragon Ball we have Ozaru, Frieza, Cell, Boo. Yeah. You have Ozaru, then you have Golden Ozaru. You have Frieza, then you have Golden Frieza. You have Boo, you have Super Boo, I guess.
Being king would have been cool. Yusuke he wanted something more. He'd grown up and chose to walk a new path.
It was always Yusuke's connections with others that motivated him above all else, and it was in those connections that he found his happy ending.
But I wouldn't piss him off.
The guy saves the world, says, yeah, I think I'm done. I think I fought everyone that I need to beat, and there's no one else whose ass I need to kick. I've put ass to belt at every single turn throughout this whole world, and now I can finally say nobody can run the ones with me. I've reached Yeah, no shit, buddy. You're telling me the guy. You're telling me this kid right here, who was such a fucking shit show, that he literally beat everybody's asses around the fucking world. This dude as a ghost just revived and tried to punch a paramedic who was putting his body inside the back of a fucking ambulance van. Tried to punch him in the face, and now that he defeated the Demon King and beat everybody and is now the undisputed top one of the fucking verse, he's like, yeah, I'm just gonna go fall in love now. I've done everything I've needed to do. And now we have Black Frieza. I mean, yeah. He adapts by putting his name in the Epstein files, becoming immune to any legal persecution. That's crazy. That's crazy, dude. Oh, man. That's
Get in
insane.
the right mood or threaten the human world, and the spirit detective will beat your stupid ass.
Alright, let's see this dog shit.
Has its return been foretold, but no
Item.
guarantee.
Yeah.
It's a demon. That's a hollow.
No doubt about it.
You miss these types of streams? Yeah. I want to be able to at least, like, maybe, I'm gonna talk about this after the video. Oh, he went for the nuts. Oh, come on! This is where, okay, I draw the line here. You're telling me Yusuke Urameshi would just, I'm just saying, Yusuke Urameshi would just randomly get caught by a Gillian Class. The Gillian Class Hollow would probably go nowhere near Ichigo in the first place. That's the most unrealistic part of this fight. Building level fodder, dude.
Jump change.
Reckless idiot.
What a fake! Little demon energy got you scared.
The dialogue in this fight's kind of ass. A little demon energy got you scared? Nah. Yeah, that's so that this.
Do it once? Damn, why didn't I think of that?
He said the thing. Yo, I'm in actual fucking tears right now. He really said 2 at once. He really said 2 at fucking once. I've been saying this shit for years. It's just Getsu Gatecho times 2. Oh, man. Alright. Alright, let's see what... Oh, man. Oh, man. That's so funny.
Rude awakening.
Oh.
Need a hand, partner? Let's do it. Like old times.
Cool. Tenza Zangetsu? Why the fuck are you using this thing? It does nothing. This fucking Bankai absolutely does nothing.
You can do. I can go even faster if you'd like.
Hell yeah! Bring it on, asshole!
I'll kill kill you even if it kills me. I'm putting it all on the line. You better do the same. Screw that.
Give me a freaking break.
Guys, this shit is lore accurate. Ichigo beat him with a single sword slash to the chest. Ichigo won with a Yo, this is absolute cinema. Death Battle Death Battle quite literally pulled out Ichigo's most powerful attack. A singular sword slash to the chest. Absolute fucking cinema. Who needs Getsuga Tensho, ladies and gentlemen, when you can just slash, when you can just put blade to chest and just slightly move it down. Is Death Battle allergic to making a video about Luffy? Ichigo has 2 now, yeah.
See you on the other side.
They probably can't find a good matchup because Luffy's so powerful. He's omniversal.
Frequent flyer miles.
There's a lot to cover here, so let's break this down into 4 chapters, starting with their abilities.
Yusuke could see Ichigo no problem, and resist auras like Taguro's that are similar to Reiatsu, so Ichigo couldn't cheese a win right away.
Otherwise, Yusuke was outmatched. Sure, the spirit.
I do. I think Ichigo's weak as fuck, but that's just my opinion.
And he had stat-boosting forms like the Mizoku. Ichigo, however, had more varied powers, a better healing factor, greater stamina given his months of Dangai training.
A greater healing factor? My guy, that was all holification healing. Ichigo has never shown that on his own capabilities.
He just had way more abilities to play with.
Likewise, speed was a fairly easy call. Yusuke could react to lightning early on, and obviously got much faster over time. Looking at this blast from his clash with Yomi, it erupted.
Can bounce off of mirrors, but it has never been described to be as light. It's spiritual light. What do you mean? And exhibits contradictory properties. Likewise, nobody reacts to light produced by Musashi's photon. All right, whatever.
At 57% the speed of light.
But Ichigo was faster than light from the start, and he's gotten fast.
Faster than light from the start, and you bring up spiritual light.
It erupted upwards at 57% the speed of light.
But Ichigo was faster than...
Spiritual light, bruh. I was at the same thing. Oh, Kyokushui Getsu swallowed part of the Kyokushui Getsu. The Sero went in all directions. Yeah, because it's referred to as spiritual light, and it being called light in a novel. It being called light in a novel, especially when they're not just going to refer to it spiritual light while writing. This shit is so stupid. I think he's around low complex multiversal, but I can see. I think Ichigo's like building level, and I'm going to stick to that. I really don't care for the scaling of the series because it's so fucking out of whack, and the cosmology itself is so fucking flimsy. Like, I always bring up the same clip. This is just the Smiling Friends clip where all they have to do is just put the nail on at the bottom of the building just to keep it intact. The Bleach versus cosmology is so fucking flimsy. It's like a wet paper towel. These guys ripping through dimensions means nothing to me if you can literally kill 1,000 hollows and fucking destroy the entire verse. Yeah. Cool. Okay, so a Soul King shockwave reacted at thousands of times the speed of light. Cool. How did you reach that conclusion? You say over a 22-second time frame? How the fuck did you get that mile radius?
Expanded across the realms at thousands of times light speed, and Ichigo reacted to attacks.
Yo, Death Battle just be making shit up.
So Ichigo take thousands of times light speed, and Ichigo reacted to attacks from Soul King Yhwach.
Did Soul King Yhwach ever send out a shockwave that was that powerful? Yo, I swear, Death Battle does that. I really would like to sit down, look through all of Death Battle, and actually make a video describing Death Battle's scaling meta. How they go about it. I would love to try and figure out the theory behind Death Battle's scaling meta. I think that would be an actual interesting video to work on.
That utilize the same power. So, Ichigo takes speed. But Yusuke's fought plenty of foes faster and more varied than him, so it's extremely important to examine their tactics and ability to adapt mid-fight.
This is kind of both their thing.
Popular one wins, right? Popular one wins? What do you mean?
Ichigo has styled on guys with centuries of training and has over a decade of experience as a Shinigami. He's pretty good at figuring out new weapons and styles.
Meanwhile, Yusuke...
Perceiving what? Perceiving what attack? Does perceiving that scale to combat speed? Perceiving what exactly? I don't know if the popular one wins. I don't know about that. I guess. I would... probably. I hear more about Bleach than I ever do about Yu Yu Hakusho, so probably. Obito beating Vader? No, I think they had Vader beat Obito.
Yusuke was flexible and quick to adapt, mixing cleverness with exceptional hand-to-hand. He's good enough to match Kabano, who mastered every martial art. Ichigo's decent at hand-to-hand, but it's not his go-to in the same way.
So both had their strong suits, with advantages on each side. It's fair to call this one a draw.
Leaving only the biggest winning factor, which could have superseded all other advantages: power.
Between Sensui, Genkai, and Enma, Yusuke could definitely destroy the planet. Examining his sky-splitting clash with Yomi and measuring in scale, that's about 4 quadrillion megatons of TNT, which is crazy.
Similarly, mid-series Ichigo could shake Hueco Mundo, tear through hell, and block attacks that could destroy the Soul Society. But at his peak, he beat Yhwach, who could destroy several realms, which is far more impressive than just one.
To be fair, Yusuke also beat Yakumo, who could threaten 2 realms at the same time, pretty close to Yhwach's threatening 3.
And Yusuke far surpassed Yakumo afterward. The gap between him and Sensui alone was 10 times. So there could be an argument for Yusuke's power surpassing Ichigo if 3 realms was truly Ichigo's limit.
Fortunately for Ichigo, it's not. Yhwach was also going to destroy the Garganta, which has at least 29 pocket dimensions.
Ichigo still exceeds Yusuke in most conservative interpretations. 29 pocket dimensions? How big are those pocket dimensions?
Cited, each containing at least a planet and star, much larger than Yusuke's.
Hisagi earned held back as he continued to run. Finally, he discovered an unartificial star light breaking through, and he used the Shumpo to run at it once.
Planet-sized worlds. Plus, Ichigo matched Yhwach in true Shi.
Translate the combat speed? I don't know. Ask Death Battle. Really feels like appeasement because they have accepted that every bad Bleach argument. I'm not watching some random Gojo versus thing. I'm not watching some random just thing. I mostly watch it just for the scaling. I'm not watching some random fan-made animation. I don't care for fan-made animations. They're not that interesting to me. Alright. I'm over that. Wait, what the fuck is this? What did I click on? Oh, that. Yeah, I was checking that out. 1 second. Let's go back here. Okay. Okay. Big update coming soon. Big update coming soon. Anyway. Chunin, Exam, Team 7 versus Goodwill, Yuji, Nobara, Megumi. You'll disagree a lot, but it'll be fun. But I don't just want to watch a fan-made animation. I don't care to just... I don't really watch... Hey, Hengoku, thank you so much. Could you react to Soul Crush as the problem no one wants to admit? Abstract section, if you got time. Sure. I mean, I wasn't going to watch anything else, but fuck it, right? I'm not going to also let a donation go like that. I don't usually... I would rather you guys just send me video recommendations I could watch later, but if it's monetized, I'll watch it just because I feel I'm actually more inclined to. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Hengoku, by the way? Is a problem. My issue just with, like, for example, with Death Battle, the reason why I'm watching is for the scaling. If it's just to watch, like, a fan-made animation, I don't know if I really care, per se. Sure. Also, before we watch this, yo, so far, how do you think... so far, who do you think is gonna win? What do you mean, in terms of, like, what? Naruto versus Luffy, Batman? Are you defining it? You talking about, like, Goku versus... Not Goku. Naruto versus Luffy? Also, as Esther, mentioned before, that, you know, they miss streams like this. I have been thinking about maybe, like, trying to switch up my content just a little bit. I do need to work on the video on the side, as I mentioned before, especially for Naruto versus Luffy. I've already started writing the script. I'll probably spend parts of my evenings. The parts that are red are also part of the script. As I mentioned before, I'll get you in a second then, Batman, if you could just give me 1 second. I do want to, well, now that I have family back here, and I don't have to, like, necessarily, like, take care of as many things on my own, I'm going to try and throw in one more stream a week. Hopefully, I can do, like, Mondays again. Usually my Mondays are my, adulting, get everything you need to get done days. I am going to try to consider maybe leaving a day within the week, maybe on Fridays and stuff like that, depending on what it is that I'm doing or what it is that I have to take care of. I'm going to work on the script. I'm going to try to, like, allocate my time better so I can get you guys the video as soon as possible. There are some things that came into my attention yesterday, by the way, that there were some things that came into my attention yesterday that specifically might end up messing with the timeline of the video, because I just did not know at the fucking time. I just got this information yesterday. But anyway, I don't know, man. I'll try to get through the research for One Piece as quickly as possible. We'll try to watch this as soon as we can. And then, yeah, I'll try to get through this video as quickly as possible. Because a part of me also realized that like it's not entertaining for you guys if like every single stream is just Naruto versus Luffy, Naruto versus Luffy. Let's just talk about One Piece, and then we like get diverted to other crap. I think that's why I get diverted so quickly because you know I'm on this shit. But I'm also like losing interest from being stuck on the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. But anyway, so yeah. I'm gonna try to like have at least some varied up streams, maybe bring up some like different stream topics so that isn't just Naruto versus Luffy. As much as I would like to like work on it, I'll probably do a little bit every fucking stream, but I'll try to like also add some stuff at least one stream a week. I'll try to like do extra stuff, maybe react to videos, talk with you guys about specific topics, so on and so forth. We should focus on the video work, but that's up to you. Yeah, I'm gonna focus well, today is Monday. Usually I don't work Monday, so I'm fine with like reacting to some stuff real quick. Can I make a video recommendation? If you want to, and as long as it's not too long, because this is 18 minutes long, I might just not even get work to. If anything, I'll just write today. I'll just write the script today later. But yeah, I do want to get some work done today. I just don't know if I'm gonna have like the time for it. Can you watch Chozo versus Jogo as a mismatch? The link in the videos in the Discord. I'll type it in here and you just let me know which one. Chozo versus Jogo is a mismatch. That's my blood. I think a lot of people are here because you as a person are entertaining, but yeah, making the streams more diverse is a good idea. Yo, by the way, I was in a forum yesterday, right? I was in a forum like yesterday. I just gotta tell you guys this real fucking quick. I was in a forum a couple days ago, and I saw a comment. I saw somebody like make a comment about a specific versus battle regarding JJK, and some dude, and I was just reading through the comments or whatever, right? And some dude, and one of the comments specifically like gave an opinion that I was like, I could agree with this. And some dude commented, "You definitely watch Eon." I was like, no fuck. I had to screenshot that shit. I was like, yo, there is no fucking way. Somebody is out here saying, some random dude on the internet is telling some other dude, yo, you definitely they watch my content. That is so fucking funny. That's so dude, I was in tears, man. I was in tears. That shit, one of my boys said, bro, swear to God that wasn't you. I was like, bro. Dude, I love that. Do you like when other creators react to your content? I don't mind it. I'll check it out. It was just like one of those moments where I'm like, yo, that's crazy to me. I didn't think I'd ever get to the point where like somebody would just be like, oh, you definitely watch this person's content. What was he arguing? I think it was something along the likes of like, fuck. It was something that had to do with like JJK, I think. I don't remember exactly. I was so taken aback. I don't remember what the fuck it was. It was definitely something regarding JJK. I don't know if it definitely wasn't Modulo. I think it was like Yuta and Maharaga. I think it was something like along the lines of like Yuta and Maharaga, because the dude was basically saying something along the lines of like that just like Yuta doesn't really have anything that actually one-shots Maharaga, and because Jacob Ladder, because of something that I was also looking throughout the comment section, that people think that Jacob's Ladder like eradicates Shikigami. It doesn't eradicate Shikigami. It eradicates specifically curses and cursed objects. Maharaga doesn't necessarily fall under that category, but whatever. I just thought it was funny. I found it because of the video to your Kate versus Kaido. Of a video reaction? Kage versus Kaido. I probably seen one of those reactions. You don't realize your personality is taking you places. Probably. I just hope. I don't know, man. It was just kind of jarring. I don't know. It was just really funny. It wasn't on that topic. I might have made this comment before, but it was a long time ago. Yuta doesn't. Yeah, Yuta doesn't really have anything that one-shots Maharaga, and every other one of his abilities doesn't really do it. But yeah, Batman, I do like when people react to my stuff. Do you know a guy named Malik? No, maybe. I'll pull up his channel right afterwards. Also, for Naruto versus Luffy, I got Luffy beating almost every round. There's been, like, I really can't think of a round, especially a comparison between Naruto and Luffy, unless I shoot up Naruto to, like, KCM2 and I have him fight, like, pre-time skip, even, like, pre-time skip Luffy versus, KCM2 Naruto is kind of a... like, there's a discussion to be had, even if you feel like Naruto should win that. Malik is who got me into Eon. I'll check out Malik after the Gojo versus thing. It's probably a conversation about feats. Probably.
How was everyone doing today? This topic is going to ruffle some feathers and have a lot of people mad at me, but I'm only saying what I'm saying because I believe it to be true. And
Okay.
hopefully, after I explain my position on this, you can understand where I'm coming from. When it comes to Bleach's Soul Crush, it's a topic almost everyone avoids talking about.
Yep.
Why? Because to be quite honest with you guys, most verses just don't have a good answer to it. It's
Sure.
seen as the unspoken ability that we omit just to move the conversation forward. And I'm fine with that. In fact, I don't plan to change it. But it's time we acknowledge why Soul Crush is as OP as it is and its cross-verse implications. So without further ado, let's get into the video. I'm your host Abstract, and this is the Abstract section. Let's get started. The reason why Soul Crush would work on anybody cross-verse is because your physical capabilities are irrelevant to your spiritual defenses. In case you didn't know, attacking with Reiatsu is one of the most potent forms of durability negation, as it can bypass at least 2 tiers.
What would you say to the biggest deciding factor in Naruto versus Luffy? I've said it before, I'll say it again, it's speed. It always comes down to speed. It will always come down to speed. He got me mad on the Naruto. He reacted to your content. He's a diehard Naruto fan. He got me mad on the Naruto. I'll check out his thing later. I'll check out his thing. Just type in, specifically type in my handle, and then just put the videos up, and I'll look through them. That makes it easier for me to keep track of them. Just make sure to @ me. It's just speed. It's just speed, and the fact that like Naruto doesn't have a chakra network in his heart, as far as I can prove. Yeah.
We understand all humans have physical bodies, and beyond their physical bodies lay their spiritual bodies, or konpaku. What Reiatsu does is completely ignore the first layer and begins attacking the spiritual body or soul of the opponent. So it's not enough just to be physically strong. It's about the power of one's spirit body.
Let me see something. Not this. One see. Oh, what the fuck? Let that keep playing. Sorry about that.
Or soul, depending on how the series chooses to represent them. So what I'm saying is, when a powerful spiritual being exerts their Reiatsu, it doesn't matter if you're planetary or street level. If your own soul or spirit body isn't strong enough to withstand the spiritual pressure that you're being subjected to, you can outright be killed. It's best to think of your physical body and spiritual self as 2 separate entities and having 2 separate stats. Take Aizen and Gin's walk through Karakura Town, for example. Aizen notes that it's the spiritual bodies of humans that can't withstand his Reiatsu. This completely disregards any physical trait or characteristic that they might have. Muscles don't matter, bone density is irrelevant, etc., etc. But when it gets close to all of Ichigo's friends who have awakened spiritual power, although they're winded by his Reiatsu, none of them are killed. This means their spiritual bodies are strong enough to not immediately die in his presence. And we'll see this phenomenon of spiritual defenses extends to spiritual attacks as well. When Ulquiorra and Yami arrive in Karakura Town, Yami sucks out the souls of citizens from miles away. Pretty much every single human that was in the area.
Yeah, 1 second. 1 second. Yeah, he's bringing this up specifically. I just wanna. I'm gonna keep letting him
Had
talk.
their soul forcibly removed from not only their physical bodies but from their spiritual bodies. Every single human except for one, Tatsuki. Tatsuki survived Yami's Gonzui despite being extremely close to him when he launched it. She then survived his non-flexing spiritual pressure long enough for Chad and Oda made it safer. Now, most people look at this feat and say, "Oh look, Tatsuki survived it and she's fine."
Yeah. Malik is also the one who got me to watch you. Nice.
Okay, this type of thinking just goes to highlight how misinformed people are about Bleach as a whole, and more specifically Reiatsu. Tatsuki has awakened spiritual power, which gives her an innate resistance to spiritual attacks. So saying just because Tatsuki did that, specifically Reiatsu, Tatsuki has awakened spiritual power, which gives her an innate resistance to spiritual
She has awakened spiritual power, okay?
attacks. So saying just because
Would you ever debate people on TikTok? I don't debate, Batman. There's no point in debating. Debating is really just about how you can catch someone in some gotcha bullshit. It's never about, like, really trying just to have a conversation. At the end of the day, they can debate all they want. Somebody could say they won the debate. They won't change my mind just because it's all about interpretation. You can get any character to any level of power if you just choose to interpret things a certain way. So debate is really just about who has a more structurally sound argument. And the thing I hate about debates is that it usually comes down to... a lot of debates usually come down to some pedantic... some pedantic back and forth about how things should be defined. About how things should be objectively defined, even though, you know, it only really works for, like, their specific definition. Does chakra count as spiritual powers? People say that chakra is spiritual and mental energy. Haki is legitimately stated to be the ability to sense another person's spiritual energy. Yeah. I don't know, man. I would say that, yeah, I mean, other characters would also likely fall into the pretense. Let me see. I need a tissue. I need some napkins. Like I think my allergies are acting up today. 1 second. Do I have anything here? Yeah, I have one. Sweet. Yeah. It's never really about having a conversation. Facebook the groups debating is way worse. You think so? You think it's way worse than that? That's what I'm saying. Like, there's an argument to be made that you can legitimately just argue that if a verse comes from if a verse has specific statements that imply that their capabilities also have something to do with, like, let's say having stronger spiritual forces or whatever, they can also just straight up block out spiritual pressure since it specifies spirit. Like, Tatsuki having an awakened spirit doesn't really make an argument for me, only because, like, in other verses, it's just the same description of, like, what other verses already do.
Tatsuki did that.
I debated someone who said that I had to prove that light in One Piece moves at light speed. It's called light. What else do you need?
Means Sakura or Nami Ken is completely incorrect. In Bleach, spiritual bodies can actually get stronger and grow more powerful by training, being around other awakened individuals, or by having closer life-death situations. Topspeed has checked off.
So does hockey. So does hockey. Literally, so does hockey. Repeat that.
Can actually get stronger and grow more powerful by training, being around other awakened individuals, or by having closer life-death situations.
Maybe not being around other awakened individuals, but definitely training and being in life and death situation.
Topspeed has checked off 2 of these boxes repeatedly. But hold up, Abstract. Luffy and Naruto are always in life or death situations. Yes, and guess what?
No, I don't think Kaido can beat Mahoraga. If you're saying he's already adapted, James, there's no then Mahoraga just keeps attacking Kaido until Kaido eventually wears out. Even if you want to say that like that Mahoraga can't like, I mean, if it's saying that Mahoraga's already adapted to his very existence, he would probably find a way to out-hex Kaido at that point. Probably some kind of like slash. What does it even mean to adapt to someone's very existence? That's actually like probably one of the. That's probably like the peak of my main protagonists in my story. They adapting to very existence just means that like nothing you can do will interact with them specifically.
Spiritual bodies getting stronger. The rules in Bleach are not the rules in Naruto, are not the rules in One Piece, are not the rules in JJK. I wouldn't expect the Soul Reaper to use observation haki any more than I expect the perfect Shinchuriki to perform holification.
Of course.
So, how exactly would this work in a cross-verse setting? Is everyone a Soul Crush victim? What are its rules and limitations? Well, it starts with the most basic ability of pretty much any spiritually aware individual, and that is being able to see and interact with spiritual phenomena somewhat naturally. Now, language and semantics are going to play a big part here, but to make it as simple as possible, if you can see and interact with spiritual beings naturally, and we'll get into why that's important, I believe you would meet the bare minimum requirements to resist attacks of spiritual pressure. The reason I have this as a standard is because this is the most basic thing in Bleach that would indicate you have even the tiniest amount of spiritual awareness, and being spiritually aware directly ties into your spiritual defenses. But does this automatically rule out any verse that can't see spirits? No, and we'll get to why that is later. Now, why must this be a natural thing, you ask? Well, any unnatural...
You think Daruburu is going to win against Mahoraga? Probably through some bullshit. He pulled out a domain expansion for the first time.
Let's go over a few examples using Naruto. In Naruto, spiritual phenomena is mainly experienced via ninjutsu, but I'll first cover the non-jutsu related ones. I'm aware of Jigen's spirit talking with Code after his death, and Shikamaru appearing to give Asuma a smoke after his death. But both of these instances can be explained and also have holes. Number one, no one saw Jigen's spirit leave.
Well, it's not just the Ultimate Not Us series. There's gonna like the series is actually very long. My girlfriend, I actually tried to explain it to my girlfriend, and I only got up to like, I guess you could say book 6, like volume 6. I only got up to like volume 6 when I was explaining to her my whole story. I would say there's probably like 20 volumes so far. It's a very long story, and they don't get to that point until like very deep into the series. Look, can Luffy crush Naruto's soul with his Conqueror's Haki or not? I don't know. That it doesn't work that way. I wouldn't say so.
When he was killed, and this isn't the first time you've seen an Otsutsuki do some meddling after death. After Momo was killed, he was able to manifest and implant karma on Boruto, so this could very well be an alien exclusive ability. Number 2, Shikamaru getting revenge for Asuma was meant to be a heartfelt, touching moment, and it's honestly debatable if he could even perceive Asuma at that time. Lastly, Asuma died right in front of his students, and no one saw his spirit leave his body. Now back to the third party and condition-based methods. The times when ninja consistently see and interact with spirits is when performing very specific techniques. In fact, you can count on one hand the number of techniques that exist that allow one to perceive or interact with spirits. We got the Reaper Death Seal, Edo Tensei, the Rinnegan's Human Path, Dankato's Spirit Transformation Jutsu, and technically the Totsuka Blade. These use cases demonstrate that interaction with spiritual phenomena is condition-based. The only time we see Naruto characters interacting with spirits is when some kind of jutsu has already made that possible. But if they were to be put into the Bleach world, they would not be able to see the Ghost Girl from Chapter 1, much less Shinigami or Hollows. If you were to throw them into Yu Yu Hakusho, they couldn't perceive Botan unless you wanted them to. For whatever reason, spirits become obviously visible when chakra is involved. And this isn't to make the case that Naruto or Luffy can't fight Ichigo because they can't see him. This is about the power of their spirit bodies, as that's what would be attacked if confronted by spiritual pressure. And I can already see you typing your arguments, but chakra's spiritual energy, so shouldn't that be able to stop spiritual pressure? Understand this. In Naruto, they may use spiritual energy in tandem with physical energy. However, this does not make...
I could probably say so. I could probably say so. I could definitely see that. Domain amplification, yeah. Dabura is showing clear feats to be someone who... They use very similar words to mine? Maybe. I don't know. I usually don't like commenting.
Make them spiritually aware. If they were spiritually aware, seeing and interacting with spirits would be a basic thing to, if not all ninja, the most skilled at the very least. But the only time where everyone can see spirits is when someone is doing something ninjutsu based. Literally just think of all the times a character died on screen in Naruto, and no soul was seen by a single soul. We have Asuma's death, Dankato's death, Haku's death, Zabuza's, Kasami's, pretty much all of the Akatsuki, the third Hokage's, etc., etc. The list goes on. Now, compare that to the 5 jutsu I mentioned, and you'll see spiritual interaction Akatsuki, that a single soul is when someone is interacting with spirits would be a basic thing to, if not all ninja, the most skilled at the very least. But the only time where everyone can see spirits is when someone is doing something ninjutsu based. Literally just think of all the times a character died on screen in Naruto, and no soul was seen by a single.
Remember when Tsunade's ex-boyfriend guy thing? I'm a much better power scaler than the bums on Facebook. Oh, I appreciate that, Peter. Thank you. It's the jutsu that Tsunade's ex-fiance, boyfriend, dead guy did to like save her from Madara's attack when she basically fell unconscious. You can like take over another person's body. The One Piece planet is likely larger than 10 times.
Now, compare that to the 5 jutsu I mentioned, and you'll see spiritual interaction is circumstantial or situational at best. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, well, Naruto characters have a lot of chakra. Wouldn't that help against spiritual attacks? Well, let's go over the evidence. Starting with the Reaper Death Seal, it's portrayed as a tug-of-war, with the Reaper using the strength available from the caster to pull out the target's soul. But when we look at Minato versus the Nine Tails, Minato only took half of the Nine Tails. Not because the Fox was resisting or fighting back, but because to him, it would be physically impossible to seal the entirety of Nine Tails' power, as well as wanting to leave the rest of Kurama's power in Naruto. So from this, we understand 2 things. Number 1, having more chakra doesn't necessarily make you more resistant to spiritual attacks, just harder to completely seal because of the amount of power that one would be trying to seal. Number 2, the appearance of a tug-of-war is only due to how the technique is portrayed, but nothing indicates that the Fox could oppose Minato despite having more chakra. Think about it like taking candy from a baby. The task itself isn't the problem.
Batman, I would be honest with you in saying that, like, while TikTok in and of itself is a platform that, like, doesn't inherently... TikTok in and of itself doesn't inherently mean that, like, the information that you're going to get from there is going to be wrong, but there is, like, a big stereotype about power scaling in TikTok where, because of the limited amount of, I guess you could say... Because of the limited amount of, like, information that you can apply within a small TikTok, let's say, like, what, 3 minutes long, if you really want to go with that, you can't explain everything the way that you'd like to, so everything ends up being a lot... Everything ends up being a lot more,
Let's move on to the third Hokage. Throughout the battle with
how do I describe it?
Hiruzen is well past his prime. He himself states
A lot less comprehensive.
Guard says the amount of chakra Hiruzen once possessed has declined since his youth, even though Orochimaru tells him his breath is getting ragged and continuously taunts him about how old he's got. So as he's fighting the other Edo Kage, he realizes he needs to seal their souls if he wishes to stop the Edo Tensei. So Hiruzen makes some shadow clones to perform the seal. By the way, we see here on page 122, Hiruzen says the Reaper can only be seen by the casting of this jutsu. This just further adds credibility towards them not being able to see spirits unless under certain circumstances. Now, we see Hiruzen has absolutely no issue taking the souls of the first and second Hokage with shadow clones no less, a technique that divides chakra. This in and of itself would implicate chakra amount providing resistance against spiritual attacks because there's no way a clone of Hiruzen would have more chakra than Tobirama or Hashirama, even as weak in Edos, but let's keep going. Sarutobi eventually gets his hands on
yeah,
Orochimaru
rip Discord.
technique. But at the same time, Orochimaru has his sword ready to launch into Sarutobi's back. They both launch their attacks, and we see Orochimaru's sword flying towards Hiruzen, and Hiruzen begin to successfully pull out Orochimaru's soul. So just like the other cases where their spiritual bodies are attacked, chakra amount or potency hasn't come into play yet. The question for this scenario, though, is why does Hiruzen struggle to take Orochimaru's soul completely? Well, the answer is quite obvious. He'd just been impaled through the back and now lacks the power to do so. He even says as much in chapter 136. So far, we haven't seen any reasons why having a disparity in chakra would affect the efficacy of a soul-based technique. Minato had less than the Nine Tails, Sarutobi's clones had less than his predecessors, and Sarutobi himself likely had less than Orochimaru given his age. Yet the technique worked all the same. Go back and read the chapter if you need to, but aside from Orochimaru causing Sarutobi physical pain, he was helpless to the technique and displayed no spiritual resistance whatsoever. Sarutobi failed to completely remove his soul because he lacked the strength to do so. This, however, is not a resistance feat for Orochimaru.
Do you think Tobirama and Hashirama CH Aura when they met? What's CH Aura? When they met Sasuke? What do you think about Tobirama and Hashirama CH? I don't know what you mean by that, man.
I shouldn't have to say that, but I've actually seen some people trying to make that claim. Let's move on to the Edo Tensei and prove how this shows
No, there's no devil fruit that just allows adaptation.
Naruto, they usually go right to the Pure Lands. They have no option to linger, they can't possess anyone, they can't really do much of anything aside from just pass on. And this is of course excluding the times when it's narrative-driven like Jiraiya touched
Oh, Conqueror's Hockey.
So, they're essentially bound to the Pure Lands.
Oh, you're talking about like that moment when they were like flexing. I mean, they were just flexing their chakra. Tobirama was ready to start the fuck up, and yeah, Hashirama kind of just flexed his aura a little bit harder, but they never really do that in Naruto. I guess whenever like characters are like standing still and they're just like releasing a bunch of power, I guess so. You think Luffy would go with Sasuke or let him go like Naruto? He would go where? Like, do you think that he would like... Okay, wait. I'm sorry. I'm thinking... Do you... I'm thinking like your question is, like, are you saying that like would he go with Sasuke to do what? Go with Sasuke on like a journey, or would he let him go like Naruto did, where like he let him run after him when he left? Oh, yeah, Luffy would probably go after Sasuke. Luffy would probably immediately go after Sasuke. Yeah, he would definitely go after Sasuke. I think so. Although not maybe this one's a bit different. It's less about. I think this one would be. No, he would definitely go after Sasuke. He would actually tell Sasuke, "Let me help you. I'm your friend. If you need to beat up your brother, I'll help you beat up your brother." I think that we'd actually probably go out of his way to do it.
Now, this wouldn't be a problem except for the fact that even in spiritual bodies, they have no control or autonomy over what happens to them. The victims of the Edo Tensei cannot reject being summoned forth.
Assuming they're
They
their
cannot
friends,
reject the
right?
Contract, even though a contract is a binding agreement between two or more parties, which essentially means they're being forced into a situation they didn't even agree to. And if all that wasn't bad enough, their actual soul personalities can be overtaken or turned off completely. So hold up. So as living, breathing humans, they have no spiritual resistance, and even when they have passed on and are now just spirits in the Pure Lands, they have no power as spirits. It's actually insane when you think about it. Like, I'm aware Hashirama was at least hard to control for Orochimaru, but he still had no choice in being summoned, nor was he aware of any contract that put him in Orochimaru's services. And I know you can rescind the Edo Tensei contract by performing the reverse of the hand signs, but you would have to be allowed to do that in the first place. At no point do the spirits have any say or resistance or power throughout this entire process. But let's go deeper. Nagato's Rinne rebirth. Pain elected to revive all the villagers he killed in Konoha. But did any of them have a choice or say in the matter, or just like the Edo Tensei, where they all forced into a contract with Nagato to where he can now just put them back in their bodies? You guys might think I'm poking fun at this, and I am a little bit, but I'm also absolutely serious. The spirits in Naruto haven't shown to have any spiritual power or resistances, even as spirits. What they've shown is that
How you doing,
living beings can
Lazarus?
manipulate
I'm a good
souls
man.
far better than they can themselves. Now we've reached a special point in the video where spiritual resistance.
Yeah, they did have to be nerfed.
Let's go over Nagato versus Naruto.
Also, the versions that he's talking about, Hashirama and Tobirama, wasn't a complete Edo Tensei yet.
By step. Here's exactly what occurs. Nagato activates the human path and latches onto Naruto's soul. The technique connects and he begins pulling immediately. Kabuto, controlling Nagato, intentionally does not finish the extraction because he wants Naruto's soul stored in the King of Hell for later use. While the soul is already being pulled out, Naruto manifests chakra arms.
I am,
grabs his own soul,
but I'm only
and
looking forward to the
and
Moro
then
stuff. I don't really care about the other
extraction is
stuff.
progressing and draining him. B intervenes, forcing Nagato to momentarily.
I just want to see the Moro arc at this point. I'm tired of waiting.
B shouts, "It's just like the time you did a tug of war with the Ninetales," and Naruto continues holding on with his chakra arms for dear life. But before his soul is completely removed, Itachi uses his Susanoo to separate the three of them. Now, what does this sequence objectively tell us? Number one, even while in KCM form, Naruto does not have any innate resistances to soul manipulation. Number two, Naruto is only able to slow the process using chakra arms, not to stop or block it. Number three, this interaction has never been replicated by any other character in the verse, but relies entirely on Naruto's unique access to Kurama. Taking what he did and saying, "Oh, I guess since Naruto can do this, all ninja can," or even just Sasuke can do this, would be the height of foolishness. The major difference with Naruto is that he could interact with his soul using chakra, but only after another jutsu made that possible. No one's going to sit here and claim that when Naruto punches you with a Kurama hand, that is also interacting with your soul. Again, we know this is only possible because of
This I do agree with.
Let's cover the last two and wrap up Naruto. When we look at Don Kato's jutsu, the data book straight up tells us that as a ghost, he can possess people and cause their souls to collapse from the inside. And based on the fact that no other soul-based technique was resisted, I have no reason to believe any ordinary shinobi could stop this one. Additionally, it says Don is a ghost without substance, and because of this, he can't be harmed. In fact, it's very similar to Taiyuya's chakra-eating monsters. But what this would also mean is that his spiritual body can't interact with the physical world, which tells me that their stats do not transfer from their physical body to their spirit body. Meaning, even if I tried arguing their spirits could be powerful within Bleach, they would be no stronger than any ordinary plus. Lastly, the Totsuka blade is
It stated that he can destroy the world if he uses that jutsu recklessly. We still don't know what exactly that means in the sense that, like, if Boruto taking like actual energy from like the Earth's gravitational pull, etc. Sorry, it's rotational speed, so on and so forth. It's a little weird.
Then, during his fight with Edo Nagato, he's able to stab him one time and seal his soul away. Again, he didn't, or rather couldn't fight it, resist it, or do anything to stop it. Nagato had no choice but to be sealed by the spiritual attack. So I hope I've painted the picture clear enough for Naruto. They don't meet any qualifications to resist spiritual pressure in the slightest. Let me reiterate, this has nothing to do with how hard you punch, how much AP or DC you can do, or your durability. All spiritual attacks care about is the strength of your spirit body or any solid resistances your spirit body has shown. At every turning corner, in Naruto at least, we see this.
Yeah, discussing Soul's Crossverse is annoying.
Attack and show no signs of defense, and overall an inability to act independently or autonomously. I've shown chakra potency or amount doesn't matter when attacking your spirits, and I've proven interaction with spiritual phenomena is circumstantial or situational at best. So what does this mean? It means that Tatsuki, no matter how weak you think she is, could resist techniques like the Reaper Death Seal or Nagato's Soul Steal. This isn't to say they could never work on her, but when the initial step of pulling her spirit or soul from her body happens, they would feel an actual force either pulling back or stopping them. And that would be her spiritual power automatically kicking in to save her like it did when Yami performed his Gonzui. On the flip side, if Yami did Gonzui right in front of Naruto, his soul would immediately start to come out and he'd have to enter
I guess.
to stop it from leaving.
I can see the logic behind
Tatsuki
it.
has shown resistance and Naruto has shown resisting. If you don't understand the difference between these two things, then this video might be too much for you. Moving on to our favorite Straw Hat Pirate, in this discussion, One Piece is in the same boat as Naruto as they can really only see and interact with spirits via a devil fruit. This would of course mean it's not a power that they can develop, much less an innate or inherent ability of the series. The narrative times that we do get to see spirits in One Piece are when we see the spirit of the Going Merry fixing the ship, and when Lao Ji is on Dressrosa, we see his spirit ascend. But Lao Ji's was more so for comedic effect, and the Marys was more of a one-off. Point being, they see and interact with souls much like how Naruto characters do. The only difference is their interactions are devil fruit based and not chakra based. But what about Haki? Would willpower serve as a sufficient substitute to spiritual pressure? I mean,
Do you already get paid money from ads? Yeah, technically I do get paid money from ads.
We still don't know exactly what Haki is. Yes, it can be softly.
I'm gonna put up a thing. Do you guys think this is a good argument? I'm just gonna put up a thing. I think he's actually making a very good argument. I think he's making a very good argument. But this is why I also hate the soul hacks thing, the soul crush hacks thing, because it's like the argument. I've always felt like the soul crush thing has always been like an argument that like if you can argue it well enough to the point where like it is something that you have to consider for Bleach fights, then it just means that any verse loses against Bleach if they don't have soul resistance hacks or whatever. But it's like at that point, what's the fucking point of having a versus battle? You know what I mean? It's just like it's an easy win every single time because of that. Do you agree with the video. Brook out soul hacks his Bleach for real? Maybe.
Described as the power of one's will, but after that, where does it go? Is it the will of one's spirit or soul expressed externally, or is it more of an abstract thing that's linked to confidence, perseverance, and intangible concepts? If it is the case that Haki is the will...
I mean, that saying that Lao Ji was a gag moment, thus they can't actually see souls as a weak argument. I mean, you gotta look at the context of it as well, right? Like, did they see the soul literally? Yes. Is it also a moment that could be perceived as simply a gag and a one-off thing? Also, yes. Both can be true. You know what I mean? Both are allowed to be true at the same time. It could be a gag, and it could also have happened regardless of what you want to say, right? I think both can be true. Would you say that soul damage would work in a verse where souls are never mentioned or shown? That's a bit more iffy. That's a bit more iffy, because at that point it's like trying to say, I guess... would Devil Fruit powers, not even Devil Fruit damage, let me think. I don't know, that's such a weird question. I don't know if I really have an answer for that, Aster. I don't know. I legitimately just don't know. What is your favorite JJK character aside from Sukuna, Eon? I like Yuji, and, I like Todo, I like Nobara. Oh my god, he likes Nobara? Yeah, I like Nobara a lot. I like Panda. I really like Panda, I like Yuta. I don't really have, like, a second favorite. I don't know. I got maybe, like, Yuji or Todo. Maybe. Either one of them. I like them both. Or Gojo. I really love Gojo. They're just fun characters. I just like the fact that they're all fun. I also like Yuka. I like Yuka a lot. I like Yuka and I like Maru as well. Technically, souls don't exist in a verse. Don't have to exist in a verse. I guess. You could maybe say that. Is a shitty-ass character. Fuck Nobara. She deserved to get shot. Damn. You're so hateful, Six.
Spirit or soul, then they have a great argument for resisting spiritual pressure. But sadly, I haven't seen anything in One Piece that would suggest this just yet. If it's the latter and it's based off of your spirit, then this would do nothing for their souls or spiritual bodies, meaning they're just as defenseless as Naruto characters when it comes to attack. Rest externally, or is it more of an abstract thing that's linked to confidence, perseverance, and intangible concepts? If it is the case that Haki is the willpower of the spirit or soul, then they have a great argument for resisting spiritual pressure.
I don't agree with Haki being soul, but it says that it's the ability to sense spiritual energy, which means that they would know where the hell Bleach characters would be. And, yeah.
But sadly, I haven't seen anything in One Piece that was...
Hateful, but my hate is balanced out by my glaze. It's yin and yang or some shit. Yeah, I guess. Well, no, yin and yang is the good inside of evil, that there's good inside of evil and there's evil inside of good. It's supposed to show that there is a balance between all forces in the universe, I guess, but yeah. Do you like Usopp, by the way? I like Usopp. I think he's a good character. I really do think.
For your spirit, then this would do nothing for their souls or spiritual bodies, meaning they're just as defenseless as Naruto characters when it comes to attacks of spiritual pressure. Now, I mentioned earlier that not being able to see spirits doesn't automatically disqualify you from resisting spiritual pressure. So what other verifiable metrics can we use to determine if someone is eligible? Well, if we're not going to be going the spiritually aware route, how about feats of resisting soul-based attacks or manipulation? Take Escanor from Seven Deadly Sins when he fought against...
Is Eon going woke? I've always liked Nobara as a character. I liked her design, but more so, I just like the fact that, like, I don't know, Nobara is, like, equal parts bitchy, but also, here's the thing, I like a character that, like, is somewhat not self-aware of, like, the way that they act, but also does it in a way that it's, like, comedically funny, right? Like, she has, like, a very high opinion of herself, but at the same time, she also knows when to goof off and also be, like, you know, like one of the bros. Nobara has, like, a perfect mix where I'm, like, I like the character. Wait, what's this for? The 12th? 12th is what day? 10, 11, 12, Thursday. I'm not doing these. No, I'm not doing this. Yeah. I like Nobara.
Yes, it's true his soul was removed from his body, but the soul itself...
How do I feel about the whole Brook blocking Emu stuff? I mean, he blocked it. And, right? Is Emu as powerful as he's meant to be in Endgame? Is Emu only showing a portion of his power? There's still a lot of questions to be asked. I don't know. Also, he had a shield up. You know, he blocked an attack with a shield. That doesn't mean he blocked one attack with a shield, right? Like, I don't know if it necessarily means that, like, you know... Brook is just supposed to get, like, one shot and the shield's supposed to shatter and he's supposed to get sent flying. Like, if Kaido hit Brook with the shield, I would say that Brook would likely get sent flying, but that's just because of, like, Kaido's a fucking massive dude. Emu kind of just took over Gunko and then just attacked him with, like, a spear. A spear, I don't know, man. I don't really care. I genuinely don't really care that Brook did that. Like, it doesn't really affect me at all. I don't really think about it too hard. I just think, you know what? I will continue to see how this plays out, and I will later make an opinion depending as how the arcs continue to flesh themselves out. Because there's also just an argument to be made that while, and I have no evidence to suggest this so far, but we also know very little about Emu as well. What if Emu is only able to replicate, Emu's only able to use, let's say, Gunko's physical force while he's in her body. You know what I mean? Like when Emu got out of Dory and Broggy, they stabbed Broggy in the hand with like a special made blade, and then they shot him with a shotgun that they got out of a book. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think Emu's necessarily a physical fighter. We've seen a bunch of different times, like Croc was doing throughout Marineford. That's what I'm saying. It's like not everything has to be like an instant upscale. You know what I mean? It's just like, well, the character did it. Cool.
More powerful than the person attempting to
Well, Yuji explosions in Medulo. I want to kind of see where Medulo continues to go, because if we have like, how many chapters left? We have like 9 chapters left for Medulo. How many chapters? We have like 8 chapters left for Medulo, right? No, 9 chapters. 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Yeah, we have like 9 chapters left. Yeah.
while at the same time stopping her from doing so.
Hey, what's up, Al?
Had to put Escanor's soul back into his body. Another example is Hinata versus Rimuru. During their battle, Rimuru demonstrated that his soul body or spiritual body can withstand spiritual attacks of a certain level, and he can even get strong enough to resist them. Shows like Yu Yu Hakusho should go without saying. Individuals like Kuwabara or Genkai can see spirits and thus already qualify under Bleach's rules of awakened spiritual energy.
Ever make videos reacting to other content creators or reacting to fights? I would probably throw it in. They want to make a short series, Peter.
Concrete feats of a strong soul or spirit, at least in my book, would qualify you to resist Rayata.
I don't know if I would actually like to make like reaction videos to other people's stuff. I don't know. It's not really my thing. Like I'll react to it on stream, but I don't know if I want to make a whole thing about it, because a lot of the times it also might create some drama and shit like that between you and the other person, and I'm not here for drama. It's kind of like I just like let the noodle stuff and the SB the Sage stuff just kind of just go. I'm just like, I'm not here to like. If I'm gonna make my channel grow, I want it to grow, or I want people to see me because, you know, my content, right? If somebody else cuts to my channel because they watch somebody else react to me, that's fine. But I don't want people to just find out about me because I'm, you know, having a beef with some other fucking content creator. I have no enemies.
But what about shows
They know that Yuji destroyed a bunch of curses, which released dust upon release. The explosions look cool, but with the dust from the destroyed curses and not buildings. Yeah, it could be dust from destroyed curses. Like that Yuji's casual dismantle was on the level of Gojo's maximum purple, and his Giga is kind of crazy. I don't know if it's on the same level, but sure. You're right, Brook watching the Getsuga Tensho best off of him without his shield, and he looks confused. That's what I'm saying. I mean, do they think it's an actual explosion or just cursed spirit dust? I don't really care. Like, I really do mean this when I say, guys, I genuinely don't know how else to put it when I say, when I read through a manga, in almost every single case, I'm talking about 99% of the time, I'm not thinking about the scaling, I'm just enjoying it. I just thought this shit looked cool. All those curses back here making these giant fucking amounts of like, there's like massive wall of curses. I just think it looks cool. If I had to be honest with you, I just think it looks cool. I don't really care. I'm not thinking about the scaling. I'm not thinking about how the characters are moving. I really don't think about those things. I just think, man, this is awesome. Based on calcs, it is 50 times Sukuna's Fuga. Yeah. Rimuru is probably the best written, extremely overpowered character. Probably. What's my favorite anime? One Piece. One Piece, then JJK, and then Blue Lock. All subject to change, by the way. All subject to change.
Shown to have any spiritual connections whatsoever. It's best just to leave those alone until they show us exactly what they're working with, but I hope these were good enough examples to delineate verses that I believe could resist Ryatsu-based attacks versus ones that haven't shown they can, or worse, shown bad spiritual feats in general. So yeah, Ryatsu Crush is definitely a thing in Big 2025, and we won't forget to mention it in Big 2026.
I think it makes a good argument. I think this dude makes a good argument. Good shit on Abstract. Oh, it's Broken Ronin. Come on. All right, I'll check it out. To be fair, I shouldn't have that kind of reaction. I haven't seen Broken Ronin's content like that in like a hot minute. I remember actually I wanted to start making content just because I remember I watched one of his videos. I think it was like Katakuri versus like Sanji or whatever, and I was agreeing with like I agreed with him, like Sanji should beat like Katakuri in Wano, but it's like, I don't know, just his line of logic just did not make sense to me. Loves your content, by the way. He watches it all the time, especially the Bleach ones. I think he's good. I think he's really good. I definitely do like the editing style in the back. That's how you know. That's how you know motherfuckers got jobs and are able to pay for editors and stuff like that in addition to YouTube, because I can't afford that shit yet. My scaling brain is always on. I still enjoy the cool moments, but for what? But a part of me is like, holy upscale. I see that. I see that, Bob. I really do, and I understand where you're coming from. I was trying to like that. I was trying to be like that for a while, especially when I was like reading through like Bleach and Naruto. I think it was like, what was it, like last year when I was like reading through them and stuff like that. But it's like, I don't know. Even for like Blue Lock, I was thinking about that when I was watching through the entire, when I was reading through the entirety of like the Neo Egotist League. I know that like power scaling in a soccer anime is kind of weird, but I've been wanting to like to talk about it. It might even bring in new viewers, but just in general, like, I don't know, man. It's just like, I guess I get too much in my head about power scaling because I'm the type of guy that like when I like my brain is on full power scaling mode, when it's like on full understand, interpret, see this, compare to the narrative, so on and so forth. Like it just doesn't stop. I'm making constant counter arguments. I'm making arguments, counter arguments. I'm doing all of these things. Like I even like this weekend, I think my girlfriend pulled up like around like what was it, like Friday around like 5 or 6 p.m. And she saw me like stressed out because I was like right here like typing a video while cleaning up the house, while doing things. Like I was like talking on my phone and shit like that while like doing all this shit. And when I hopped out the shower, she looked at me, she was like, yo, you need to turn your brain off, dude. You need to like stop that shit. Cause I tend to like go down too big into like a rabbit hole whenever I'm like really thinking about power scaling. Sometimes, do you think he has hockey? Who? Brooke? Probably. I don't think so. Do you think Mihawk could plow Soul Society down to ashes? Yeah. Mihawk upscale type shit, yeah. I really don't think that the Bleachers is as strong as people really give credit for. I really don't think that it's as strong. I would give him like Planetary at best, and that's like to like Yuha, and Ichigo. Maybe Aizen. I feel like Naruto fans glaze their anime so hard because it's their childhood. That's the basic gist of it though, Batman. That's the basic gist of it though. It's a lot of the time for a lot of people, power scaling really just boils down to, have I seen this show? Yes, I'll give my opinion on who I think wins. A lot of people, especially if you look at like more like forums, Reddit posts, Facebook posts, Instagram posts, etc., 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 a lot of people just watch an anime once or twice. It's a big inspiration of them. They really love it, and they just have a hard time seeing other verses win because it's like they don't really have context for the other verses. And if they do, it's like just stuff that they've heard other people say, so it's like, what did it really matter? You don't play Shoujo a ton and blatantly ignore some feats. If you want to see my rant on it, look in Discord. I'll check it out. I'll ready up Discord so I can check it out. Brook Bear minimum has armament coat to coat the shield. Okay. Not gonna lie, Straw Hats don't have hockey agenda. Is kind of getting left in the dust. Brook has armament, Frankie has armament, Nami has armament with Zeus. I think he does the editing himself. He did a recent job. Oh, after he was like, oh, I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm happy that he got a new job. If he does the editing himself, I mean, shit, he's fucking fantastic. The editing was really good. The editing was really good. To be honest, I've been scaling for a hot minute. My brain is scaling rotted. That's fair, Bob. That's fair. I would also say, like, I would say, like, you know, yeah, it does get exhausting. At least for me, it does get exhausting. It does get exhausting. You guys, was Malik channel deleted? Why can't I find his videos? Oh, okay. Pretty sure Chopper has observation too. I don't know if Chopper has observation. I think it's more so animal instinct, but you can probably argue observation. Would you react to Elbaf on live? What do you mean Elbaf specifically? Damn, bro got shadow banned on YouTube. My brain is wired to power scale. When I see something I scale, and is the new Ichi the Witch chapter. I saw him reach somewhere in less than a second, and I calculated it. Cool.
Jujutsu Kaisen Season 3 in full
Drink
swing,
water.
and Shoso putting on
I need to get some water, actually. Yeah.
Naoya. I thought it'd be fun to pit him up against a former ally, the one disaster curse he had the most beef with, and a relic of Jujutsu Kaisen's former seasons, Jogo. In this video, I'll be going over both characters' strength, speed, durability, and hacks in order to determine who's stronger. And by the end of this video,
I don't know if I do react, it'll probably have to be not on stream, but maybe on like Discord. I would probably do it on Discord. I don't really watch anime when they come out. I usually wait to watch it with a friend. I gotta surpass the Discord server and debate skills one day. You can always have a debate live if you guys want. If you guys still want to do that whole like live debate thing, you can still do it on my channel. I don't mind judging for you guys. I don't mind just being the judge. I don't mind other people debating. I just personally don't have a value in debating myself. I just don't see a point in it. Jogo one-shots Shozo. Guys! You guys really think that guy wasn't making an argument? You guys really don't think Abstract was making a good argument? I think he was. I think he makes a good argument. I just don't like the idea of, like, basically basing the entirety of, like, Bleach scaling down to, like, well, do they soul crush? Yes or no? Do they have defenses for it? Like, I just don't, that's the only thing I don't like about it. It's like, I'm just not gonna count that in a fight. Like, if I'm gonna bring it up and I'm gonna be like, if you think Soul Crush works, then okay, sure, the fight's just one shot, doesn't matter then. But I don't know. There's just no point in having a fight then at that point if you're just gonna say like, well, the characters literally just lose because they don't have resistances to soul attacks. I just don't like it at that point. It's like, well, I mean, there's no point in a fight, right? It's like putting Chi-Chi versus Beerus. She's never gonna win. Let's see. Jogo. Jogo versus Chozo. Who you got? Chozo. Jogo. Let's do a preemptive poll for you guys, and let's just start it up.
Characters will be surprised by how this would play out, and just how competent both Choso and Jogo are in regards to their jujutsu.
One Piece need to show a bare minimum of resistance, and it's good. I guess.
Starting with Jogo's abilities, namely his destructive capabilities, show us that in this regard,
Chozo
he remains
does
one of
have
the
a
most
simple
lethal
domain.
characters in the entire story,
Does he?
even by its conclusion.
Maybe.
In Chapter 111, it stated that Jogo by far surpasses the likes of Dagon, a curse who was able to tear Nanami to shreds within its domain, and even tear off one of Naobito's limbs through its swarm of endless Shikigami. Keep in mind, Naobito and Nanami are saying that Jogo is levels above Dagon, despite seeing Dagon's domain and the full scope of his technique.
They didn't say levels. They said he's on another level.
Energy and base presence. This level of power is pretty consistent with Jogo's ability to essentially one-shot every sorcerer in the vicinity with his casual attacks, in comparison to how Dagon fared in his fight. In the past, people have used Maki and Nanami's survival of these heat blasts to downplay Jogo's overall strength, considering Nanami and Maki are rather weak in the grand scheme of things, but this largely doesn't take into account the context of Jogo's character and the scene that he takes place in. As a habitual human underestimator, it's more likely that Jogo looked down on every character present than it is that he was simply incapable of killing them at maximum output. This idea gets corroborated not only by Jogo going on to have far greater feats of strength under Ruya, but
Y'all are overrating Jogo the fuck out. You're all overrating the fuck out of Jogo on my life. Bare minimum, because I don't see how the karate girl has any good resistances with her amount of spirit power. That's what I'm saying. Like, Tatsuki is... Like, I'm sorry, but Tatsuki is just a regular chick with some spirit power that lets her see fucking ghosts, man. I don't know, dude. Like, okay, soul resistances, yeah, that doesn't mean that she's actually even remotely in the concept of a conversation against any of these dudes. Soul Crush didn't even work on Tatsuki and her friends, and Don Kanonji and the guys are there. Why would someone like Goku be Soul Crush? Because he doesn't have spiritual energy. Because it attacks directly a soul, and it doesn't, and the physical body doesn't matter, apparently. Give me 1 second, I'll go get some water. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta check something real quick. Let me just count these. Alright, I'm back. Okay, do you think Naruto with infinite chakra and all jutsus win against Luffy? That's one of those questions that legitimately I don't like answering, because it just brings up too many different factors that I don't think anybody could just answer on the moment. Like, I don't know, man. It's just one of those questions that, like, you legitimately... And probably Luffy, just because, like, he would still have the speed advantage regardless of how much Naruto can amp himself with all the different Naruto abilities, but, like... It's just too many factors to, like, really take care of my guy. And besides, Naruto's water style jutsu is immediately countered by just Luffy freezing everything, or just flying.
due to Naobito's death in this very scene. As the only character who dies from his injuries, I think it's no coincidence that he gets attacked by a function of Jogo's curse technique that far
Sunsetsa barely beat Chozo. The bro got turned into a crisp.
outstrips the casual palm blast demonstrated before. And if this wasn't convincing enough, just look at the scale of attacks that he launches when fighting Gojo, and showing off his general power as a special grade curse spirit, in contrast to the comparatively small blasts used here. Regardless of your stance on his maximum output, it's clear through these few instances and showings that Jogo's pretty regular use of fire blast can quite easily incapacitate a grade 1 sorcerer, if not kill them. Beyond this level of strength, Jogo's maximum technique lies Max Meteor, a combination of molten rock and fire that when launched was able to cause sizable tremors in Shibuya, and even harm 15-finger Sukuna, assuming that it hit, of course. This technique has gone through many phases and interpretations in the community, and even videos I've I've made covering the character, I've kind of speculated on what exactly its limitations are in combat. How fast this attack is, its effective radius, and if it was able to even kill Panda and Kusakabe are all questions and comments made that can be answered. For starters, while it's impossible to know how direct of an attack that Panda and Kusakabe as a result took, the fact of the matter is that he was in his gorilla mode after being hit by the meteor, whereas before that he was just a regular Panda, which means that he lost his first core at the bare minimum, an especially impressive notion considering how close he was to Kusakabe, an absolute master of symbol domain, and someone who would later come face to face with Kenjaku's maximum curse technique and survive unscathed as well as protect those around him. We'll come back to Jogo and Kenjaku comparisons in a bit, as they'll be a bit more relevant when talking about how he stacks up to Choso, but assuming that Kusakabe used simple domain to protect himself and Panda, and
Here's the thing, right? The meteor that Jogo drops is just a flaming giant meteor, right? It's just a giant flaming meteor. Like, it's not exploding, it's not creating a giant massive fire that spreads out afterwards. It's not creating a second shockwave. If Panda and Kusakabe both got blown away, if they both got blown away, it would mostly just be rubble and the force of the blast literally sending them flying. That's why I'm like, you know, they didn't take the force of the attack. It really just comes from taking on the giant flaming meteor on its own.
still wasn't able to keep a core Pandas intact. It's possible that Jogo's technique exceeds that of even Kenjaku's when discussing the ability.
Dude, why would Jogo have to brush his teeth? He's a curse. Can curses have... Guys, here, real quick. Can curses get bacteria? Can a curse get a fucking cavity? Do you think curses have bad breath? On some halitosis type shit? He does brush his teeth with charcoal. Ah, he's one of those guys? He's one of those guys that does the charcoal fucking toothpaste? The guy rubs charcoal on his fucking teeth in order to clean them out. It's what gets all the yellow shit out of his teeth. Come on now. For bacteria to form? Probably, right? Yeah, probably. Only he doesn't rinse. I would choose to survive that, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, if it lands directly, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Destroy and harm alone, which is an idea somewhat congruent with Jogo and Mahito being individually tough matchups for the character. This fact, in tandem with Sukuna's statement, makes it quite clear that an attack on this level is putting pretty much anyone in a tight spot, but its efficacy in battle is another story due to it never being successfully used on screen. Now, in context, Jogo being unable to...
It was used once!
...attack on Sukuna of all people is no surprise, but many, including myself, took Kusakabe and Panda survival as proof of them getting out of the area in time, which would greatly downscale the attack speed in combat. Due to a reread of the sequence and a bit more thorough thought, though, I realized that this doesn't necessarily have to be the case. As mentioned earlier, Kusakabe has shown that he can block maximum technique level attacks from pretty reputable special grades, and Panda took enough damage to die here, so them avoiding it, at least in its entirety, isn't even necessarily what happened. And if they didn't, this technique wouldn't really have any anti-speed feats, seeing as how being slower than 15-finger Sukuna is just like the default state of Jujutsu Kaisen as a whole, barring Gojo and later, stronger versions of Sukuna. Even in the event that you don't really buy the idea of Kusakabe simply remaining his way out of the technique or avoiding it through some other unknown means, Jogo's meteor can be particularly slow and still effective in combat, and Sukuna mentions how, as well as Yorozu later on going to show, that techniques of this caliber work best when paired with a domain, something that Jogo only didn't do here because of who he was fighting, not because he's some brainlet with a low battle IQ. This just wouldn't be a problem against Choso because, well, let's be honest, Jogo doesn't have Sukuna or Gojo level reverence for him, nor should he. This means that in the absolute worst case scenario, and when pushed to his absolute limit, Jogo can launch attacks that can vaguely harm Sukuna and pair them with the sure hit of his domain, and outside of that, he's powerful enough.
He never proves 15-finger Sukuna being stronger than everyone, by the way. I mean, you kind of don't need to. It's kind of just basic logic. Who in the verse, up until this point, is as strong as 15-finger Sukuna? Not Yuji, not Maki, not Kusakabe, not Toji. Like, who here in the verse is as strong as 15-finger Sukuna? You don't have to prove it. It's just, it's like saying, I don't know, Luffy's stronger than Albedo. You don't really need to prove that Luffy's stronger than Albedo. You don't really say he just beats her. I mean, like...
enough to one-shot grade 1 level characters like Overtime Nanami or Naobito multiple times over. Now, aside from Jogo's attack potency, his most emphasized stat is his agility. Among the disaster curses, he's commonly understood to be the fastest or second fastest for a few reasons. During the chapter extra content of Jujutsu Kaisen
Shinjuku tears, 50... I mean, I guess, yeah, if you want to. Maybe Yuta? You think Yuta's stronger than 15-finger Sukuna? I mean, I guess. Maybe.
Chapter 51, we get
I don't know if I would agree with that, though.
Capabilities as a fighter. The first refers to his lack of durability relative to Hanami, and we'll get into that in a bit, but the second comes from Jogo himself, in which he directly says that he'd be capable of avoiding attacks that landed numerous times against his tree-hugging ally. Now, is Jogo just blowing smoke and being cocky here? To be completely honest with you, it's pretty possible considering how arrogant and prideful he is in his ability as a curse, but the idea of his superior speed is substantiated a bit by later moments in the story. Namely, Dagon's comparison in speed to Jogo, when Naobito's putting belt to ass while talking about animation interpolation. As this is happening, he uses Jogo, not Hanami or Mahito, as a measuring stick of speed in order to better comprehend and understand just how quick an opponent opponent he's matched up against. This would imply Dagon's confidence in Jogo's superiority up to this point in the story, placing his speed pretty confidently above the likes of Yuji or Todo individually by the time of the Goodwill event, and maybe even their early showings in Shibuya preceding their respective Black Flashes. The insane levels of power and speed that base form Jogo possesses are quite impressive, but unfortunately for all of us, every single one of us, Jogo's durability doesn't quite stand up to his other stats. You see, Jogo's gotten the reputation of being a glass cannon due to the Chapter 51 extra statement that I mentioned earlier, in which it said that 5 Black Flashes plus Todo's Playful Cloud Strike would instantly kill him, a sequence of attacks that Hanami survived with a lot left in the tank. And yes, while this is a crazy downscale for Jogo's durability, 5 Black Flashes from Yuji at this point in the story, and an attack from Todo with Playful Cloud is likely putting more people in the dirt than you'd like to admit, and doesn't make Jogo some sort of paper doll incapable of surviving any level of attack. Nonetheless, this is where Jogo is at his absolute weakest, but before we can determine whether or not Jogo's other abilities can compensate for this, we have to go over Choso's physical abilities, statements, and showings to assess his combat prowess overall relative to his opponents. In comparison to Jogo's more overt feats of destruction and power, Choso doesn't seem to stack up all that much, but over the course of the series, he does gain an impressive level of potential power, even if only observing this through the narrative. As a baseline, we know that his striking strength should be relative to Yuji's in Shibuya, not only going blow for blow with him in close quarters combat pretty consistently, but even being able to severely damage Itadori with his blood weapons and hardened strikes. The final attacks that he dishes out in their battle especially show that with hardened blood, Choso far exceeds what he's normally capable of in strength and durability, and as a result would far outstrip what Yuji's got in the tank at this point. In base, he's much more of an equal to Itadori, blocking and being blocked by Yuji. With flowing red scale and stack, he's able to greatly increase this power, although the extent to which he grows is pretty hard to determine because Yuji can still go back and forth with him at this level. Beyond this in terms of attack potency, we have the crowning jewel of blood manipulation and the technique that almost sent Yuji to an early grave. No, not that. No, not that one either. No, not that one either. Piercing blood. The attack that Choso tends to open fights with is by far the fastest, scariest, and strongest attack that he can use in any given battle, given these traits. Surpassing the speed of sound, it's capable of punching through characters that should have pretty substantial levels of durability, like Yuji and Shibuya, and later Urame in the same arc. Urame especially is considered a sorcerer with monstrous levels of power later in the story, even being able to pull relative to heavy
Ura, Ryuta, Yuta, Yuki, Yuji, Maki, Toji, Kusakabe, Chozo, Meimei, even Ino. You think Meimei is above all the disaster curses? You think Meimei? What puts Meimei above the disaster curses? Yeah, I'm still breathing. I'm just watching. Only Yuji and Yuta did something. Everybody only lasted that long because Sukuna was playing around and getting nerfed by Yuji. Damn, Chozo going extreme diff with Yuji. This is a reaction day? I guess. I wanted to get some work done, but I guess we can watch some stuff.
Like Akari and narratively being in the same tier.
I don't usually stream Mondays.
So Choso being capable of punching straight through their hand while exhausted from the previous fight and mental breakdown speaks quite well to its efficacy. This is something that'll come up more.
Chozo feels like a weaker version of Peros Pero. How the fuck did you make that comparison? I'm not even saying that you're wrong or anything. I'm just like, how the fuck does Chozo... Just because they're both brothers? The fuck? Yo, what the... Yo, what? Why Peros Pero of all fucking characters? Yeah, this guy reminds you of this fucker, or is like a weaker version, like... Yo, I'm sorry. It's not even like I think the take is bad, it's just like, yo... Where do you get the comparison between both of these fuckers? Yo, okay, can you give me like an explanation for that? You've legitimately piqued my interest, by the way. Meimei top 15 must be a Gunner take. Have you watched King of Lightning's video of Onigashima scaling? Not really. Meimei's crows are threatened to Sukuna and Gojo. Even Heian-era Sukuna strikes them down once. Strikes them down. I mean, I guess, yeah, mostly because of the candy ability. Reminds me of blood manipulation. Okay, I guess I could kind of see that. They are also both really hot. Please tell me you're referencing Meimei and somebody else. I would not see this guy as hot. Yo, it's Chozo being compared to Peros Pero. My goat Chozo will not be slandered. Can soften and harden his candy as well. Yeah, I guess that's fair. That's fair, King. Actually, okay, I could see it. I could see where you're coming from. Dude, come on. You say this guy looks? Listen. I'm not saying Chozo is a bum, but like the guy is casually dressed like a bum. Like, when I first saw Chozo, I was like, when did they get a homeless man to join the bad guys? Oh, man.
Frequently as we scale Chozo,
I did watch it. I guess, yeah.
His weight class with certain techniques.
Here we go, we're talking about Chozo.
If you're willing to dive a bit further into the manga, then you'll also be aware of the fact that Chozo's piercing blood would likely do damage to Kenjaku as well, which we can surmise due to his...
How you feel about Alien X? I think it's a boring as fuck alien, and I think they ruined his design when they went to Omniverse. I thought it was really cool when I first saw it, but then, you know, Actually, remember that? Okay, so you weren't here for this, Bob, but last time we were streaming, somebody had asked me, what are characters that people just automatically like that other people made you dislike because of like their takes on the internet? And Alien X ended up being one of them. I'm just like, when I think about it, like Alien X it's cool to me in concept, just like the limitations, the powers, and all this shit. But then it's also like everyone just always brings up Alien X for versus battles, and I'm just like, oh, that's so boring. Oh, Alien X just does whatever he wants. XYZ, 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 yeah. I like the character, the concept. I like the Alien Force and the Ultimate Alien design. I hate the fucking Omniverse design. Alien X looks so fucking stupid with that big-ass jaw. That's really just that's as far as it'll go. For power scaling, I just don't like Alien X. I hate characters like Alien X that just do whatever the fuck they want. Now you understand the drip of my glorious, beautiful king. Alright. What Chozo gonna do when the wild man, the burning goat, respected by the king of curses, runs wild on you? I don't know why people say Naobito is faster than him or stronger. You don't understand why people say that Naobito was faster or stronger? Naoya, I mean. Negs, the disaster cursions too, even as a human. Oh, people say it was stronger and faster. I was about to say, I'm about to pull up the Naoya feat.
Well, he could just be doing this for style points and aura accumulation. Kinjaku does take a very practical and clinical approach to this fight because Yuki Tsukumo lies just around the corner like a predator waiting to pounce on any shown weakness. And even still, he avoids it at every
I got a pretty cool video on Alien X. I think it really shows how cool reality warpers can be if you're interested. You know what, Bob? I haven't checked out one of your videos in a while. Sure, let me get the title. I'll check it out. And I do, guys, I do want to at least do a little bit of work today, so that'll be the last video we check out.
Possible opportunity. This interpretation gets substantiated by Choso's attempt at patricide later in this fight. Not only does Choso have supreme confidence that he could kill him if it landed, but in the next panels, we're also shown the damage that it did do before it was mostly mitigated by spinning to avoid it. In any case, Piercing Blood is strong. The strongest thing in Choso's arsenal till the end of the series. Similarly, Piercing Blood should also be his fastest attack by far, widely being considered the only technique in Choso's moveset worth worrying about by characters like Naoya and later Kinjaku. On the topic of speed, Choso's reaction and combat speed seems to hold very relative in base to what Yuji can accomplish throughout his fights in Shibuya, not only going blow for blow with each Dorian base, but having the ability to increase his stats even more with flowing red scale, as I mentioned earlier in the attack bonesy portion of the video. Choso's also capable of overclocking his perception beyond what he or Yuji is normally capable of by focusing his curse technique into his eyes, which in the story allowed him to perceive a more serious Naoya attempting to blitz him, the very character who could blitz Yuji beyond his ability to perceive him just a few chapters ago. When he concentrates flowing red scale into his
Ben 10, 5 years later, episode 13. Okay. Ben 10, 5 years later. Am I gonna get demonetized for this, Bob? I'm gonna check out the video for like a little bit, but if I feel like it's gonna get me demonetized, I'll check it out on my own time.
Ocular muscles, Choso's kinetic vision gets a pretty massive buff, but it's not shown to increase his stats in
did you save all the panels? Did I save all the oh shit.
With Jujutsu Kaisen Season 3, serious Naoya attempting to blitz him,
where did you post them? I don't believe I did. I do not believe that I did, Jeff. Did you post them on One Piece Poneglyphs? No. Where did you post them again, Jeff? I didn't get I didn't get a chance to. Fair. Broken Ronin does not understand JJK power scaling. Every time I see him cover some JJK, he always butchers it. Six, by the way, Six, where did you post your rant on it? Did you post it in the JJK portion of the scans? Right here? No. Where did you post it, Six? 5 years later is I've heard good things about it. A friend of mine really likes it. It's just I just don't know if I can look at it on stream without getting like demonetized. If it has like anything, a video discussion. Okay, I'll pull up video discussion. Oh, okay. I'll pull this up in a second.
Blitz Yuji beyond his ability to perceive him just a few
He's
chapters
in
ago.
fanfic? Okay.
Flowing red scale into his ocular muscles, Choso's kinetic vision gets a pretty massive buff, but it's not shown to increase his stats in other areas, mostly harping on his predictive abilities in combat. While still not quite on the level of Naoya, even when amped, it does make him capable of some lower level of relativity than before. Durability-wise, Choso is somewhat of a mixed bag. On the low end, he's shown himself capable of surviving attacks from Yuji, but he specifically makes it a point to mention that it only took 3 direct hits from him in order to...
You can't understand hardcore Ben 10 fans. Ben 10 is just a good show, like, especially the first 3 series. Yeah, the writing does go down every now and then, but I think he does JJK versus Demon Slayer. It does go down every now and then, but like the writing does tend to go down in the later seasons of Ben 10, but I heard that the writing's pretty good in Omniverse. It's just that me personally, the art style is just not for me. I just can't stand the Omniverse art style. It reminds me too much of that old like that other Scooby-Doo show. What was it? Scooby-Doo fuck. Anyway, yeah. It
serious
just,
damage.
yeah.
This isn't exactly an anti-feat given Itadori's overwhelming physical strength and the vagueness of how hurt Choso was here, but it does speak to the difference in resilience between him and, say, someone like Base Mahito, who pretty casually survives dozens of blows from the same character in the same art. Now, Choso is canonically tanky even in base, so I don't bring up this feat to disparage him in any case, and this tankiness is pretty consistent, as he seems to do just fine with attack potency.
What's the JJK anime controversy? I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, that's something
I don't watch anime, guys. I really do not sit down and watch anime at all.
made exceedingly clear in the anime, as he just eats like a 45 hit combo without taking.
That's so
damage.
funny.
His tankiness dips into some crazy realms though when you take into account his hardened blood armor. He only does it in this fashion, specifically in his fight.
I think you
with Yuji
saved
after-
them. Did I save them? I'm sorry, guys. Let me just check. I'm sorry about that, Jeff. If I didn't, I'm really sorry, dude. Jake, I'm about to kick you out of this fucking If Jake, if you're still here, I'm about to take you out of this fucking Discord chat. How dare you have Sakura as your profile picture in my Discord? How dare you? How fucking dare you? All right. Gross. I have to see this bitch every time I scroll up. Arcturus. I don't know. Can you let me know which thing you left him on? Which channel you left him in?
He's determined that he's an extremely dangerous enemy, but with his blood shielding him from physical attacks, he's able to no-sell a punch directly to the ribs from Yuji, something that even Hanami pretty blatantly couldn't do. And we already know the durability difference between Hanami and Jogo. Granted, this is a strategy that has some really
Correct.
crazy
In my opinion, the
ramifications
adult
if used
theme
too
they
long, but
wanted
if Choso's
for the
willing to take
Ultimate
this
didn't
risk,
work
he can survive
because
quite
it's in
powerful
Cartoon
onslaught.
Network.
Now, there are some
No, with
physical-
Ultimate, it wasn't so much like more adult themes. If anything, they kind of regressed Ben's character back when he was like a kid. They kind of regressed Ben's, Ben went from, like, being somebody who could be an actual leader to others, someone who could, like, you know, actually take the responsibility of actually having the Omnitrix, especially throughout the build-up that they had for Alien Force, just for then an Ultimate Alien, and by the time he beats Vilgax, for him to just get very fucking cocky. Like, the entire lead-up from, like, Ben beating Vilgax all the way up through Ultimate Alien, he's a lot more childlike. At least in the sense of, like, his personality. Which character has the best feats in JJK aside from Sukuna? Gojo, Dabura, Maharaga. Those three. Those four. Sorry, and I guess Yuji now, so those five. JJK beefing with any series that writing towards the end drops in heavy quality. Japan fans been hating on each other because American fans influence the cinematography in the direction of the anime production. I don't know how they have any influence on that for sure. Essentially the timestamps of the video. Thank you. Is Mihawk tearing down Also Society and its captains? I would say so. I would say Mihawk blitzes them. They just should not be fast enough. I'll check that out in a second, and then, I mean, more studios want to satisfy Japanese audiences. That's why you have Toei making a Sanji Sim 24/7, because Japan loves that shit, I guess. You read my comments correctly? Did I read your comment correctly? So how do you quantify the finger amps? Oh. I'm sorry, Aster. Did I miss a comment from you? I don't think so.
Over in regards to Choso's arsenal and narrative scaling, but we'll address those ideas in a bit, as it's now time to discuss how Jogo and Choso possibly plays out, given all of the factors discussed thus far. At a first glance, which character has the advantage between these two may seem quite obvious. Well, pretty distinctly lacking in durability, as scaled up to this point, Jogo should be much faster, much stronger, and much better equipped to deal with Choso from practically any range. Being capable of damaging Kenjaku with your strongest attack versus being able to do the same against Sukuna just places them in wildly different tiers. Paired with Jogo's speed, which should be superior to a version of Yuji that Choso was fighting relatively with, and, well, it doesn't really seem like there's much room for discussion, right? One of these characters is pretty demonstrably greater in most categories that matter. Piercing Blood may be fast enough to catch Jogo off guard once or twice, and I could certainly see Supernova making Jogo do the hot water special, but neither of these really mean much in the grand scheme of things due to Jogo's cursed physiology. The poisonous effects wouldn't take hold because of this, and Jogo's natural regeneration would be capable of healing practically anything that doesn't entirely destroy his body or blow his head smooth off. This pretty drastic gap is also backed up by Sukuna's respective stances on Choso and Jogo as sorcerers. When Yuji loses his fight to Choso, Sukuna actually lambasts him for losing to such an inferior opponent, and this is directly contrasted by Sukuna calling Jogo one of the stronger fighters he's gone up against over the past 1,000 years, blatantly calling him strong. Now, one could chalk Sukuna's comments up to typical Yuji hate, but this is the only time he does something like this in the story.
You know, it's crazy. I did read your comment correctly, Aster, but I decided not to go with the Gooner. Yeah, I decided not to go with the Gooner take. I really decided not to go with the Gooner take. I thought you were being literal with the feet thing, but I decided to skip through it.
And the fact that he thinks Yuji of all people should have been able to beat Choso speaks volumes to how insignificant he views him as a fighter. And to this extent, yeah, Jogo certainly has the winds of victory blowing strongly in his favor. However, I'm gonna shoot y'all some bail and be honest, arguments do exist for Choso that cast at least some level of doubt or vagueness onto the outcome of this battle. I won't say this is a complete reversal of the roles necessarily, but comments from Tengen, showing in his fight against Kenjaku.
Is Aizen going to be a woman for his plan? I don't know. I don't know if Aizen's willing to put his brain in another person's weaker body just to be able to make his plan. That's why I think that, like, Aizen... That's why I think that like Aizen isn't really all that great at planning, because it's like you're really choosing to plan around all this shit, but like you're not going out of your way to plan for it. You know what I mean? You're not going out of your way to really do this. You're just trying to wait in your time, make sure that everything is set up perfectly for everything to be good and all that crap. And it's like Kenjaku, nah. Kenjaku goes through his plan multiple times until it works for once.
Later increases in power that he gains through training, and even his final moments in the story do present us with some interesting sentiments that I think I should be addressing. In Chapter 145, Tengen requests protection from Kenjaku in exchange for the information that she gives them, naming Yuta, Yuki, and Choso as the potential candidates from which two must be chosen. Obviously, Tengen wants to survive and is aiming to give herself the best chance of warding off Kenjaku, while allowing for the acquisition of points and saving of Sumiki to occur. Because of this, throwing Choso in the mix with these characters is quite interesting. On a base level, this means that Tengen is likely just valuing Choso's combat ability over Yuji, Megumi, and Maki, which isn't that surprising given everything that I've said and laid out thus far, but using Choso interchangeably with two special grades is certainly some high implicative praise to say the least. We also know with certainty that Choso is below Yuta and Yuki in overall ability. I'm not really trying to present anything that says to the contrary, but at least in Tengen's mind, he's sufficient enough of a combatant to adequately compensate for that gap. This doesn't mean too much on its own, but it does lend to the notion that in specific regards, Choso is capable of punching outside of his weight class, something he proceeds to do more of in his fight with Kenjaku. While he's obviously weaker than his father, getting trounced for a majority of the fight, upon his awakening, Choso is actually able to force Kenjaku to reveal his gravity curse technique.
That bitch made multiple mistakes. That bitch made so many fucking mistakes. I will not sit here and people here always talk about, oh, we're not going to accept any slander for a character. Nah. People out here talking about, oh, we're not gonna slap any slander for Choso or for Chad. Well, I'm not gonna allow for any uplifting of that bitch. I'm kidding. You do whatever you want. I don't really care.
Which did surpass the expectations set before him. Pair all of that with Choso's ability to stop Sukuni's fire arrow from killing Yuji in his final moments, and, well, damn, does his resume get a little bit all of that. His awakening, Choso is actually able to force Kenjaku to reveal his gravity curse technique, which did surpass the expectations set before him. Pair all of that with Choso's ability to stop Sukuni's fire arrow from killing Yuji in his final moments, and, well, damn, does his resume get a little bit more impressive. The fire arrow stopping feat in particular being a crazy high ceiling for the character, even if it comes at the expense of his life. I think this all adds a bit of contention, as these ideas put Choso in some pretty interesting strength conversations. Even with these ideas being introduced, Jogo should still wield some pretty significant advantages. First off, when it comes to Kenjaku comparisons in terms of performance, Jogo would likely do a lot better when taking into account Gege's statement in the Jujutsu Kaisen fanbook. In this entry, he says that Kenjaku would be able to win against all of the Disaster Curse spirits, but in a 1v1 battle between himself and Mahito or Jogo, he'd have a really hard time, which no matter which way you slice it, Choso didn't necessarily pull off. While he was able to press him to the extent of using his secondary curse technique, Kenjaku's performance against Choso by no means implied a high level of difficulty. In fact, demonstrating the exact opposite, explicitly remarking about how Choso is a disappointing experiment and refusing to use high-level curse spirits on him because he simply didn't have to. If Gege is to be believed here, Jogo outright has better statements than Choso up to this point as well. Now, Choso's switch training later in the manga to learn Simple Domain, reverse curse technique, and improve overall reinforcement should make him a more formidable foe than before, but not really to the extent that it'd clear this massive gulf. As far as the battle sequence of events go, I actually don't think it's as simple as a Jogo blitz and one-shot, contrary to what I think a lot of people coming into this video might believe. Even if Jogo does take the initiative and get off an attack first, I don't imagine it threatening Choso's life immediately due to his pretty high resilience and newfound ability to heal from wounds. I mean, we see him get absolutely skewered and come back as if nothing happened. Unfortunately, Choso wouldn't have much luck fighting up close, the only arena in which I can see him maybe having an advantage in skill, as Jogo doesn't even seem to entertain that idea for the most part, forcing him to rely on piercing blood, which really wouldn't put Jogo down even if it hit. What I think is most likely to happen is that Jogo just wears Choso down pretty quickly with massive AoE attacks that Choso wouldn't be able to avoid, in a similar manner to how Jogo attempted to fight Sukuna in Shibuya. Choso is far from a pushover, and his reverse curse technique should allow him to fight much longer than he would otherwise, but even in the event that he somehow survives all of this, Jogo's domain would press him beyond belief, simple domain or not. Over time, I think that Jogo's domain would threaten the integrity of the barrier, as is mentioned at numerous different points in the story, but the basic additions to stats and new ways in which Jogo could approach would on their own be enough to take Choso down. If we make this a battle of Shibuya Jogo and Choso going at it, like let's say they're fighting and they get into it right when they're deciding what to do with Yuji, Jogo points his finger at him and he's done. It's like less than a low diff fight. But if we compare Jogo, base form of course, and Choso based on his later showings in the manga, I think you have a somewhat interesting battle on your hands that ends with middling difficulty for Jogo. About as tough as it was for Yuta to beat Yuji for reference. When aces are brought out, it's no trouble, but before that, there's a lot of room for the underdog to somewhat impress you. Jogoat, for obvious reasons. Stomps will go first though.
That's really funny. That's really funny. Kenjaku took back shots and Aizen didn't. Enough said we need to stop putting that scar-faced cower on his high horse for once. Yeah, exactly. Kenjaku took back shots for the sake of his plan. Aizen waited over 1,000 years, or 1,000 years, to like get fucked up by some random dude who literally could have died multiple times if he just damn well so fucking pleased. Yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and give Aizen any kind of flowers. That dude is a fucking fraud. That dude is a goddamn moron. Not you, Aizen, specifically. Aizen is a fucking moron, dude. Like 3 different chances to kill Ichigo's dumbass and he fucking didn't, dude. Alright. Let's see. I need this. One Piece. We need to go to Dressrosa. We need to go to Dressrosa. We need to go to Dressrosa. Alright. Sorry, I'm just making noises. Let's see. Oh, let's see. Where the fuck is it? Right here. Right here. And then we're going to put... Raw. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Honestly, yo, guys, can we get some W's? Yes, we're gonna watch the vid real quick. Let me just check out Six's reply to this. So he says, "Holy Chozo downplay. Bro doesn't even bring up Shinjuku until the end of the video and only mentions a sacrifice for Yuji, nothing else but that. It's very clear where his bias lands in this video. He didn't even try to hide it. Chozo in the Culling Games was able to fight 1v1 versus Kenjaku and even heavily damaged him." I think he talked about that. He gets massively stronger and was much better feats in Shinjuku. What are his feats in Shinjuku? He claims to make... he makes the claim that 15 Singer Sukuna over everybody besides Gojo and Sukuna at full power, but he never substantiates his claim. He doesn't kind of have to. I think it's... I would say he kind of doesn't really need to. It's kind of obvious, but I get where you're coming from. He'd be better if he did explain why Gojo and Sukuna... I guess he just didn't want to, like, go over it. Shows as long as fun. Good luck, man. Thank you. It's just a bebe. I'm not just a bebe. I'm not 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 silly. Not me being silly, head ass. Not me being silly at I guess. Heavily damaged him. Let me see. I gotta look at that Kenjaku fight again. I'll check out the Kenjaku fight real quick. What feats in Shinjuku? That's what I'm trying to remember. Honestly, you could say Shibuya Chozo wins. Jogo is complimented by 15-figure Sukuna, but Sukuna almost absolutely negatives Jogo while holding back. That is true. His best scaling is scaling above the disaster curse. The second strongest of them got beat by Shibuya Yuji. I would say Mahito probably evolves to be stronger. He would have killed him if his head didn't have stitches. Yeah, but he didn't. And he also spun his head around. Woo! He spun his head around, you know? Type shit. Forgot to mention this, but he shows the statement that would imply Chozo's on the level of a special grade curse, and this says he doesn't put him on that level of special grade with little reasoning. If Chozo really on the... I don't know if I would necessarily say Chozo is a special grade. He was a threat to Urame, who was a top tier, and was going to severely damage him with piercing blood and made him block, yet still damaged him even despite blocking. But Urame, I don't know if Urame has like the best durability feats, to be honest. He would have kicked him in his head if he didn't have stitches. I guess. And they called piercing blood fast and struggled to react to it way better than anything Jogo's done. And it's consistent since he was mentally nerfed in the Yuji fight and got a big boost afterwards too. Okay, I see your reasoning. Okay. Interesting. You think Maharaga is doing decent in a battle of God's deep... No, the fuck he's not. A single ki blast is fucking that is fucking him over. A single ki blast is unironically blasting away Maharaga into like smithereens. Sun is getting blown into actual fucking microparticles or whatever the fuck. No fucking way do I think that's happening. Let's see. That's the Jogo Sukuna thing. Alright. Yo, pass me what they're smoking in that world was Chozo pressing... Let's see the fight. Maharaga isn't about power, though. It's about adapting. Yeah, but Maharaga needs to adapt to a hit first in order to do it. And any energy blast sent out by these guys that has anything over, I don't know, country-level attack potency is blasting away Maharaga in an instant, dude. I don't know, man. Meguna versus White Mask Obito. Oh, at this current point, after reading through One Piece again... Sorry, Naruto again. Fuck. I'd probably give it to Sukuna. I would actually give it to Sukuna. I don't think Sukuna needs to be afraid of the tailed beasts. I really don't think he needs to. He damages Sukuna, makes him dodging piercing blood. When does he dodge piercing blood against Sukuna? Shows relativity to Yuji. Dodges attacks from Sukuna, takes attacks from Sukuna. Yeah, but you're not really going into detail about them. Alright, let's see. What do you want? Piercing blood. Okay. Piercing Blood, weave. Tries to send Piercing Blood right. You underestimate me. Throw stuff at him. Supernova. Block, block. There's a Supernova right there. Okay, he blocks it. Dodges it. Goes in, grabs him from underneath. Pulls him in. Punches him. Kicks him over the head. I mean, listen, Chozo, it's just not looking good for Chozo. I'm sorry. Okay, the ranks. Do you know what the rank special grade signifies? The ability to single-handedly overthrow nations. That's obviously true for Satoru Gojo, but Setsuru Geto can also wield a grotesque army through cursed energy manipulation. Even dust can pile up into a mountain. If I use my cursed energy to strengthen low-level spirit curses, then I can control as a swarm. I can reduce a grade 1 sorcerer like you to this state. Where is it implied that Chozo is a special grade sorcerer? To be fair, if Goku knows Mahoraga can just get stronger, he would probably sandbag just to see. Oh, come on. I guess that's a fair argument. That's actually a fair argument. You're aware that everyone Mahoraga fights, no matter who it is, automatically equal with that fighter, no matter who it is, right? No, that's not exactly the case. He was not an equal to Sukuna in the slightest bit. That is objectively incorrect. He was not an equal to Sukuna. He wasn't even an equal to Gojo. Mahoraga did not equal Gojo at all. Basically, Kenjaku with the same ability stats and just didn't have the stitches, he would have lost. Sure. That's why younger brothers, I will find... Hold on, that's why. That's why Todo said he likes a tall woman with a fat ass. Holy shit, she's caked up. Anyway. Pushes, piercing blood, weave, weave. This is Esso's, Wing King, block, block, cheap copies, attacks from behind, blocks. He's using the disappear to block my vision, attacks him. If I can even if you add its tracking, it's not as fast as piercing blood. It's useless, your poison blood won't affect me. I'm your father. What was the point to it? Like Kechizu, I must fight freely. And like Yuji, I must fight with power. Are you finished yet? What do you think? He's like I said, it lacks requisite speed and force. Tracking operates like a canal. How disappointing. Supernova. Boom, 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 boom. A misfire. He deflected it from every direction. You just deflected something other than curse manipulation. Right there. Anyway. He gets brought back in. She does her thing. Kenjaku, Kenjaku, Kenjaku. Kenjaku, 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 Kenjaku. Yeah, I don't care about the Yuki Tsukumo stuff. Maho is no DBZ, is no DBZ overpower. You think it's calculated? How can you take him down fast type of... How can I take him down fast type of a fight? I don't know what the hell you're supposed to try to say here, dude. He literally goes relative to Kenny right here. Okay, now he's back. There we go. But even if he beats me once, I'll convince him that the fight is only against you and Tsukumo. Okay. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna tell your girl. You're gonna tell my girl what? So, here's the thing, Six. I get where you're coming from with this now, but like... Don't you think it's a bit weird to say that, like, he just would have landed this attack regardless if Yuki Tsukumo didn't show up in the fight? Because this is, like, not even a 1v1 anymore. This isn't even, like, a 1... This is literally a 2v1 at this point. Yeah, that was literally a 2v1 in this fight. I don't know if I can necessarily say that, like, oh yeah, in that situation without, like, the spinning head, he would have won, because, like, that wasn't a situation that he would have just gotten himself into if Yuki wasn't there. And Yuki kind of pushes Kenjaku way harder than he did on his own. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I agree with your take. What I mean was overpowering Mahoraga is impossible. No, it's not. You just have to be a smart fighter. Smart fighting him. Look at Dabura. Maho is quite literally beating down Dabura. Anyone he fights, it depends on that equal. He's overpowering Dabura because Dabura didn't understand what his ability was, has no concept of what his ability is, and probably couldn't have. And if he probably went in for that light speed kick from the start, he could have one-shot him, but he didn't because Mahoraga already adapted. You're not making a good argument here. Your argument is very flawed. You're saying Mahoraga just automatically as strong as anyone he fights. That's objectively not true. That is objectively speaking not true. Mahoraga got wiped out by Sukuna and fucking Gojo. Like, actually just straight up got one shot. Sukuna was smiling the entire time throughout that fight, just thinking, man, this is actually kind of fun. Yes, but this is also before Shinjuku, and he could have tricked him in the same way without Yuki. No, he couldn't have. You can't really prove that he could have. Like, if Yuki is not there, there's no way you can argue that he could have made the exact same situation. Here's the thing, Six, you can believe it. Unless you can prove stopped his infinity, though, because he was adapting to it. Because he was adapting to it, my friend. That's why. They can go 0-3 and still get hyped up. That's what I'm saying. Dabura is going through what Gojo did versus Toji? Not really. No, he's not. That's real. I do not agree with that either. Eon's twins on screen? Fuck you. Fuck you. Yeah, that's crazy. That's so mean. Whoa, I forgot about this. Whatever. Gojo was literally panicking when Mahoraga was here. Look at the look on his face. What do you mean he was panicking? What, when he destroyed his domain because Sukuna put the burden of adaptation on himself? What is it, like right here? No, that's 226. That's still too early into the fight. Yeah, that's still way too early into the fight. Yuka also has a binding vow to make him stronger. What would be the point? Well, we don't know if it's actually making him stronger, or at least by how much. I don't even know if it's just to equal their opponent, because Mahoraga was kind of outputting a bit more. That's kind of irrelevant. Well, irrelevant to my argument. I'm saying it shows Piercing Blood's AP. Yeah, but it doesn't matter what the AP is if he can't land a hit, right? Because your argument is, if the head wasn't there, if he didn't have... Like, you're making a lot of ifs, but at the end of the day, you basically have to say that Kenjaku's head can't spin off, which we know it can because it's a part of his... It's literally a part of what he can do. You're basically saying if Kenjaku didn't have XYZ in his arsenal, if Kenjaku wasn't... If Kenjaku, I don't know, was fighting him with somebody else, like, at the end of the day, your argument's still predicated on whether or not Gojo lands that hit because he's fighting with someone else, not because he's fighting on his own. And Gojo and he's cooked. Okay, if you're saying that he can land it on Jogo, I don't think that's necessarily incorrect either. If you think that that's enough to like take down Jogo, I think that's fine. I'm not gonna tell you you're wrong. I just don't agree with the idea that he would have landed that attack on Kenjaku specifically if Yuki wasn't there. I thought that the moment you were referencing was specifically before I think that I thought for a moment that the joke that you were specifically. You can't? Gosh. I don't know. That the moment you were referring to was before Yuki came up. If it's after Yuki came up, then I think it's a little bit different. If Junpei was alive, he probably would have saved everyone with his curse technique. It's incredible support. What is it like? This is the chapter where Mahoraga pulls up. Oh no, it's not it yet. Yeah. It's not over yet. It's adapting to Sensei. Sukuna adapting to Sensei's vital ability just made them even when it comes to that wound, Sensei. Is that... Yeah. And then Gojo's not freaked out at all anymore, and he just continues to smile right afterwards. Could you watch Maki versus the Phantom Troop? Nope. I'm going to check out the video that my mod recommended for me. I'm going to see if I can watch it. Wait a second. Is this fanfic shit? Oh, I think I'm definitely getting fucking demonetized if I post this.
I see. So that's how we play.
No, I can't. I'm not checking this out right now. Go to your DMs for the timestamps. I don't know if I'm okay with checking this out, though. I'm gonna be honest. 0 to 2 minutes. Dude, I don't know if I'm comfortable checking this shit out right here. Can I get demonetized for checking this shit out? I don't know. That's the problem. I'm not sure. Fuck. Dude, I don't know. If they have any kind of background music or some shit, it kind of freaks me out.
Maybe I was thinking about all this.
Yeah, dude, I don't know. I don't know if I could check this out at any other time. I don't want to check this out on stream right now. I don't know. Like the Guile, what was it? The Guile versus, it was either the Guile versus Winter Soldier video, or it was the, it's mostly like the music and the background sound effects that kind of freak me out. 5 years later, owned by Warner Brothers. It's not an official property of the Benton, owned by Warner Brothers, Paramount. It's not a replacement for these properties, which is inspired. Please support the official release. Sure. Dude, I hope I don't get demonetized. Dude, come on. Let me see. I don't want to check this out right now. I'm going to be honest with you now. God damn. Sure.
Any luck finding a signal?
Nothing so far. We will have to pursue our search by sight alone. How big is the temporal zone again?
Didn't adapt to it yet. So at least give him the benefit of doubt? No, I'm not going to give him the benefit of doubt just because you want me to. I don't have to agree with your opinion in the same way you don't have to agree with mine. You can believe that Mahoraga is already as powerful as whomever he's fighting up against without even having to remotely adapt. I don't have to agree with you in the slightest bit because you have no evidence whatsoever for that. Especially when a majority of the verse is extremely close to each other, and then even the higher ends of the verse seem to be at least relatively close to one another.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I kind of noticed that they were pretty good voice acting.
I won! You're really stubborn. You didn't have to make me do this. Didn't I? Is this not the way it should end? You're finally worthy of my company. My legend begins here, with you. Now we can proceed to let destiny play out with dignity. By all means, try to erase me. This is your final chance.
Adaptation. If you're instantly as strong as the person you fight, that's mirroring someone's strength.
To stand down, Eon. My name is.
And it just, that's what you wanted me to watch it? Because his name is fucking Eon? That's so funny. Wow.
You can't beat me, dude. Not when I'm this guy. Oh, I'm just making sure you're giving it your all this time. You're not gonna stop, are you? What's another try?
Is this Sasuke's fucking voice actor? Is this Yuri Lowenthal? Yeah, this was. Guys, I'm in it. Yeah. That's funny as fuck.
Compared to eternity. Just remember, I did everything I could to avoid this.
Okay. 7:15 to 7:15.
That was fun. Shall we go another round? You're back? Yep, should have seen that coming. Let's give this another shot. How are you doing this? You're not trying hard enough. You've transformed into your god. Now fight me like one! Stop calling me that!
That's so funny. He's using the POW symbol.
I see. So that's how we play. Oh, man. Cut it out! Let the games begin.
Two mangaka's biggest creators became enemies. I've been really hoping for that. I think somebody asked me to watch that before. Yo, this is the exact idea I thought about throwing in for my characters for my story towards like the end of the series, where like they would actually become different like art styles, different like versions of themselves, some 3D, some 2D, some 1D, like just different like iterations of each other, even some abstract shit. That's so interesting. Eon Bussy diffs. Funny. Yeah, it's really cool. That is really cool. Skirt, fully explain your series power system, Eon. Yeah, there's so much going on, there is.
Frightened? You must not be adjusted to having your power matched.
Ah, you think you're the first? I've been whooping guys twice as strong as you my whole life.
Your courage won't hide my surrender. I've noticed your tactics have changed. Each time you attempt to erase me, I can feel it. You're actually trying to kill me.
Yet you're still here. So what's your trick? Clones? Mind games? Sooner or later I'll figure you out.
I'm not hiding anything. I've already told you. My essence has spread through the temporal zone, and your stalling has given me plenty of time to become inseparable. The multiverse and I are one and the same.
We'll see about that. Breakups are kind of my thing.
More Panther, a standard performance.
I'm not joking. There's no way I'm letting you off that easily. The thing is, you pushed me too far this time. Now, I'm
Yes, I
going to
did.
enjoy
I
this.
did on a map. You wanna know what the craziest thing is? You wanna know some real crazy shit? Yeah, this is the exact idea I had thought up of for my series. You wanna know what the craziest shit is? Canonically speaking, Ben 10's Alien X is not the most powerful being inside the Omnitrix. It's not the most powerful transformation inside of all of it. So is this intense reality warping or like fourth wall breaking? No, fourth wall is like the user and the viewer. This would be, I don't know. I don't usually go into like the higher tiers of scaling for a reason. 2107. Yeah, right here. Funny enough, if you slow down the head ripping part, Gear 5 is there. Really?
Today's letter of the day is P for pain.
You can't keep this up forever.
I quite literally
They stole your draft 1-for-1. That's crazy.
What you're seeing is only one version of me. When erased, the time stream can't help but fill the hole you make with another self.
Wait, who is the strongest alien? We don't know yet. We just know that there is an alien stated to be stronger than Alien X inside of the Omnitrix.
Of mine. You'll have to erase the entire temporal zone to fully extinguish my continuance. Why not give it a go? It might be nice to start fresh. Once everything is gone, you can make your new multiverse.
I'm gonna start ignoring you now.
Let me put this simply.
This was actually something I had thought up of before for my series. This moment right here. This moment right here is something that I kept thinking of for my series.
Let me put this simply. You cannot defeat me.
Then I'll fight you forever!
They really stole your whole draft. No, they really did. I had all of this already planned out, especially for the final series, for the final fight. Yeah, your series in some detail. I guess it depends. I'll explain some of it later. I've actually explained my series to Six. I've actually explained my series to one of the mods here when we played Elden Ring Night Rain at one point. The scaling does get pretty fucking intense. I'll explain one of the abilities that I've developed for the series. My story specifically has, if I remember correctly, not if I remember. I'm still working on the fourth one, but it has 4 distinct power systems. At least it has 4 power systems within the context of the story. Yeah. The fourth one I'm still working on. It's probably gonna be the one I throw in the last, because it's gonna be like the least, not the least relevant, but it's gonna be like the least expanded upon, since it's basically like the simplest one in concept to understand. Yeah, it's very good. It's very well animated. I really do respect Ink Tank. I used to watch their content for like a small period of time. For like a couple of like months, I would really watch their content.
We need to talk.
I think the only difference between this and my series is that I could maybe make the argument that my series might scale higher depending on one specific thing I threw in.
This is weird. Does this mean the fight's over?
We have become enigmatic, not bound by any single timeline or dimension. Our battle is occurring every possible way, simultaneously, through methods that level comprehension. Infinitely expanding, infinitely diverging.
Another science lesson? I gotta warn you, physics is my worst subject.
Our powers are boundless, though our minds are still mortal. Hence, these metaphysical avatars. I've brought you here so we can speak without distraction. Welcome to the Nexus of Infinity.
Maybe not after this. It depends on that little bit right there. It actually does depend on that little bit right there. There's actually now a debate between this and mine. Would you say that Oda's the best manga writer of all time? I would say that Oda's a very good manga writer. I don't know about best, because best would assume some kind of metric. I'm not sure if I'm okay with the idea of like just boiling down what the best written manga series is throughout all of, because I haven't written everything, right? You'd have to kind of, I haven't read everything. You'd have to kind of like read through everything and then kind of come to a conclusion, and even then it would be some kind of biased metric that you have to like kind of make up for it. I would say that Oda's definitely one of the better, I would definitely say that Oda is, like, objectively speaking, one of the better mangaka writers, just from a perspective of world building, character, narration. He does have his faults. Fake out deaths are a bit of a problem. Sometimes you could mostly just argue this for the anime, but you could definitely say that like sometimes it's a bit of a pacing issue. But I think it's overall one of the stronger series in terms of a writing standpoint. You can follow One Piece decently through if you actually keep up with it. Have you ever watched Monster or Psyche K? I've never watched the Monster. I have seen Psyche K. I thought Psyche K was kind of interesting. I watched it mid-pandemic.
I feel like I'm dreaming. Or swimming. I can't tell.
It's just detached from whatever it is, and they're that powerful. Yeah, that's the thing. When you get to points where characters are this powerful, it kind of becomes a bit of a pain in the ass to write who wins and because of what reason, right? It kind of becomes an issue because of who wins and for what reason, right? It's like at that point you kind of just have to argue like higher sense of dimensionality, because stamina shouldn't really be an issue. Limitations shouldn't be really an issue, so it kind of becomes a pain in the ass. City level, street level fights can often be more exciting because you actually have a real biometric to which you can actually compare it. I mean, just imagine Deku fighting somebody in front of your fucking neighborhood. I'm talking about like literally on your street, you have Deku fighting Shigaraki. It would be some fucking shit show. You would have to get the fuck up out of there because you're like, I don't know what is happening. I don't know what's crazy. Ben fighting this guy, I mean, you could argue that Ben and him are like affecting multiple different realities and existence and shit like that, but it's like everybody else is just doing their own thing. These two could be fighting right now and we could still be talking and nothing else might really be affected by it, even though that they're fighting for like the sake of the existence itself. There's no like real world actual comparison you can bring to it. It does become a bit of like a philosophical context of like, is it better to have something that you can relate to directly, where you can be like, okay, well, a giant explosion, a nuclear explosion, right? Something that covers a massive wide area. If a character's able to replicate that, let's say, on standby, then, oh man, that would be really dangerous and really insane to look at and see characters fight them from that perspective. But then again, if you have characters like, let's say, fight to the point where like their punches are breaking through the confines of reality, I cannot picture in my own mind what that would actually look like in terms of real world sense. At this point, this fight is more of a fight of ideology. Okay. I'm willing to leave this here then, because I don't want to go into like the metaphysical and ideological sense of it, but yeah. How to mangaka created the biggest rivalry or something like that. It was something like that, right? Became enemies, yeah, that shit. I'm more terrified of a city-level attack by Sukuna than Zeno's universe erasure attack because it's just too unimaginable. Do you agree? That's exactly what I was talking about just now, Netteriki. That's exactly what I was just referring to. That's why I like JJK so much. And so you sure you want to hear the philosophical yap? I'm good for that on that. I'm good for that right now. I do appreciate it because that was very interesting and it does help me get to a couple of ideas for my story. But that's the thing, right? It's like, it really just depends. Obviously, one scare is higher than the other, so you could say that, like, the crazy creative things that a person can make up with to make characters seem extremely powerful and or all-powerful, or boundless, or etc., etc., etc. Those things are extremely amazing and impressive, but it's like, at the end of the day, I, as a human, like, if I'm going... I found that as I've gotten older, I find myself correlating how impressive things are in comparison to how we as human beings... how we as human beings, how I can compare it directly to like the real world. Not in sense of like the scaling itself, but more so in the sense of like Sukuna, right? I view Sukuna to be kind of crazy because I do have a perspective of how big 200 meters is, especially with when I go on my walks, right? To think that all of this space is being covered by a single attack by a guy that is instantly also shattering and tearing everything into pieces, I find it to be extremely scary. Gojo being able to create a bomb by essentially creating an imaginary force, an imaginary mass that he can just shoot by flicking his fingers is kind of insane to me. But then seeing stuff like that, as impressive as it is, with like seeing characters try to like out-dimension one another, obviously the scaling is much grander, but it's like I don't understand, or I have no concept of understanding how it is from a real world perspective. That's why I think that like the things that Luffy can do are kind of insane, because it's like Oda does a fantastic job at creating like a parallel between the real world and everything else, right? Oda does a fantastic job at doing like, okay, well, One Piece is a fictional story, the characters do move at light speed and all these things, but it's like explaining that somebody is punching a hole through a wall with so much force and with so much speed that it leaves no cracks on the wall. It's just literally puncturing a hole. I think that's insane. I think that's honestly insane. There's some points scaling becomes nonsense since there aren't like real life comparisons through, yeah. DBZ has that problem as well, I agree. Spider-Man versus Batman with gadgets? I'd probably see Spider-Man. Spider-Man would be just as smart, if not smarter than him. What do you think of Cell versus Metal Sonic Eon? I don't know how strong Metal Sonic is. I know that Cell is solar system level. I have no idea how strong Metal Sonic is. That's why Berserk and Vinland Saga are so immensely praised. Yeah, because you want because people, the thing about series and the thing about most stories is that you want to have some kind of like a parallel to the real world. You kind of want to say like, what are actual consequences that are happening, right? With Vinland Saga, it's like they are normal humans. Like you have Vikings being like normal humans, but at the end of the day, these Vikings are also humans that will rape, pillage, and do all of this crazy thing because guess what? That's what Vikings do, right? They have their big ass axes, they have their big shields and everything, and even though a normal human, you could say like, well, I mean, but they're just regular people at the end of the day. I mean, yeah, but you as a normal person sitting in your room watching this or working or whatever, you're not gonna walk up to a Viking and just be like, oh man, average 9 to 5 Joe is out here going to like fight against, by the way, this is a tie. You guys like my tie? Wait. And this is a suitcase. There you go. Anyway, that's kind of what I'm getting at, right? Like, that's why people praise it, because it really does bring a parallel. You can really, you can really, see that parallel between the real world, whether it's through, actual media, things that are actually happening, or you can see it through, events that actually happen to people. Like, when you're a kid and you don't like King of the Hill, then you grow up and it's actually pretty funny. Growing changes with your views and fictional importance. I agree, 100%. What would you be more terrifying from your perspective? Biju Bomb or a Bajrangan or Sukuna's domain expansion? Bajrangan. That's a fist the size of a fucking island. A Biju Bomb's blowing up a mountain. A domain expansion is blowing up 200 meters. That's a fist the size of an island. From a guy who could already way earlier into the series punch someone through bedrock. That's why I say that people genuinely don't understand. That is why I say that people genuinely don't understand how impressive it is like this reaction from King Cobra, right? Because you got to consider it from like this perspective as well, right? You got to I just hope that you guys like also understand it from like this perspective as well, right? That like, for example, Luffy punching Crocodile through multiple layers of bedrock, like literally ripping the ground. Like imagine just for a second, you're walking through like Rome, you're walking through like England, you're walking through New York, right? A city, you're walking through a city with no catacombs, no subterranean system or anything, right? You're just, well, they do have the subway systems and stuff like that, but what I'm saying is, you're going through, like, let's say, a city, right? With, like, a small system underground, but, like, nothing, but, like, it's still, like, several meters underground. I'm talking about, like, 20, 30, 40 feet underground, right? And you just see a guy. You're a king of a country, and you're seeing some kid literally blast a guy so hard through his punch a guy so hard that the force of his punches literally sent him through multiple layers of bedrock. Does he realize how much bedrock there is to get to the surface? That is compact, contained ground. Like, it contextualizes just how insane it is, because King Cobra, for most intents and purposes, yeah, he might be a pervert, yeah, he might be a king, is still a normal human being. Yeah, he might be able to beat up some random Ragavan assholes that are trying to like kidnap his daughter or whatever, but he's still a human at the end of the day. He can't pull off half of this shit. So for him to sit there and see like, holy shit, did I just see some kid punch a guy right out of the ground of the center of my series? It's like, my guy, bro, wallahi, my brother in Christ, this shit is fucking insane. That's why when I go back to like Naruto, like, yes, the tailed beast bomb is insane, but the tailed beasts are honestly like on the like mid to upper high. Like, let's be honest here. Tailed beasts are like high tiers. Like, not god tiers or anything. Tailed beasts are like high tiers of the verse. Like, most shinobi are not taking care of them. Blowing up mountains, absolutely fucking terrifying. That's why people hate the tailed beasts. These things can just nuke you at any point, and you have a person walking around with one of these things inside you. Like, Naruto stopping a giant fucking snake is insane, but then that's why I say, Luffy, he might be able to stop a giant snake, but a giant snake is not blasting through multiple layers of bedrock, right? I just think that it's one of those things where you really have to like contextualize it, and I just feel like trying to contextualize like outer versal thing is just not really possible. To be fair, it's kind of the point of these types of fights. The power is supposed to be beyond human comprehension, which is why Gurren Lagann goes so hard. And I agree with you, Bob. It's a matter of perspective, right, Bob? It's a matter of perspective. It's whether or not you are going to be impressed by something that is either so absolutely unimaginatively insane, or I guess I should say imaginatively insane, that like there is just no level of human context or real world context that you can even remotely go to even remotely explain what the fuck this is going like. Or you can have something that is so impressive in terms of real world human context that it's like you just have no case but other than to be like, you know, impressed by it. So I think that's kind of like the parallel, right? Where it's like you're either impressed by something that is so insane that there's just no real context for human comprehension, or you're impressed by something that is only impressive through real world human context, right? I think that's the kind of like the parallel. You can be impressed by both. You can be impressed by one more than the other. It doesn't really matter. It's more so about what you as a person choose to be. It's more about what you as a person find more impressive, right? Zeno's attack is way more terrifying because it truly is everything erased, reminding you of the humanity's cosmic insignificance. Yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly as well. No, Batman has outthought outer versal entities like Darkseid before, and he's done it more than once. He wins that. He built the suit to take on his own team, including Soups. Yeah, but does he have the suit? I guess. My story I'm writing has a moment where the street level main character caught between two city level characters trying to keep up and only surviving by chance. I have that situation with I actually have that situation. I told Six about it. I was thinking about a moment where like a family member of the main protagonist actually like leaves in the story for a while, right? So like the main protagonist like family member, mind you, the main protagonist by this point is like I'm talking about like barely city block level. Like the guy is like throwing around cars at best, and his family member, whom he has no idea that actually has capabilities, they actually leave the planet, go because they got called up by like some situation that they're like, no, we need you to come here and deal with this, and they end up taking care of like a familiar face that they end up having to create an attack. I like to call it Apex Thunderclap. It's like his ultimate attack. Imagine an attack where you create a thunderstorm so large, you create a massive thunderstorm, right? You create a massive thunderstorm around like that like covers the entirety of the planet. And then from that thunderstorm, you ionize your opponent so that this attack will guarantee land. Since they're basically like the positive to like the negative discharge of the lightning blast, and the end result of this attack, the Apex Thunderclap, is basically a giant scar on the planet where you literally see like a massive, just like, let's just say like feline claw literally carve out the entire planet, and just the guy was right there in the middle. It's undodgeable as far as like what most people would believe that it is, right? And the guy who tanked it basically just walks right through it. Mind you, this is supposed to be like a like a side story that you don't see until like I would want this to actually be like a special, right? Like the guy, like within the context of the story, within the main character's perspective, like he says he's going out on like a trip. He's not going to be back for like a couple of weeks or whatever. He's just heading out. And when he comes back, he just comes back completely fucked up. It's like, what on earth could have possibly have done that to you? And he's like, oh yeah, what on earth could have done that to me? like the scaling of my series just shoots up crazy for some characters. Is the character only wearing a tie? No, it's just a really big tie. But yeah. Luffy entered NL through stacks of gold and a giant bellows and any more inhumane than Naruto throwing and Rhino. Yeah. Their best continental low tiers like that. I need your series explained to me, not gonna lie. My protagonist has paper abilities like Conan and can make like multi-continental storms with just paper. My protagonist can manipulate gravity, but it eventually ends up being, I'm not gonna lie to you, I figured like it might come across as me like taking some shit from JJK, but I ended up realizing that like my character, honestly, it's not even just gravity, it can honestly be the actual convergence and divergence, like the actual concept of the convergence and divergent forces. Right, my character mostly just manipulates like gravitational masses and forces. He actually has an attack that he can actually. It all depends on like how much he's manipulating it, but a vast majority of the series is him learning how to manipulate his abilities. He gets to the point where like I was kind of pissed off when I first read this chapter of Medulo. I was actually very pissed off when I read a specific chapter of Medulo. Does gravity evolve black holes too or not? Yes, it evolves into black holes. As a matter of fact, an early point in the series, he fights someone that he ends up forcing him, some guy that does repelling abilities, and my main protagonist uses attracting forces. And he gets to a point where he actually like in order to like try to stop the dude while they're fighting underneath a building that's full of people, he ends up like just saying fuck it, and he tries to just force in as much gravitational pull until he actually makes a singularity like Yuki Tsukumo, but he doesn't actually end up controlling into the black hole. Almost, the building ends up like crumbling in on itself. Multiple people will have died if somebody didn't like save him out. There's actually a point later in the series that's supposed to be like some big turning point within the context of the story where the main protagonist, through abilities that he's acquired, kind of like loses control of his body and essentially performs if you guys have ever seen the movie Kingsman, if you guys have ever seen the action movie Kingsman, performs a situation where he, by the way, the plot of Kingsman, quick spoiler alert, is that the main villain of the first movie is trying to essentially create a chip that it has a phone chip that he gives away for free, where every single person that has that phone, it will send out a frequency that affects the prefrontal cortex part of, no, not the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain that I think is the medulla oblongata that manipulates a person's rage sensors, and essentially people start attacking each other and beating each other up like in a massive shit show across like the planet. People are beating the ever living hell out of each other until death, and it's like they're raging against each other. The main protagonist, through a series of abilities that he acquired, two of which technically should have never have met, but just by sheer causality they did. He just ended up having them. He creates a scenario where now every single person across existence itself is now trying to kill each other. Where like every single person out there, people with powers, people without powers, everyone is out here literally ripping each other to shreds, murdering each other, and he single-handedly wipes out 30% of existence. And I don't mean the universe. I mean the universe, the next universe, every single timeline, every single person. They're all murdering each other. He essentially wiped out, within the small tint of time that he did that, he wiped out 30% of all life in a massive massacre. It was something fucking crazy. Yeah, it's something fucking crazy. But that's just like a big turning point for the series. It's actually like one of like the big turning points for the series and that's like very early on within the story. Does Luffy have the same ability as the one Quincy that can spawn anything? I don't know about that. No, not really. Within the context of my story, the main protagonist also has a body that allows them to adapt, but they don't get like the true capabilities of adaptation until later on. And they actually do get an ability similar to Mahoraga, like adapting to one's existence, where I call it perfect download. Where once a person has been perfectly downloaded, put it like this. You know Obito's Kamui? You know how like Obito Kamui? You know Obito's Kamui where like it looks like people's attacks are just phasing right through them? Obito Kamui phasing. Where like Obito, where like, okay, so you see like something like this where like the character goes right through Obito. Essentially that's what would happen if he perfectly downloads you. He can essentially affect you, but you cannot touch him. His cells down to a subatomic level will evade your cells automatically. Will evade your very existence. Essentially you cannot touch him. Eon, does your character use blunt force attacks by chance? If so, my protag upscales. I don't know if they're necessarily blunt force. That he can also technically manipulate physics through a second power system, but that's something else. That's just what I'm going to give you guys right now. I have 4 power systems within the context of the verse: Reiki, mantra, magic, mana. Technically, would be the source, and I'm going to call it Void for now. Let's just call it Void. Let's just call it Ether or Void for like the final power system. Each of them are supposed to work differently and it's just a bunch of shit, man. I don't want to go too deep into it if I ever actually end up getting the story off the grounds. Chapter 1 Luffy versus Chapter 1 Naruto. Chapter 1 Luffy stomps. I'm not going to lie. Naruto really only has like 1,000 clones, and I mean, Luffy should just be physically stronger. Like, the 1,000 clones really don't do much, and Naruto doesn't really use ninja tools like that. I like Obito and that guy from Mimic's ability to no clip. It's so unique. It's an ability that I only want to have my character use only against people, not against objects per se, unless he adapts to an object. Please explain the cop. Think of it like a series. I don't want to explain the plot too much, but essentially think of it like, what does it really mean to be the strongest, but also what would it truly mean for one person to get power, right? Like, what would you do for power, right? You do for the sake of power. What would you give up, right? What would you give up? What would you give up? Give up, right? There's also the concept of like, what does it truly mean to have power? I want the series to be one where like the main protagonist, in all sense of the word, he comes across abilities or things that like, I want people to complain about the character. I want people to say, well, this character wouldn't actually be all that strong if they didn't have the body. There's actually a point in the series where I do want to touch upon this concept where it's like, who gives a fuck if you get power through steroids? Who gives a fuck if you get power through sacrificing others? Who gives a fuck if you get power through friendship? It doesn't matter. Power is power at the end of the day. It really just comes down to how you choose to use it. If you're willing to give up your own body, your sanity, everything for the sake of protecting others, is that really as bad as like a person doing it for the sake of destruction? I mean, maybe from like a moral, ethical standpoint, you could say so, but at the end of the day, you're still giving up your body, your mind. You're still doing all these things for the sake of power. What, like, is it really, like, are you really gonna sit here and say that a person is only strong because of X, Y, Z? Okay, who gives a shit if they're only strong because of X, Y, Z? They're still strong because of it, right? Even if it's because of that, right? Like, are we really gonna say that Yuji is only strong because he just so happens to be half cursed and he just so happens to be the guy that had Sukuna in him? That's the only reason why he has this mantle. Is Gojo only really strong because he has the Six Eyes or Infinity? If he didn't have the Six Eyes or Infinity, would it still be Satoru Gojo, right? Is Goku only really powerful because he's a Saiyan? If Goku was born as the lowest class warrior of any other race, would he still be as strong as he is? You know what I mean? It's like, does it really fucking matter? Like, people always get caught up in all this shit. People... Yeah, but can anyone beat Yogiri though? I'm gonna write my character so that he can beat Yogiri. I'm gonna literally have my character so he can adapt to anything no matter what. Fuck, like, cause here's the thing. Fuck other manga artists, or fuck like Rimuru with his ability to like, it stops regardless of your abilities. No, fuck that. My character's abilities will adapt regardless of your ability to stop his ability to adapt. Fuck that shit. It'll really be my fucking character versus yours, and it'll be their fucking author versus mine. I'll do that shit, man. Don't stop me. I'm not here to make the strongest character. I'm just here to make a character that says, fuck you, I'm adapting. Fuck you. Is your character inspired by any shonen protagonist? Kind of Yuji in a sense. Kind of Yuji. More so from having a more of like an idea of wanting to help other people out to sort of like realizing that their actions do have consequences, and more so reaching a point almost like Dabura. This was actually, you know what's crazy? Before Dabura was ever actually introduced to like JJK as a concept, before Dabura was introduced to JJK as a concept, I actually wanted to design the main protagonist's father, specifically the dad. I actually designed the dad specifically to almost have this kind of a face. The dad, the main protagonist's father eventually I will hope that you guys get to see within the context of the story. He is an example of the strongest in the verse, or at least the perceived strongest in the verse. He always has a face like this where he's constantly bored, but it's for reasons kind of different than Dabura's. For similar but yet different kind of reasons to Dabura. One of the reasons why I was actually so intrigued by JJK, one of the reasons why I'm so intrigued by like Geika's writing is because it mirrors a lot of like what I think of when I think of these kind of characters. We getting into SCP-8, yeah, I don't know about SCP and shit, but yeah. I do view the father like that, but I also view it from like certain perspectives of like, what is it, in order to put it like this, I'm just gonna, by the way, I'm gonna like re-fucking title the stream, because I really gotta like retitle the stream. It was not Naruto versus Luffy. I'm just retitling this whole shit. But for like the main protagonist's father, I also had like this idea, this concept of like, how far is too far, right? When it comes to like finally losing all your inhibitions and just saying, fuck it, ethics don't matter to me anymore, even as like the strongest, how far does it truly mean to go too far, right? Like, what are you really willing to sacrifice in order to get the job done, so to speak? These are questions that I've honestly wanted to answer, and I think I could probably write a story around answering these kind of questions themselves. How do you even beat Download? You have to take him down. You have to basically tear off all of his cells. His body works off of the concept of like a nanite body that he gains later on throughout the story. So imagine like a biomechanical cell. Think of a biomechanical cell that is amorphous. In other words, they kind of like change in size and shape based on what they do, but they also amorphous, but they're also amorphous slash what's the other word? Malleable, right? These abilities don't necessarily translate throughout my character throughout most of the series. As a matter of fact, they're slowly like awakening a special genetic trait that their biomechanical body is meant to like fully emulate later on, but they don't fully awakening until like later. Yeah, but I don't really like throwing gooning into my series. I don't really want to, and I don't know if I'm really going to throw in like many love interests within my series. Because it basically just because it is a bit of a shit show. Like, my series eventually just becomes like a massive shit show where like things just continue to escalate over and over again. Sounds like Imagino's nanomachines, but from Alita. I don't know about that. I don't know. Alita add JJK jumping to your series. No, there's actual JJK jumping. There's actual JJK jumping, but it comes from like a different concept of like two characters jumping one guy at the same time and like fighting with each other. You know how like when you have let's say Goku and actually let me do it like this, right? I'll just do like blue and red for Goku and Vegeta. Okay, there's Goku and here is Vegeta, and they're both Vegeta. And they're both fighting against, like, you know, Jiren, right? You know how, like, Goku and Vegeta are, like, both constantly fighting against Jiren, and they're constantly fighting, like, like, at the same time, right? Like, they're both fighting Jiren, both at the same time and all that crap. They're both throwing hands with Jiren at the same time, and they're both, like, fighting with each other at once. Think of it like this. I want you to think of my series a bit different than, like, characters, like, jumping one another. Think of, like, the main protagonist. Oh, wait, let me do it like this. Think of, like, the main protagonist, and then, let's just say, like, the dude or antagonist. And you could even throw in, like, the other, because there's like, supposed to be, like, 4 true main characters within the series. Think of them, and think of it like this, like, and we'll just throw this color for, like, the big bad guy, right? Think of it like, main protag is fighting the guy. he comes in and blasts the guy, and he basically like forces the main protag to get away, so because he's gonna get caught up like in the blast, right? He's gonna like get caught up in the blast, so now he's fighting, and then let's say like this guy right here teleports the bad guy to her, so then now only she can fight him, and then now she's only fighting him, and then he literally warps him all the way back here, and now they're fighting and shit like that. Like they're basically trying to like constantly take attention from the guy. There's actually a point in the series where I do have like two protagonists fight one another so that they can make themselves stronger, while the third guy essentially holds the bad guy in the background. Yeah, I don't want some type shit. I want them to like literally attack at full force, and if the other guy can't, and if their other like ally can't get out of the way fast enough, that's on them. It's like we're all going in there, we're all fighting all out. You're gonna be a burden if you don't hold back. Nobody's here's holding back. If you get caught, that's your fucking fault. That's the kind of fights I want to make. But early into the series, that's not even remotely like that. It's gonna be some like street level, car level shit where like characters are like tossing shit around. Where like ground level bullets are still gonna be relevant. Like I want there to be an actual nanites like Generator Rex, kind of. Yeah, kind of. Everyone in my verse is dying to Yogiri until like late game, end game shit. To like late game, end game shit, they're gonna get to Yogiri. Do you know about Surprise Attack? He's busted as fuck. I don't know. Why are the circles breaking? It makes the explanation funny as fuck, because that's what the selection tool does on Paint. Tight Kubo. I'm not watching this. I'm not watching this dude Pirate Diaries called Tite Kubo, Tight Kubo. I can't do it, man. I can't do it. How Bleach was made will blow your mind. I'll check that out at some point. I might have to check that out for the video later. Safe to watch later.
Competitive and notoriously brutal world of the late 1990s, early 2000s manga industry, where they both would go from struggling, aspiring manga artists to the creators of two of the most popular and influential series of all time. But on the road to the top, Kubo and Oda would begin to see each other as
Tight Kubo, that's what I'm saying.
Enemies, with one of the creators even publicly admitting they hate the other. On today's Creator Deep Dive, I'll be explaining the insane drama between two of Japan's biggest mangakas, as well as comparing their careers and accomplishments. So the first thing that is important to establish is that Oda and Kubo are around the same age and share similar-ish origin stories. They both became addicted to anime and manga extremely young, which led to them becoming obsessed with drawing and eventually having aspirations of becoming professional manga artists. In Kubo's case, he was inspired by the series Saint Seiya, Jijiji no Kotaro, and two manga by the late great Akira Toriyama, Dr. Slump, and Dragon Ball. When it comes to Oda, he was inspired by the mangas The Monster Kid, Koche Kame, Kinnikuman, and an anime called Vicky the Viking. But also, just like his future rival, Oda was also a massive fan of Dragon Ball. Now, I'm not going to dive too deep into Oda and Kubo's lives pre-Shueisha, the manga publisher both creators would eventually work for, because I've already released individual documentaries on both of them, detailing their overall lives, careers, and analyzing all of their works. And so, in order to not be redundant to the return viewers of the channel, I would like to...
I have not. I don't really watch Clyde.
This video, which is when Kubo and Oda began submitting their work into manga competitions. For Kubo, it all started when he was in high school and discovered that manga was a great way for him to combine his love for his various interests, drawing, poetry, and fashion. This epiphany led Kubo to working up the nerve to tell his teacher about his professional manga creator dream. In order to learn what exactly the process to achieving it even entailed, Kubo expected his teacher to just crush these creative ambitions. But instead, their conversation gave him the confidence and information to submit a manga he had been working on called Fire in the Sky into a manga competition held by Shueisha. Though Kubo was nervous, this was a necessary first step toward his dream career. And excitingly, Shueisha would actually think Kubo's manga had some potential, and they would shortlist Fire in the Sky to a finalist in their prestigious Hop Step Award. This award is given to young, up-and-coming manga artists who the industry and manga fans should keep their eyes on. Many winners of this award have gone on to be incredibly successful and influential mangakas. But most importantly, winning it almost guarantees you'll have a chance to officially work with Shueisha in the future. Shueisha is by far the most successful manga publisher ever. Just some of the manga that fall under their umbrella include Dragon Ball, Death Note, Hunter x Hunter, Yu-Gi-Oh!, and eventually all three of the big three. And that just covers their weekly Shonen Jump magazine. The company has several magazines that target different demographics, as well as film and game publishing departments. Basically, this award has the power to fast-track you to a chance at manga artist stardom. But unfortunately for Kubo, shortcuts to success wasn't what destiny had in store for him. Therefore, he would lose without placing. This was especially crushing for Kubo because in order to get his manga skills to their current level, he had isolated himself from his friends and family, spending all of his time drawing or researching manga. And now he was unsure if all that sacrifice was worth worthwhile. Unbeknownst to Kubo, though, a manga editor that worked for Shueisha named Takanori Asada had gotten a hold of Kubo's manga and thought that though Kubo's skills needed some refinement, he had a lot of potential. Asada would call Kubo and tell him not to give up and to try again at winning the award in the future. But Kubo was still feeling a little discouraged, and so he told Asada no, at least for now, because Kubo actually never stopped working on his manga skills, which will be relevant again to the story in a few minutes. For now, let's switch gears and take a look.
Chunin exams Naruto, Sasuke, Lee, and Gaara versus Enel's priests. Who do you think wins? Dude, I'm gonna be so honest with you, Victor. There's no way Naruto or any of these guys even remotely stand up to the priest. I'm sorry. I know the priests are goofy. I know they look stupid. The scaling just does not help out these kids do it. Their scaling just does not help them out. And if Enel's priests are anything even remotely as powerful, if the Enel's priests are anything even remotely as powerful as the Baroque Works agents, and we know that the Straw Hats get stronger after every single island, there's nothing that they can do. For example, what's his first? Satori has an actual attack. Satori uses where is it? Satori uses the impact dial to literally send out shockwaves that can actually like break your fucking head and spine. Where the fuck was it stated? It was somewhere around here. Oh, this is earlier. Let's see. Milk Road. Okay. Not to mention, is he not only fast enough to keep up with Luffy, has observation haki, they all do. They already have precognition. They're fighting these kids with precognition. But they're also using attacks that can actually, like, make Sanji and Usopp bleed from their fucking noses, dude. Mind you, Usopp can take a 4-ton bat to the face. I don't think these guys are doing much. I want to be honest with you. Like, you throw them up in any of these scenarios, I just don't see how the kids do anything about it. Zoro was able to have an entire house fall on top of him. An entire house fall on top of him. He lifts it off of himself. Sanji is relative to Zoro, and Sanji is getting shot by one of these attacks, and he's literally bleeding from the inside out. I just don't see it, man. I just don't see it. Ulquiorra would beat Stark? That's fair. If you think he has a good argument, that's fair.
Look at how vastly different the beginning of Oda's manga career was going around the same time. After a series of events I covered in my The Dark Rise of One Piece video, by the time Oda was in high school, he was so obsessed with drawing manga, he was going as far as quitting all the school clubs and teams he was a part of, and even attempting to not sleep at night so he had more hours in his day to improve his manga creating skills. This insane level of dedication made it to where by the time Oda discovered a manga competition called the Tezuka Award, he was properly prepared. The Tezuka Award is a
For all Skypiea, even Enel, until we can't say no, they have mantra. They have mantra. Satori One Piece. They all have mantra. They all literally have mantra. That's not even me making anything up. Haki can use observation haki, which is called mantra in the Skypiea, to predict the opponent's attacks. Like other priests, he can sense the presence of others within a range that covers the entirety of the upper yard. However, Satori admits that he still requires more training and concentration, can falter due to unexpected events, leaving him vulnerable. Don't get me wrong, his observation haki is trash, but like it's still observation haki at the end of the day, and it was still effective. Yeah. That's confirmed. Yes! They wouldn't throw that into... I'm just pulling up the wiki so I don't have to literally look up a chapter that literally says his mantra, XYZ. But I know for a fact he has it because I've literally read it last week. Yeah, early One Piece easily the strongest of the big three. The issue came from end of series where people went back and made every arc stronger for no reason behind it. I do think 2 Tomoe is comparable to basic mantra, and it's not. It's really not. It's really not. The 2 Tomoe Sharingan... The 2 Tomoe Sharingan does give you, like, some level of advanced perception and the ability to, like, see objects, especially through linear movement, a lot better. It also lets Sasuke see his opponent's abilities, specifically with, like, Rock Lee, so he can later replicate them. But it's not the same as, like, actual observation haki, which lets you see over a massive range. It lets you see over a massive range. They can literally see the entirety of the upper yard. A portion of the island, they could literally just see that. See everything within it just through observation haki alone. You can't do that with a Sharingan. Also, the Sharingan's ability to predict movements better becomes clearer only when you have 3 Tomoe, and Observation Haki just lets you know what your opponent's going to do before they do it. Yeah, it's not comparable. You have to see the opponent do it, and then you'll have an idea of where their movements are going to take them next. You do not have... I can give you that. I can easily give you that. Please tell me I have it for End of Marineford. Please tell me I have it for End of Marineford. No, I do not. I'll pull it up real quick. I did no work today, by the way. We'll just do this. Give me 1 second. Was it 596? It's around 596, right? Yeah. No, it's around... This will be a little bit higher up then. It's like 597 then. 3D2Y. Yeah. Right here. You may not have picked it up on it, but if you have seen One Piece and you have seen the post time skip, right here. The Sky Island people of Skypiea call it mantra. He's talking specifically about Observation Haki. Yeah, this is pretty objective. We, the investors, expect a double manga mining shift to next time. Yeah, to be fair, though, I wasn't supposed to get on today. Technically, I'm putting in extra hours today. The range is situational advantage, though. Yeah, all of them have observation. Asia, the little girl as well. Asya. I know people say Gadatsu doesn't, but he's literally an idiot. That's why Chopper won, yeah. Asya's actually built different. I still don't know why. Hey, listen, some people are just born with the ability to use Haki.
Annual award, also given out by Shueisha, but this competition rewards talented new manga artists who specialize in storytelling. It's named after the godfather of manga, Osamu Tezuka, who is renowned as one of the greatest storytellers of all time, and a pioneer of the medium. Oda would submit a manga he had been working on for 4 months called Wanted, a Western-themed action comedy. Oda would submit his work under a pseudonym, and at just 17 years old, the unknown artist would take home 2nd place and receive a 500,000 yen prize. After his win, Oda would go on to be interviewed by several established outlets, and his work would even be published in Shueisha's Mazase Mangaka magazine. Oda was basically being treated like a manga prodigy, and to be honest, he kinda was one. I've read every single manga Oda put out in chronological order for my Every Manga by Ichiro Oda Explained video, and it was scary how good he was at such a young age. Placing in this award also earned Oda a spot in the monthly offshoot of Shueisha's flagship weekly magazine, in which Oda would premiere his next one-shot, God's Gift for the Future. With these achievements, even though Oda was nowhere near a professional mangaka, his name was starting to spread through the industry as the budding artist to pay attention to. Something else you should know is that from Oda to Kubo, or really any aspiring manga artist, especially those who create shonen manga, the ultimate goal is to get serialized in a weekly magazine. It's the best way to get the most eyes on your work and create a sustainable career in the field. Therefore, the ambitious Oda would decide to shoot his shot at getting noticed by the #1 weekly manga magazine, Weekly Shonen Jump, by entering their aforementioned competition, the Hop Step Award. But unlike with Kubo, Oda, who was seemingly blessed by fate, would take home 1st place his very first time entering with his manga Ikiyako. And so at this point, Oda's name was ringing off so much that he decided to drop out of university and move 711 miles from Kumamoto, Japan to Tokyo, Japan to chase his dream full time. And thanks to his back-to-back competition wins and published works, his resume was high-key stacked. So Oda was able to land a job as a manga artist assistant at Shonen Jump. Now, this does not mean that things were easy for Oda from here on out. The manga industry is notoriously brutal and competitive. That being said, Oda entering the manga industry at such a young age would indirectly be revealed as one of the precipices of the beef. And so you understand how, it's time to dive into the Shonen Jump popularity poll incident. So remember how after Kubo had lost the Hopstep Award, he was contacted by Osada about entering the competition again, but turned it down? This was around 1995. A year later, Osada reached out again to see if Kubo had been working on anything he might want to submit to the up-and-coming Hopstep competition. And as it would turn out, this time the answer was yes. Kubo had been cooking up a dark sci-fi manga called Ultra Unholy Hearted Machine. He had put everything he has into this manga. It had an interesting storyline and great characters, all wrapped up with super immersive world building. With this banger locked and loaded, Kubo decided to blow his load by entering Ultra Unholy into 1996's Hopstep Award. But mind-blowingly to me, Kubo would lose the competition again. I read this one-shot for my Kubo documentary, and I thought it was awesome. Honestly, I think it felt even ahead of its time. It would fit even better into the modern manga market than it did back then, which might have been Kubo's whole problem. I'll explain how in the Bleach versus One Piece segment coming up. For now, just know that even though Kubo didn't place in the competition, Shonen Jump did decide that Ultra Unholy Hearted Machine had enough possible potential that they would still publish it as a one-shot in their magazine to see how fans reacted to it. This was a massive massive deal for two reasons. Number one, this was Kubo's first published manga, so he now could officially add published manga artist to his resume. And two, based on the reception from Shonen Jump's readers, his one-shot could get picked up for weekly serialization, changing his life forever. So that you understand how that could happen, let me explain how Shonen Jump picks the series they publish in their magazines. Shonen Jump runs off this popularity style selection process. Let's say in a given issue, they publish a couple of new one-shot stories from either established or aspiring mangakas. These one-shots are sprinkled throughout the magazine between already popular series. At the end of the magazine, readers then get to vote in a poll that ranks all the manga they just read. After this, Shonen Jump's higher-ups review the results and they take this feedback very serious. If one or two of the new one-shot stories get a lot of the votes, they'll allow the manga artist behind the work to get a chance at serialization after their pilot passes through the editorial process. Now, this poll is a double-edged sword and can result in already established mangas that happen to lose popularity even momentarily getting axed. Like I said, the manga industry is cutthroat. This process often fosters heated competition and or disdain between Shonen Jump's artists. But Kubo wasn't worried because he knew he had something special. If the judges couldn't see his talent, manga fans would. However, Ultra Unholy would fall just one placement short in the rankings that would have got him serialized. And just what was this god-tier manga that somehow defeated Kubo's? Well, it was called Romance Dawn, a pirate-themed manga by a promising up-and-coming manga artist named Ichiro Oda. That's
Boom, my complete fault for thinking otherwise. Working time fraud. Rayleigh said people in Skypiea call observation hockey mantra like one of people. Yep. Wait, you still don't know mantra observation hockey, even though it's totally obvious? Yeah, I've seen this video before. Kubo's a sore loser. Damn, Oda won 3.2k at least in current prizes. By the way, you watched the... I watched this? No, I haven't. I definitely haven't watched this video before. I've been asked to put it up multiple times. I've never actually seen it. It's okay, Kubo. Your idol Togashi picked Oda one shot for Rookie of the Year, not yours. Damn.
Through some kind of cruel joke, even though Oda had gotten a couple years head start in the industry, he had bounced around from assisting various mangakas until landing a job as an assistant to the world-famous but controversial manga artist Watsuki, who Oda says was the first boss he had that believed in him, and even added one of the characters Oda designed into his insanely popular manga, Rurouni Kenshin. Oda's time with Watsuki is what finally gave him the confidence to take a shot at getting his long-time idea for a manga serialized. The awesome and sorta wacky adventures of a rubbery pirate named Monkey D. Luffy. That's right, Romance Dawn was the pilot for what would eventually become One Piece. This is why I think the gods of fate just be messing around with Kubo. Because even though Ultra Unholy was good, it's not even what Kubo's best work would eventually be. So this wasn't the same thing as the Big Three debates, where all the works we compare are most likely the legendary mangaka's maximum opuses. This was what would be Kubo's maybe fourth best manga versus the eventual high-selling manga of all time. After this,
that is manga author of all time. It's not even a combo now. Yeah, I'm positive you watched this before. If I could remember the stream, I would prove it. I definitely have not seen this before. I probably started it up, but I never actually I never fully watched this. As a matter of fact, I don't think I checked anything here out. Eon, give your power system a core where it's like a bowl you can fill. You can use the power source till it empties the power. What would be... Till it empties the power would be what filled the bowl for 2 powers. Split that bowl. Well, I don't know what the fuck you're trying to ask me here. Give your power system a core where it's like a bowl you can fill. I'm assuming you mean fill. You can use that source of power till it empties the power. Would that be what filled the bowl for 2 powers? Split the bowl? No. The power systems in my series are a lot different. They all functionally work differently. Seen a good amount of your streams, never seen this one. Yeah.
One Piece. The pirate manga was an instant smash hit, thrusting Oda into manga celebrity status. As for Kubo, he would fluctuate between releasing failed and semi-successful one-shots through Shonen Jump before finally getting serialized with his manga Zombie Powder in 1999. Unfortunately, though, this series would run for a short 27 chapters before getting canceled. It wouldn't be to the year 2001 that Kubo would hit it big after he released a manga called Bleach, a story about a cranky but kind-hearted teenager named Ichigo Kurosaki who obtains the powers of a Soul Reaper and then through a series of events has to defend humans, rescue his friends, and fight evil spirits. As we all know, Bleach would become a massive success and be ranked alongside the biggest manga and anime of the early 2000s. Though Kubo was incredibly grateful for the support of his new fans, he still blamed Oda for the delay in his career taking off. Basically, there was a 4 to 5 year gap between Oda defeating Kubo and blowing up and Kubo making it big with Bleach. Some fans believe that Kubo and Oda actually hate each other, and some believe it's more of a friendly feud. I've investigated both sides of the argument, and
if I could actually listen, if I lived in a world, I'm unsure if I should watch or read Bleach. Watch it, do not read it. The music will definitely help. The journey, the voice acting for the characters might help out. If you read the manga with no context for the music, no context for some of the animation, the character designs, etc., it's not going to be as good. I promise you, as someone who has read the entirety of the manga for Bleach, it is nowhere near as good as when I remember watching it, and I had some level of nostalgia for it. Even then, I think the manga's writing is terrible. I would say watch the series, watch the anime, and then just stick to the 1,000-Year Blood War. Don't even remotely look at the manga. When I make my review on it, it'll be directly on the manga. It is fucking terrible. By the way, you guys were asked, one of you guys asked, I want to make, if I ever get to the point where I can generate enough income to where I can fully like make out my entire series, I want this kind of art style. I want Blue Lock's art style. I think Blue Lock's art style is super fucking expressive, and it can really... I love the expressions of the characters. I love how seriously they can take it, but I also love how nonchalant the characters can be, and I also love how... I love the detail and the line work. I absolutely love the detail and the line work. If I could have the ideal context of my manga, I would create this. This specifically. I love the characters' reactions. I love the amount of energy that you can feel from it. I love all of it. I love all of it. Also, like, you don't need, also, by the way, listen, you don't see a lot of girls in this series, but, yo, the manga artist also knows how to, draw female. But anyway, there will be powerful chicks, there will be powerful dudes. I want to have like everything in between. I mostly just have like the building blocks for like the story and where I want it to go through. For me, it's just about adding details later. As I work through it.
Supports both claims. That's why in this next segment, I'm going to break down Kubo and Oda's own statements about their beef, as well as real quotes from people that know them personally, so we can get to the truth once and for all.
I was saying, like, a bowl of water per se, like the water being the power. Would you use the water until it's gone and need to replenish it from shooting? My power system works a little bit differently than other power systems, from the sense that it technically exists everywhere. You just have to absorb it from the outside. It's like... I'll put it like this. I'll show you something real quick. By the way, I pray that none of you try to like take any of these ideas. But anyway, let's say you have a character, right? If this were like Dragon Ball, for example, right? With Dragon Ball, you have ki kind of like... Oh, wait. With Dragon Ball, for example, right? With Dragon Ball, you have ki, right? Ki comes from within and it shoots outward, right? Ki comes from within and it shoots outward, right? In my series, it technically, how do I put it? You absorb the energy into yourself from your surroundings. The energy source is everywhere. The energy source is everywhere. You internalize it, and then the energy comes out. The energy comes out in its own fashion based on who you are. It depends. It's going to be the first power system is going to be very similar to ki in many concepts, except you have to absorb it from the outside. However, one of the issues with the power system is that if you absorb too much energy and your body can't take it, kind of like Sage Mode, except think of it kind of like just absorbing a fuck ton of energy from straight up and then having the power come out of you. Kind of like Sage Mode, yeah, and it kind of is dependent on how much energy you absorb, but that's usually for some characters. There's a difference between... I actually separate them kind of like with Fire Force. I've actually taken a bunch of concepts from different series, even from like Fire Force, where there are first-generation users and second-generation users. First-generation users can generate the energy on their own and can absorb it from the outside, but they usually can get more energy from the outside. Second-generation users come with an ability, kind of like CT. Second generation users come with an ability kind of like cursed users. So like with JJK, where like Yuji can use cursed energy, Kusakabe can use cursed energy, but they don't have cursed techniques per se until, you know, later on. So like if you absorb too much, you go supernova, like Superman's last attack. If you absorb too much, you kind of like Hulk yourself out, and you kind of like eventually will kill yourself because the energy is too much for your body. You'll end up like throwing up. You'll end up like kind of going berserk. You can't manipulate the power. It'll end up like bursting out of you, and if you absorb too much, you'll just pop like a balloon. The more powerful you are, the more powerful you become, the more energy you can absorb from the outside. But you eventually find out that like first generation users just cannot compete with second generation users. You can technically, but you have to be like a really insane first generation user to even keep up with second generations.
I hate Oda incident. In 2017, Kubo...
Your power system is like the cultivation power system of Chinese novels, where the key is everywhere outside until you reach the power to control the Tao or the world. Yeah. So like the cultivation novel. Yeah. Except it has actual writing. Yeah, exactly.
on TBS radio to talk about his career and beliefs.
There's a second power system that comes directly from within called Mantra. There's a third power system that should ideally come from outside sources, but can come from like emotions. I have one that essentially generates from emotions, one that comes from like willpower, one that comes from like outside forces, and one that only works through absorbing outside forces. I have 4 separate power systems for this.
During the start of his career, this discussion led to Kubo admitting that he had some bitter run-ins with his fellow manga artist Ichiro Oda throughout the 1990s. Kubo explained how his work had debuted under Oda's work in the reader survey we mentioned earlier, and that, quote, "Since then, I've hated Oda." The interviewer replied to Kubo's sudden, astonishing confession with a laugh, saying, quote, "You are a person who says things surprisingly clearly." I think what the interviewer meant by this was in Japan,
Mantra. I wonder what inspired you there. Originally, I was calling the power. I was looking for the power system. I had originally called it Ryudo. Specifically, only one race in existence can really use this power system. I called it Ryudo, which actually translates to flow. I would call it like the flow of energy or like the flow of force. It's a power system kind of designed around manipulating force itself. Manipulation of force, sort of like physical strength, physical force, etc. Think of it like sending out manipulates like force, right? But it's actually it goes a bit in deeper that I don't want to like go into too many spoilers. But then I was like, well, that would be like the combat system that they call it, right? That would be like their martial art for it, right? Because I have different kinds of martial arts for this titled. So there's Ryudo, which is like the main, which is just the regular flow. I have Shin Ryudo, which, Ten Ryudo, and then I have, Fa Ryudo. And each of these are like sub-advanced applications, kind of like hockey. I wanted to develop Ryudo to be sort of like a hockey type style. Not to say that it's a direct counter to the main power system at all. Not to say that it is a direct counter in any sense. But it's supposed to be a power system that like... I don't want to go too deep into it. Any gods responsible for your world, Eon? There are people who consider themselves gods, but they use the first power system, which I called Reiki. And with Reiki, there are differentiations between Reiki based on, there's Reiki, and there are differentiations with Reiki based on, you don't actually get to see this more. I would actually go more into like the differentiations of Reiki for like, the actual like protagonist's father, who I would actually have a spin-off series that would be an actual, like, you know, prequel to the whole series. But Reiki essentially breaks down to like the It's most similar to Ki in terms of power system, in terms of power. Most similar to Ki from DB and Jujutsu and Cursed Energy and Cursed Energy. JJK. Then I have Mana, which is obviously magic, etc. I do want to work on that. So Ryuo. Yes, but I didn't get the name Ryuo from I didn't get the name Ryudo from Ryuo. I was actually trying to find a good translation for flow, and I ended up liking Ryudo. I was just going off of Google Translate. There's actually a flow state, and I do have this concept of flow state within the series that all power systems can essentially obtain, though they all have different requisites for it. With Reiki, you have actual Reiki, God Reiki, and then all Reiki. But the only real all Reiki. With each of them, though, the only real differentiation is quality and kind of like purity of the Reiki itself. But they're not really like gods in this verse per se. I don't really like the concept of like gods themselves, more like beings who perceive themselves to be gods because of how they how they're actually viewed within the context of the series. Reiki, I want you to look at Reiki kind of like from this perspective. Reiki is, I guess it would kind of be going into spoilers, but Reiki is essentially creation. Reiki is the power of creation, but it kind of like, works through a sense of like wavelengths, creation through wavelengths. I've thought a lot about the power system, about the characters, about how I would indulge in the power system. I'm already very deep into the series. I'd say I'm like, if I were to give the series the actual timeline that I wanted to write up, I would say maybe like 20 volumes. I would say maybe like somewhere around like 20 volumes. But I'm not talking about like manga volumes. I'm talking about like books, like novel volumes. Like, each, like, different books. I'd be, like, probably, like, 20 or so different books. If there's a cursed energy, they must be a blessing energy. Not really. There's no, like, blessing. There's no, like, evil energy or whatever, per se. And I guess in, like, in a literal sense, there really isn't.
Being serious.
But it's what I do with the series that essentially, but it's how I take the concepts that I think like are actually a bit more interesting. There's also by the way, there's actually something else I kind of want to bring up with this. Within the context of the verse, just because I feel like you guys are a bit interested in this, within the context of the verse, Reiki is essentially the sole main system of the verse. It's sort of like the main soul system of the verse. Like, everything and everyone, like, at least, most people don't really know about it, but everything and everyone is sort of like, almost every single character in the verse is going to have this power system. What else did I want to say about this? Yeah, almost every single character that's, like, going to have this power system is going to work on it. And it also works, like, JoJo stands, where Reiki users naturally attract one another. But it's not like JoJo's where everybody just looks weird. Everybody who has Reiki just looks weird. It is essentially one of those things where, hey, what's poppin', Blab? It's been a minute.
Though it is a cultural thing, it does make it hard for people to know how others really feel about them. And even if they mean well, I could see this being bad for people's mental health. So I like it when rebellious popular figures like Kubo break social norms, and to show it's okay to speak your truth. Obviously, this interview would go viral both on the internet and amongst the manga community, to the point that Oda himself would reply in a, let's say, interesting way. But before we get to Oda's reply, there are a couple other parts of Kubo's interview that
JoJo mid-diff, probably.
Because I think it adds context to why Kubo sounds like he always has a chip on his shoulder. The first thing is that Kubo felt like he was not given a fair shot in the competition because Shonen Jump had a habit of favoring veteran staff over rookie artists. This is relevant to their situation because, as we mentioned, by the time Kubo and Oda went head-to-head, Oda had been a Shonen Jump employee for a couple of years, and Kubo was just getting on. So when it came to things like whose work was placed in the beginning of the magazine and whose was placed in the back and got less eyeballs on it or had readers with reading fatigue, Kubo felt he got the short end of the stick. Now, this next example is much more extreme. Around the time of Kubo's career debut, the then editor-in-chief over Shonen Jump was a man named Kazuhiko Torishima. He was Kubo's boss's boss. Torishima has a lot of clout in the manga industry. Not only was he the main editor of the Dragon Ball manga, but he was also responsible for personally discovering Akira Toriyama and helping him perfect the early concepts for Dr. Slump and Dragon Ball, which, if you remember, was two of Kubo's main manga inspirations, which makes this next part even more messed up. One day during Kubo's early career, he got a call from Torishima, who was demanding that he get to Shonen Jump's headquarters in Tokyo immediately. Torishima had gotten a hold of some of Kubo's work, and let's just say he wasn't a fan. When Kubo arrived at the headquarters, he was told to wait in a room quietly, and then suddenly, Torishima would bust open the door and began berating Kubo with insults before he even made it to the table, screaming that Kubo's mangas were terrible. Torishima would then take out the first volumes of Dragon Ball and Fist of the North Star and slam them on the table, yelling, quote, "Your manga is not good. Go home and read these so you can become a better mangaka." Kubo said...
Listen, I'm gonna say one thing. I feel bad for Kubo. Like, genuinely speaking, as a human being, I do feel bad for him, because that's kind of like, I don't want to say like degrading, but being like insulted and attacked just because like somebody didn't like your work. Specifically, like, especially somebody like within the business. Was that you? I wish it was me. Not really. I don't feel like I would go that hard to like insult somebody that close to their, I don't think that I would like go that hard, especially like, okay, when I go on stream and I'm talking about all the shit that I hate about like Bleach, I'm gonna be honest with you, it's not, I don't like Bleach, but I do think that Kubo's not the best writer out there. I do think that he's really bad, especially with like getting certain ideas to like fully flesh out. But at the end of the day, I don't think I would just like walk in there and be like, Kubo, your writing is dog shit, you're terrible at this. I'd be like, okay, I would actually go in there and be like, okay, I want you to kind of explain to me your thought process while writing this stuff, right? I would actually want to sit down and try to comprehend where they're coming from with this before I even go into anything. Now, going in there and actually just apparently berating him and attacking him before he even like gets a chance to sit down and throwing into manga and saying, read these before and understand what makes them good. It's like, I kind of get the approach to that, but it's also like, I don't like that kind of, I don't like, his story is dog shit though. I enjoy it. I guess, sure. I don't know, I just feel like when people, especially like in high positions of power, are coming in, especially for like people that could have the talent to actually make something amazing, including potentially Kubo, I don't know. I feel like there's also a way you can also talk to other people, especially face to face, that like at least shows like a bit more of a respect. And like, because even if like they're just some startup or some random dude, it's like the person could be big eventually. And Kubo is big, regardless of how I feel about a story. It is a story that has resonated with many, and it is a story that, like, you know, at the end of the day, it is one of the more popular series of all time. I think it's dog shit in terms of its writing, but either way, it doesn't stop the series from being what it is, right? It's just my opinion at the end of the day, right? When it comes to that kind of stuff, though, it's like I don't know. I just don't like people doing that shit. I don't like the idea of people like just walking in someplace and just immediately like berating and attacking you for no fucking reason. Traveling back in time to bully Kubo to never make it big so he can steal Kubo's power system. No, I wouldn't steal Bleach's power system. My power system is so much more in depth than Bleach's. I think it actually blows Bleach's power system right out of the fucking water.
He remembers thinking, this bastard.
Yeah, it's not helpful.
Sit there and take it. This encounter left Kubo feeling resentful toward Torishima, and is one of the many reasons he had such a disdain for how the manga industry was ran. Now,
yeah,
this
that's
all
fair.
happened prior to Kubo and Oda's popularity poll incident, so by the time that happened, he already didn't like the politics of the manga industry.
Yeah.
In the time between the Torishima incident and the popularity
Talk about
poll
bullying.
incident,
Yeah.
Kubo was submitting mangas back to back. But
That's the thing. That's the thing. If I ever had a chance to like sit down and walk into Kubo, like he was just sitting in a room and I could just walk in there and see, like, I would first of all, like, here's the thing. At the end of the day, he's still a person. At the end of the day, Kubo's still a person. Regardless of how I feel about his writing ability or his ability to, like, you know, maintain, you know, plot relevant threads or, you know, transitions, etc. Or, you know, just characters fucking talking to one another, just dialogue in general. Regardless of how I feel about it, I would still walk in, shake the man's hand, and be like, okay, I kind of want to first understand a person's perspective from things before I go in on what my issues with something is, right? But that's just me, right? Not everyone's gonna be like that, especially an old man from an old man. What was this, like the 1990s? So yeah, an old man that was likely born back in like the 30s or the 40s or some shit, right? Bleach power system is 1-to-1 Saint Seiya or Dragon Ball. Big number, go brrr all the way to the end of the series. Yeah, a fan told him that Bleach was trash and he was livid. Yeah. I'll tell them. I will still tell Kubo I think his writing is terrible, but I will at least be respectful and cordial about things, right? I can't tell you I hate the man I can't tell you I hate the man in like real life. No, I don't. I just don't like his writing, right? But it's like at the end of the day, I feel like you should still be at least somewhat respectful to other people. You know what I mean? I don't know.
And then when he finally gets a chance for one of his works to be greenlit for a one-shot, he loses to Oda, another manga artist his own age. Let me tell you why that matters. So after Oda wins, he releases One Piece and blows up. And then those same editors that were demanding Kubo make a manga like Dragon Ball started telling him to now make manga.
I don't love the man. I don't know about loving the man, but yeah, like love the man, hate the writing. Yeah.
To be infuriating and definitely added to his disdain for Oda. Even though these things were not Oda's fault personally, I mean, we learned from my Oda video that he faced his own troubles getting One Piece pushed through, but Kubo knows none of that, so I understand why he feels so jaded. It's
yeah, that's
one
fair.
thing to be asked to copy the legends, but to be asked to copy a peer and a rival, man. Of course, Kubo being Kubo would say hell no, and decided whether he becomes a successful manga creator or not, he will always do things his own way. And though he became known as like a rebel of the manga industry, this would turn out to be the right choice.
Love the man, love the writing type shit.
Arrived at Oda's methodical response to Kubo's TBS radio interview. Fast forward to 2021 during the 20th anniversary of Bleach Expo, where Oda would do an interview in which he would address the rumors of the two creators' feud. Quote, years ago, Kubo publicly announced on the radio, I hate Oda. You want to know if I have a grudge against Kubo? Yeah, I do. That said, his statement didn't sound particularly rude to me. Oda would elaborate, saying despite Kubo's audacity to make such a statement publicly, he doesn't dislike him. Oda said he remembers that him and Kubo were almost the same age during their manga debuts. And he remembers reading Kubo's first manga and feeling like, wow, this new mangaka is good at drawing and has some good ideas as well. Even though Kubo was new to the manga and
I'm sorry. I know I'm reading into this. Listen. I'm gonna say this right now. Nobody has to say it. I'm gonna say it. I am reading into this, right? I'm obviously coming to my own conclusion from this. But I find the wording that Oda used so funny here. I remember Kubo's debut manga since we were around the same age. I felt, wow, this new mangaka has good drawing skills. His idea is good as well. His drawings eloquently tell us he is a pretty confident guy. He's talking about the drawing, his capabilities, and the idea being good. He never says anything about the dog shit writing, man. This. I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like Oda and I are like two peas in a pod. This man is basically saying in a very nice way. Yeah, no, the dude can definitely fucking draw. The dude definitely has a good idea in concept. He just can't write for shit. I know he's not saying he can't write for shit. I know he's obviously not even. I'm not insinuating that he's saying that either. I just find it so funny that he doesn't bring up the writing at all.
feeling like, wow, this new mangaka is good at drawing and has some good ideas as well. Even though Kubo was new to the industry, Oda...
Why does somebody need to check Oda's PC?
Art style told anyone that read his work that he was a pretty confident guy. Oda went on to say that despite Kubo's audacity to make his trash talk public, he admitted that Kubo's fearless spirit reminds him of something that Monkey D. Luffy would do. I picture that time that Luffy was cooking Big Mom on that transponder snail, but I think Oda just means they both have a rebellious spirit by nature. Oda would wrap up his comments about Kubo saying, quote, now that he mentioned me that way, I announce with 100% confidence that someone like Kubo is a competitive, super hard worker, and that he bets Kubo is feeling embarrassed because Oda mixed in some kind words about him, ending his speech telling Kubo the two should go out for a drink together in the near future. Oh, by the way, Oda also entered a drawing of Ichigo in One Piece's art style into the expo. I'm sure Kubo either loved or hated this. From here on out, start deciding whose side you're on, and if you think Oda was being nice for real or being petty/facetious in his Q&A. Comment your thoughts below because I'm really interested to hear what you think.
Probably talking about the Edo allegations. What are you talking about?
When Oda's interview first came out, some fans felt like it was proof that the beef was friendly, but honestly, I found at least
that's why Oda's a goat. You should have told him straight up, you're writing buns. That's why you lost, stay salty. That's what I'm saying.
Win over manga fans with the kill your rival with kindness method, which on the surface worked. After the expo, there were a lot of articles written with titles like One Piece creator Oda killed a Bleach creator with kindness. But don't forget, fans also said that Kubo was joking as well. However, during my research for this video, I found some new evidence I've never seen before that might prove otherwise. I discovered an old anime blog discussing some tweets from Greg Werner, an employee of V-Jump, Shueisha, and Toei Animation as the official One Piece columnist. Greg's tweets were in response to fans claiming that Kubo's I hate Oda statement was said in jest. During his tweeting spree, Greg reveals that not only did Kubo really begin hating Oda after Oda's one-shot beat Kubo's in 1996, but that Kubo still hates Oda to this day, claiming to have personally witnessed Kubo's disdain for Oda firsthand in person. He said he doesn't want to go too much into details and expose people's private conversations.
I don't know about anything about like any allegation bad for him.
With his feelings in the TBS radio interview, he thought it was okay to reveal what he personally knew Kubo's true feelings to be about the situation. At the end of the day, both Oda and Kubo have created truly goated series. But just for fun, let's wrap
what author was a pedophile?
And stats comparing them. And make sure to comment and let us know in your opinion which series and or creator do you personally like better, or at least who you feel the winner of the rivalry is. First, manga sales and overall popularity. There isn't anyone who could deny that One Piece dominates all when it comes to raw popularity, especially in terms of manga sales. Not only is One Piece the most popular manga series of all time, but it's also one of the most popular media franchises in general, being valued at over $20 billion. This includes its anime adaptation.
And yet these motherfuckers cannot put in, and even at 1%, even 1% of that revenue, they can't even, of that value, they just can't put it into a fucking good game to save their lives, bruh. I just want a One Piece game that isn't mid. I don't even need a full-blown fucking world. Don't even give me an open world. I don't need any of that shit. Just give me a fighting game that at least looks good. Or give me at least, I don't know, some kind of action game where I feel like I can actually play with the characters and it isn't just me running around a fucking path beating up a bunch of guys. I'll love Pirate Warriors. Give me an actual good game that isn't fucking mid, dude. People have been insulting Oda for being close to Kuromi Kenshin's author. Oh. Rurouni Kenshin's author's a pedo? Oh. Well. I mean. I'm not gonna make an opinion on that.
Film releases and live action series that have all broken records. With that being said though, I would argue that Bleach has actually had more of a direct...
By the way, can I say something? I like the One Piece live action. Why the fuck did Inaki Godoy hold the blade like this? That's so important. If my brother was convicted of an essay crime and I still loved him, I'd be wrong. Y'all stupid as fuck on this Genshin. I never read the manga either. One good One Piece game would bring so much money. Toriko author is one, and Kenshin author who gave Oda a chance, so I understand why Oda's not turning his back on him. I mean, he gave him an opportunity, right? Really, Toriko's author's a pedo? That's crazy. I like Burning Blood. The author, Ronan Kirishi, had so much CP, they thought he was a holy fuck. Kubo has better art and inspired JJK, so yeah. Somebody has to bring up, yeah. Let me guess, you're one of those dudes that you have to move the goalpost and now talk about what great things about JJK in order to make you feel good, because otherwise everyone here's trashing on Kubo. Does it make you sad that I said that Kubo has bad writing, even though I can agree that it has good art? Who gives a yeah, it inspired JJK. Classic Bleach fan fashion. It's true though. What did One Piece do? Became the hot. Actually, I don't even need to tell you right here.
First, manga sales and overall popularity. There you personally like better, or at least who you feel the winner of the rivalry is. First, manga sales and overall popularity. There isn't anyone who could deny that One Piece dominates all when it comes to raw popularity.
Yeah,
especially
popularity.
in terms of
More
manga
popular.
sales. But not only is One Piece the most popular manga series of all time, it's also one of the most popular media franchises in general, being valued at over $20 billion. This includes its anime adaptation, film releases, and
Whatever, right? Whatever. So it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter once it's something good for One Piece. It only matters when it's good for Bleach, right? Because you like Bleach. How about this? How about I just put you on timeout so I don't have to see your comments anymore? People like you are honestly the most annoying people on the internet because as soon as somebody just gives their opinion on something that you like and you have to bring up some kind of goalpost post where you have to say, oh well, Bleach is great, Bleach is amazing, yada yada yada, just for then you to say, oh well, what's so impressive about the series you like? I don't have to give you anything impressive, but we're watching a video about this shit, and it just so happened that I just happened to watch a piece of the series that literally tells us, yeah. And now you have to say whatever, right? Because it doesn't matter, right? Yeah, okay. How about you just stay muted?
With that being said, though, I would argue that Bleach has actually
Gege more than Bleach?
Influence.
Does it matter? Does it genuinely matter which series inspired Gege Akutami more? Like, in an objective sense, does it matter whatsoever? No, it really doesn't. It really doesn't which series inspired more. And even then, are you going to bring up some arbitrary value? And not to talk, but it's like, are we really going to try to bring up some arbitrary value? Like, oh, well, JJK was like 70%, like 30% inspired by Bleach, and like 32% inspired by Naruto. And the last, I don't know, 38%, the last 38% was inspired by another. Like, I don't care, dude. It really doesn't matter. Like, genuinely speaking, it doesn't matter. 28%, I mean. It just doesn't matter. Series being inspired by other series is irrelevant, in my opinion. Who gives a shit what series inspired by what? Talk about the quality of the series, not about, oh, who inspired who. Kenshin author got caught with cheese and pizza, and people were taking an interview where Oda was talking about how good he was treated by him when he was working under him. Okay. And twisted the narrative to say that Oda also supports it. Yeah. HXH inspired Naruto and JJK. Gojo's a clown of Killua. White dresses. Yeah, all that crap. Clone, not clown. I literally love One Piece to death, but I'd trade live action One Piece for live action Naruto any day of the week. That's fine. Bleach had plenty of success, but some fans it's not enough. One Piece continues on and has a higher personal success. Bleach ended nearly 10 years ago. Turns 10 in August. Cool. I mean, that JJK is very, very similar visually to Naruto. I mean, there are traits of it that are similar. What's cheese and pizza? CP, child corn. Piled corn. Yeah. HXH. Yeah.
On the modern state of manga and anime than One Piece or
with
any
underage
series from their era.
co-workers, he basically pushed Teen and Jay-Z. That's crazy.
Directly cite Bleach as influencing their
Yeah, at that point, we just gotta send them straight to. We just gotta send them straight to the gulags.
This includes the creators for Demon Slayer, Black Clover, My Hero Academia, and Jujutsu Kaisen. Just to name a few that's credited Kubo as an inspiration by name. I think what happened to Kubo was his work was just too dark or edgy for the time period he was pitching them. Then when the people that was raised on Bleach and his other work grew up and made their own mangas, this shifted the paradigm of manga culture to a place that allowed for more mature themes to flourish among shonen fans. This would explain why when Bleach returned with the 1000-Year Blood War anime, it broke the internet, even though the manga came out years ago, because it fit perfectly into what modern anime fans fiend for.
Probably in the Epstein files.
Damn. In fact,
listen, as long as Oda isn't in it, I don't give a fuck.
2022 by Mao.
And Kishimoto.
And Oda are already
and
legends,
Gege.
both of them are still working creators. And so who knows what their ultimate
You know,
legacies
it's
will
not
be.
a
I just
big of
hope
a
before
offense
they're
in
all said and
Japan.
done,
For some
they
reason,
get
he's
that
not
drink
in
and
jail
swap
no more.
stories. Because I just love how their lives sound like real life.
Japan has a really weird, weird grape culture. From my understanding, it's actually very common, especially like in public transportation, like trains, for women to be essayed consistently to the point, and it's actually so consistent to the point where like police officers will just tell you like there's nothing that they can do about it. It's kind of crazy. Going to Japan, if I ever go to Japan, it's one of those things where like, yeah, it's, I mean, they changed like the legal age of consent to like 16 a couple years back. It was like 13 previous to that, and it was like post 2020. It's crazy. I like Japan from like certain cultural aspects. I love a lot of like their architecture, especially when we go to like Kyoto. I love the idea of like the hot springs. I love some of like their lore, especially when it comes to like like their Shinto beliefs and stuff like that. But it's like, I love the food, and I love manga, but it's like it's definitely something weird about, you know, the more R-rated things when it comes to Japan. Even has their own panties dispensers to buy one on. It's so wrong. Yeah, it's weird, man. It's one of the things that, like, as an adult, when you grow up, it's like there's a lot of things about Japan that you think are so cool, but then you're like, you also look at like the reality of the situation over there, and it's just like, man, it kind of blows, you know. It kind of kind of creates like this disillusion, right? It kind of like creates like this disillusioned idea of like, man, I don't know. It kind of like disillusions you to like what Japan really could have been like. 1 second, guys. All right, I'm back. Jesus Christ, it's called Japan even. Oh yeah. All right. You guys want to check out anything else, or is that it? Because I might just be done with the stream. How's everybody feeling? And we can watch one more thing. We can check anything out. You guys want to talk about anything specifically? Any power scaling questions you guys might have for me? See what happens, Eon. We went from Oda to whatever this conversation is, and Twitter drama does shit god, nothing to do with Oda. Well, this is just stuff that I like to watch on the side. This is just stuff that I like to watch on the side because I've been following the Epstein files, and I've been just keeping, and I just like seeing like this kind of like commentator content just because it's like something that is the complete opposite of power scaling. But yeah, you guys want to watch the Ultimatum?
The Ultimatum is a cheeseburger stuffed inside a cheeseburger with 2 deep-fried cheeseburgers as buns, and then we add our special ketchup that we get from the Himalayas. Anyone who doesn't eat one is a chump.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Thoughts on the Super Bowl halftime show? I'm really not into like sports. I think I've mentioned this before. I think I'm not really into sports. I've mentioned this before, but I did watch the Super Bowl because my girlfriend really likes Bad Bunny. She likes seeing all like his like spectacles. 100% I'd visit, but never live there. I'd like to live in Japan, but I'd like to, I don't know, I'd probably like to live like somewhere like in Kyoto. I don't know if I'd like to do like Osaka or like Tokyo, just because I know that, again, like, especially if I ever have kids, I just don't want them to like grow up in that environment. I know that like there's a lot of, I guess you could say there's a lot of independence, like especially children gain very early on, because I think from my understanding, they actually have kids already take the subways and the subways and stuff like on their own, which I think is crazy. Like, as an American, I think like it's crazy and shit, right? But it's like, I don't know, I wouldn't want like my kids, especially my daughter, to grow up in an area where like that kind of culture is just so easily, you know, it's just so easily, just things like that just happen, man. Like, do you like Family Guy, Eon? I used to like early Family Guy. I don't care for like later iterations of Family Guy. I don't like for like seasons after a certain point. As far as like the Super Bowl does, I'm not gonna lie, considering what last year's Super Bowl was, with like the whole like Kendrick Lamar calling Drake a PDF file in front of like the whole fucking country, I thought that shit was crazy, first of all. But if we're talking like if we're talking like the halftime show this time, I mean, I can't really tell you I like most of Bad Bunny's music. I can't tell you here that I like most of his music. I can't tell you here that I care for the dude. I think he's an alright dude. I think that he fights for good causes. I thought it was funny. I was telling my girlfriend, like, that first part of, like, the Super Bowl where he was, like, walking through, like, those giant stocks and stuff like that. I thought it was really funny that he was constantly moving around, because I'm like, it's probably just part of, like, the routine and everything. But considering all, like, the death threats that Bad Bunny's gotten, she was like, it kind of looks like he has a bulletproof vest underneath. I was just sitting here thinking to myself, like, he's probably moving around a lot just to make sure that the sniper can't keep a track on him. That's why they have, like, those big stocks and everything. I was just finding it funny. You think you can do a halftime show? Fuck no, I can't do a halftime show. I think it's really, really impressive, though. I mean, listen, let me be honest here. I thought it was a good message. I didn't get the whole thing between, like, the people marrying each other. I guess it was, like, white person and Latino. I wasn't really paying attention because, like, the stream that we were watching, the stream at the time that we were watching on YouTube, it kind of like clunked out halfway through because YouTube took it down, and I don't have any like sports networks at my house because I don't watch TV. I really don't watch things. I watch YouTube commentators on the side, and I might play a video game every now and then. But anyway, all those things combined, I was just like, dude, what an experience. My first Super Bowl halftime show was kind of ass. I was like, that's it? That was the spectacle? I don't know, man. I don't know. It was fine. Do you like rap? I think rap's fine, depending on it. I also don't like their work culture. It seems very depressing. Yeah, the work culture in Japan is very work first, everything else after. They actually view people falling asleep on the job as a sign of, as like a respectful sign of like this person worked so much that they literally fell asleep on their desks. I don't know. Praying for PewDiePie's kids growing up in that culture. Really? PewDiePie lives in Japan? I didn't know that. What the Turning Point halftime show? I don't know about the Turning Point halftime show. I'm talking about the Bad Bunny one. The show was good, but Bad Bunny's not a good singer at all. I was telling that to my girlfriend actually. I was telling her that like Bad Bunny's a good artist. At least from like a reggaeton and all those other standpoints, I guess. I don't know. He has like 3 songs I like. But as an artist, as like someone who is singing, like when he actually sings, like when he like goes into like his songs and stuff like that, and when he like quote unquote like sings along with that beat of his or whatever, like I kind of get it, but like when he's like actually attempting to sing, I don't know. I just don't think he sings all that well. Kendrick did all of that last year, but didn't say a word about Jay-Z and Pusha T. Mind you, Pusha T's name was said before the Grammy, so he knew about it. And shout outs to him, and shouts him out anyways. We found this. That's crazy. We found his flock. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Would you box with IShowSpeed for $5 million? I would box with IShowSpeed, but let me tell you something right now. I was watching a clip. Fuck, which one was it? I was watching a clip of that guy, the guy from the Routine Guy versus IShowSpeed. I was watching like this, because here's the thing, I don't really know IShowSpeed that much. I didn't find out that like IShowSpeed was a runner until I saw like some video. Ashton Hall versus IShowSpeed. It was something along the lines of this. I remember that I was like, okay, so I'm checking out IShowSpeed. I'm checking out like one of these videos like explaining this whole situation between them, because I'm just like internet drama. Like, okay, first of all, IShowSpeed, the guy is a runner and he's jacked. I didn't know the guy was built like this. A $5 million, me versus this dude. Listen, I'm a skinny guy that you could say is like skinny fat, right? Where like I'm not fat, but like, you know, you can definitely tell that I have like a tiny bit of a belly. So like I would have to work out for like 5-6 months straight before I'm even like ready to go in the ring. And mind you, for $5 million, I'm still getting put down by IShowSpeed. I feel like he's putting me down instantly, bro. He's a runner and shit. Like I don't give a fuck, bro. I feel like he's putting me down in an instant. But I'll still box with him for $5 million, bro. If that's $5 million, I don't give a. I will take a knockout on the 4th round for $5 million. Trust. Did you watch Ichigo versus Yusuke? It's insane how they assume Ichigo needs to have similar AP to Yuhabaha multiversal feat when it requires Ryo hacks. It's no destruction feat, more like recreational mold. I mean, I don't agree. Loki has a sleeper build. Oh, 100% he has a sleeper build. 100% he has a sleeper build. But yeah, we did watch it actually. You can watch my reaction to it earlier in Insatiable. You can actually check it out. It's actually like the first thing we do on stream if you want to check it out later. I mean, what am I supposed to tell you, right? Death Battle has a bit of an issue. In my opinion, with just like their metrics. I was telling this to chat actually earlier. Like, I would actually like to sit down and maybe just string through all of their videos. I'd like to just say like what the metrics for these guys actually is. I genuinely would love to sit down and actually figure out like what their metrics are for this kind of shit, man, because I don't know. Cell versus Metal Sonic. Listen, Sonic scaling is some crazy shit, at least from my understanding. Bro had a whole development arc, got married, children, moved to the pan, built his own computer, learned how to draw, then animate, and then drew for WIT Studios. Really? That's insane. I'd love to get to a point where like I could actually just like write my own story. Like that would be like my big thing. Like after I'm done with YouTube and everything. If I ever decide, I'd like to keep making stuff for YouTube though. I'd actually like probably promote my own series on YouTube, even if it's like just animated manga panels. It isn't that crazy. Kendrick brought out Dr. Dre, and he's literally a PDF and a woman abuser. He's got a long history of it. Kendrick's just protecting, in my opinion. I think it's one of those cases where it's just like, you just choose your battles. You choose who you like and you choose who you don't, right? I don't know a lot about this rapper beef. I don't know a lot about this shit because I'm usually a guy that just stays to like his side of the internet. I don't really like branch out a lot of that. If anything, the last 2 years, I've more so been branching out in terms of the content that I take in with all this like drama stuff, or I like check stuff out like Omizi. Omizi's my guy, by the way. Omizi has some of the most real takes I've seen. There's probably just like one video of his where like I've had like an opinion that where I legitimately disagree. But it's like, just in general, I don't really know about any of this stuff. I don't know anything about Dr. Dre. I don't know anything about any of these other people. I just kind of just check stuff out every now and then, and it's just interesting. I thought it was really, I mean, I'm not here to say that like Drake was the only guy that I could imagine that in the music industry that's a bigger fucking freak, but just in general, it's like, I mean, what do you want me to tell you, right? Like, people, whether it's because of they feel like they owe them something, or it's because they just don't like them as people. People will usually flock to others. People will usually flock to like different groups and different people just because it's like one of those cases where it's just like, hey man, sometimes your hatred for a person is willing to make you see them for what they truly are over like maybe trying to be in good graces with people that either help you get to where you're at, or they're a part of the industry that like, you know, you looked up to. It's I don't know if it's as black and I don't know. I feel like it is a bit hypocritical on Kendrick Lamar at that point then, if what you're saying is true. I feel like it is a bit hypocritical. I don't like that per se of like coming at Drake but then not coming at anybody, on any of the other dudes. I can see where you're coming from. As long as I don't have to win, I'll box anybody. That's what I'm saying. I'll fight John Jones for $5 million. Who the fuck is John Jones? Who the fuck is this? Oh! I don't know who this is. A mixed martial artist, born American professional mixed martial artist. How tall is this dude? How tall is he? Wait, let's actually see his record. Oh, he's 6'4". Damn. Okay, so he's definitely towering over me. For $5 million, let me see what his UFC stats are. I don't know what any of these stats mean, by the way. Let's see. What does this mean? Striker? Does this mean striker? STR? What is TD? Team Deathmatch? Is that what TD means? Sub. Is that how many times he's subbed for somebody? He's substituted in? Does that mean that he was a sub? The other guy was a dom and he was a sub? What the fuck does any of this shit mean, man? Bleach is basically Yu Yu Hakusho and Inuyasha? That's funny. I don't know about if it's both of those two. Doesn't say they have to go all out either. But yeah, I don't know, man. This guy seems to have won a lot of fights. Oh, he won all these fights. Yeah, I'd probably fight John Jones for $5 million. I'll take a full power right hook to the face. Let's see what this is. Let's see. A Bijudama, Eight Tails Bijudama versus Ninjutsu. Yo, guys, should we do scaling? Bleach is basically, oh no, you're fine. Yo guys, should we do like some scaling like based on the video games? See like how, oh, okay, so by this logic, the tailed beast bomb is more powerful than Ashura. Killer Bee is canonically more powerful than Ashura. Killer Bee's canonically more powerful than rotation. By the way, Hinata's rotation is an L. Hinata's, I'd low-key cook Mike Tyson in a fight. I feel 6. I'm sorry to tell you this. You're not even paper level. I'm sorry. I don't know how to tell you this. Damn. Apparently, Killer Bee's tailed beast bomb is more powerful than six-tailed Naruto's. The greatest fighter ever born. Damn. Apparently, Killer Bee's more powerful than base Hokage Naruto. Guys, we're really finding the stats of this shit. Oh, only 7 people are watching. I guess people are heading out. Anyway, guys, it's about that time. I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna go have some lunch. Why did Big Pete get eradicated? I don't know. He didn't really get eradicated. I think he's still around. I'm fighting Z Broly for 10 million. You're not fighting Z Broly for 10. Bro, you're not fighting Z Broly for 10 million. You're not... Drake, the first PDF I heard where the victims defend him, yet Dre got 30 years worth of abuse with his first wife, who he at 23 got her pregnant at 6. Oh, okay, yeah, that's crazy. W streaming, though I slept through half of it. You're fine. Guys, I'm gonna rename this stream. This is not part 22 or whatever. I'm gonna just say no to the stream. I'm probably just gonna leave it on the side. It was fun. It was interesting. We had some fun chat conversations, but I'm gonna leave it here. Why did you delete my? I don't know. I think it was just a mistake. He did say oops. He did say oops. I don't know why. Anyway, I'll catch you guys later. It's about time to head out. Peace out, guys. Take care of yourself.